and
like
we need to always constantly look at improving. If we see a problem with the, I don't know, with the individuals that are here, like, that's why there are prisons, that's why there are insane asylums, and maybe he belongs there, but certainly not contributing his garbage.
Are you a clinician? Can you diagnose somebody from Clubhouse? I mean, we had a lot of people that were, quote, life coaches and therapists and, you know, multiple alphabets after their name, and they were like very quick to diagnose people. But are you a clinician that's able to make that determination?
Before you answer, Victor, let me. And actually, go ahead and answer that, and then I have a question for you, or actually a comment, not even a question. Go ahead, answer, Brett.
No, I'm not a doctor. I wasn't referring to this person as anything more than what he has presented himself.
Maybe he just likes to blow. Maybe he just likes to blow off steam, and this is fun to him. Some of us go to the gym and work out. And then you've got guys that will flex in front of the mirrors for half an hour while they're working out because they lifted 10 pounds on a weight.
Hey, let's not make it personal, Brad. Come on.
You've got other guys that think they're outdoorsmen because they went camping at a recreational park one time, and they're all of a sudden now fucking Bear Grylls. I mean, you know, there's all sorts. There's people that on this app have told me they know all about climbing, but the only place they climb is been in a gym. They only climb the little prefab walls that are there for their safety on the ring line. I mean, you know, I think Edmund is just doing what he finds fun, and this is fun for him.
So, again, as somebody that has, and we had this conversation with him last night on the stage, he has trolled me harder than he's trolled anybody on this app. He created many fake profiles with my image and my username, created YouTube channels. He even did a movie, Roger Mayhem the movie. Nobody got trolled harder than me, and I didn't appreciate it all. But I will say, some of the things he's doing right now is incredible. And let me just get your opinion on this, Victoria. He doesn't just stream this room. He'll go into a room where you have people that are sympathizers with terrorist organizations, and he streams that. Not only does he stream it, he sends this off to news outlets as well as government agencies for law enforcement to review it, to figure out, you know, who are these people that are sympathizing with the terrorists? Are they giving aid in terms of money? Are they terrorists themselves? I think the work that he's doing right now, it's a service to Clubhouse. And this sounds crazy coming from me because I swear there's not a single soul on this app that was trolled harder by him than me. A close second would be Dr. Jordan. And Dr. Jordan and I were both in the room last night, and we agree that the things that he's doing right now outweighs, you know, whatever discomfort we may have had with being trolled. And so I think everybody's free to have their own opinion. If you don't like him, you don't like him, that's fine. But if
I haven't heard him. I don't have an opinion on somebody I've not heard.
All right,
all
let me see if I... Okay, hold on. Let me see... Hold on. Let me see if I can get him into the room.
Can I add, while you're doing that, in one of our other rooms that we gather, someone has his home address, which is on Edmond Street, and I believe in Illinois. And when we see him as a non at the bottom recording the room, we announce his full home address, and he leaves. Doesn't like that.
Wait, who are we talking about?
We're talking about Edmond. We're talking about America. We're talking about someone with 50 burner phones who's recording people and putting our voices on YouTube live.
We don't actually know if his name is Edmund.
We know his name is John Kitover.
Yeah, we know his name is John Kitover. He's running for Congress. And
in a district he doesn't live in.
And yeah, definitely not a great guy. Somebody that we would typically just label as a douche and hope that he can encourage him to be better as a human.
Why is he doing all this if he's running for Congress? Like, I don't feel like that's helpful.
We thought that too.
Well,
He's
you
been doing
do
it for
know
6 years.
we live in a country with Donald Trump at the helm. These aren't like good or moral people.
Do your best, Victoria.
Kelly, you were kind of in the pipes there, as they say.
Fuck. I was just asking that Victoria do her best not to indulge herself and allow people to have their conversation.
Well, we have a new title. Maybe we'll get him in here. Are they giving aid?
Y'all said he's from Michigan?
No, he's from Chicago.
Chicago.
So, my request to him was to make the videos that he uploads onto YouTube more easily searchable in ways that we could find relevant content, because he streams this room, which this room's boring as fuck. We all know that. Like, I mean, we like each other, but at the end of the day, there's nothing too sensational going on in here. But in the lefty rooms, they're like talking all kinds of crazy shit. I think the fact that he's got a video repository that sits in the cloud and on YouTube that we could go access, if we were smart, we would just simply, if he would make it more easily searchable, we could go find the most detestable things that people are saying elsewhere on this app, and then we could play those clips, then talk about those clips. I think he is he is crowdsourcing content that we could then source and zoom in on and create our own derivative content from. And for that, I believe that he's providing a huge service.
He needs to do that for healthy debates. Like, you know how we used to have those rooms? Like, if we had him doing that, that would have been cool.
For sure.
But but does he do it to like what is he doing it for? Like, have y'all ever like asked him like why does he do it?
He's a comedian and an artist is his words on it.
I just think it's just a little weird. I don't know.
That's fine.
It's incredibly weird, but also I still haven't heard his voice at all, like in any of the spaces I've been in. So great that you had an opportunity to meet him and quote unquote vet him, but from my perspective, this is just some like weird troll in his mother's basement. It's like the incel community running for Congress.
Victoria
Like
just
I said,
called me
you're
the
free to
incel
dislike
community
him.
running
You're
for
free
Congress.
to not like what he's doing. All I'm suggesting is that now that Clubhouse has made it clear that that they condone this type of thing, we just have to get used to it. And I think that part of adapting to that is to figure out, okay, if it's inevitable that it's going to be done, how do we work together to make it better? Maybe if somebody started crashing out really hard here, it would be really nice to have like a bat signal to be like, dude, where the fuck is your phone? Like right now he's recording this, but if he wasn't, it would be very nice to be able to get a message, say, dude, you gotta get in here, you gotta record this. And some of the stuff he captures is really fucking good. He's got a clip of Dr. Jordan getting yelled at by these Jewish women, and it's It's some of the best content ever. He's captured some great shit, and I'm looking for the clip. Somebody owes me. They said that they're gonna find it, where there's something where Goat got shut down pretty hardcore, and so I'm waiting to get that content. Once I get that clip, we'll definitely play it. Hakima, thanks for changing your PTR. The PTR that Hakima has is the image that he says serves as evidence that Miss Monica is a racist. I look at this picture and I think it's cute. It's clearly a ghost, and it's it's boo sheet. Boo is a thing that ghosts do. They scare people. So
when did trolling people become like an entrepreneurial? I have no idea why are these the values that we would want to instill?
Are you trolling us though? I'm curious. Like, I feel like this could be a troll. So is this like performance art?
Why? Okay. Why do we want to dehumanize people? Like, I literally, when Monica was banned,
why don't you want to allow people to finish a sentence? But B, like, reply to that sentence maybe. Like, why is it that, like, your direction in the conversation, which is, I mean, it's fine, whatever, but it's not what other people want to say. I mean, I do feel like this could be a troll. I don't think that it is. I actually take you far more seriously than that. But anyway, I'll just let it go. I don't know. Maybe just, like, give it fucking 5 minutes and let other people respond. First, just let people fucking...
Here's a question for the room, and by room I mean everyone on the stage and everyone down below. If you look at Hakima's PTR, do you guys think that image is racist in any way?
You got to add the context that she put the PTR to go into an all-black room to sit on the stage with this PTR, and wasn't disagreeing with what they said, but they sat in that black room with this PTR.
Who is she, Hakima?
Monica.
Shocker.
Well, okay, so Hakima, make the case of how this image in a room full of predominantly black people being on the stage with that PTR, how is that racist? Can you walk me?
I mean, it portrays a KKK member. Like, it's a white sheet. A KKK member. It clearly is what she was going for.
Are you unfamiliar with the idea that ghosts are represented with a white sheet?
Oh yeah, ghosts not real, but KKK members are. Of course, I know ghosts are represented with white sheets, but...
So you think a reasonable-minded person would look at this and say, "Oh wow, that must be a KKK hood"?
Yeah, when you add the context of Monica and what she's known for, how she trolls, and she's in the all-black room, you put all...
Wait, what is she known for?
The same thing that she put a ransom out for to prove that she's racist. She's known as a racist. No one, I mean...
She's falsely accused of being a racist.
So you say. Some people it's clear to. Like,
Right. And then the submission of evidence is this PTR of yours, which is why I say it's bullshit. Or shall I say... Yes. Damn, Kelly, you're too...
We have to disagree to disagree. It's all good.
All right, well, let's put it in the chat then.
It's really shameful.
Hold on.
Not funny.
Hold on. You'll get a chance to respond. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Hakima's PTR is racist. Put a 1 in the chat if it's racist. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that that's absurd.
I also wouldn't want to assign it to Hakima, who I think disagrees with it. And so saying, is his PTR racist, is also problematic.
I think lots of people in this room, maybe a stranger to all of us, but the assumption is that we're not retarded, Victoria, so I think that we get that.
So JB, you put a 1. So walk me through the PTR that Hakima has and tell me why you think that PTR is racist.
Honestly, well, I hate Monica, so anything associated with her is racist. I like Nisha.
I defend Monica. I understand why people don't like her. I understand that. I do believe she's a troll. I've told her that to her face. But I absolutely disagree that she's a racist. And I've put up cold hard cash for anyone that can prove evidence that she's a racist. I'm gonna say this. I think she's the most misunderstood person on this app.
I agree with that.
And again, she doesn't have to be your cup of tea. There's a lot of look.
Yeah.
Victoria is not everybody's cup of tea, and here we are having a conversation. But if somebody made up some false accusation about Victoria, I would defend Victoria if the accusations were false. I think the claims that Monica is a racist, I think, are baseless.
Well, Victoria also gets pretty privileged. Monica don't have that luxury.
You're going to make her uncomfortable. She doesn't like compliments. Donald Trump complimented her, and she didn't like...
Well, she don't like compliments from men.
Hey, Ron, you say Monica is misunderstood. So what is she? Like, she's not a racist. Like, people that misunderstand her.
I think...
What is she doing? Like,
Happy to explain. I think she's bored. I think she's lonely. I think she's a troll. But I also think she's highly intelligent. Not borderline, but highly intelligent. And I think that she knows how to get a reaction out of people. And she enjoys doing that. Hence the troll label. And for people that get triggered easily, they tend to and they exaggerate the claims about her. And I would love to entertain, what is the most ridiculous thing that she's ever done on this app? The thing that you find is beyond the pale. Because I've yet to hear anything that's that bad. The worst thing that I can say is that, she's co-modded in rooms with guys like Sean Coleman, who I think Sean Coleman was a piece of shit. That's my opinion. I also think that Sean Coleman was an intelligent guy, but I think Sean Coleman legitimately had, let's just call him some controversial views. And I would call him out for it. And I think her modding rooms with him, people did the guilt by association thing. And I'm not sure if that's fair, because if you were to ask her about her opinions, I don't think that she should have the same opinions that Sean Coleman had.
Can be very quirky. Monica, Ann, and myself have had this very weird dichotomy of our friendship. We have been friends, we have been enemies, we have been frenemies, and we have been friends again. There's like this long historic dynamic with the three of us, and she's definitely an acquired taste for some. She will argue until she's blue in the face. She's standing on a principle, and I mean, she and I have had these arguments where I'm just like, but Monica, do you just not see where this is not logical? And, no, I don't. Like, I agree with you. I do think she's incredibly intelligent because she reads a lot. I think that she does have an obsession with race discussions. I actually feel
Can I just say this?
an appeal to
I don't think it's an obsession with race discussions. I think she understands that race discussions create opportunities for a troll to trigger people that are overly sensitive. And I think that if there was another way to trigger people as a troll, she would do that. And so I don't think it's the fact that it's about the race. It's about those are the discussions where you find the overly sensitive people. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe more recently as time has gone on, I could say that maybe she's kind of branched into that territory. But I really do think she has this obsession of feeling like nobody can make me feel white guilt. Why do I have to feel white guilt? And so I think there was like some kind of weird intrigue with this whole race thing for her. I mean, I'm like, Monica, why do we do this? Why do we do this time and time again? Because she sets herself up in these rooms, and there are times when, I mean, they just go nail on her. Like, I can't even sit and watch it. It just hurts me because you know her heart. I've had way too many personal conversations with Monica. If she was not like racist, I would know. I would absolutely know if she was racist. And it's just this weird hold up that she's got that she just cannot seem to let go of.
No, I think a more fair criticism of her would be, why would you want to troll people in a conversation about race if you're not a racist? Like, that's a fair question. And I don't even want to speculate, but I'll ask her that. Because I agree that those are the types of rooms that she starts, those are the types of rooms she gravitates towards, and she understands why people think she's a racist. I don't know. I've known actual racists, and here's the one common thing that I can tell you about the racists that I've met in my life. They don't hide the fact that they're racist. The racists that I've met, it's not that I don't believe that covert racism can exist, but if somebody is really a racist, they want to share. They want to share their opinion. They want to try to convince you that that they're right, and they're very unapologetic about it. I do see ways where people could be covertly racist. Like, if somebody was a hiring manager and didn't like particular people for some reason, I could see them being more covert about it. Or covert racism could pop up if you were the person that was like selling a home or renting a home. I think those are things where covert racism pops up. I don't think covert racism is a thing on social media, especially for trolls. I don't think that's a thing. With Victoria here, I don't know how we're going to continue. We need Victoria. Do you guys see that there's somebody in Chillism that has an image of my PTR? They've taken it on. Do any of you go into Chillism? Anyone? Brad, I know you go there.
Occasionally.
Yeah, I go in there.
Yeah, there's somebody named Nathan that is using my image as his PTR.
I think he got upset because he's got a crush on Monica, and he found out that Monica likes me more than she likes him. So I think now he's upset.
Yeah, Chillisms, that's his house. Wait a minute, I'm going into the. He has your PTR right now? I'm going into the hallway to see. That's craziness.
Second, Roger, I was in the store. You were asking about chillism.
Jane, I don't see color.
Wait, Roger, were you asking about chillism? Because I was in a store for an outdoor store. I was looking for certain men. But you're asking about Nathan having your PTR?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like you're emulated. I think he's a bit butthurt by you for calling out his room. And I was going to suggest to him today that if he felt that way, he should challenge you to a debate or have a discussion on stage in one of the rooms. And he seems to think that he's got the better moderator picture. I don't know. He's got an ego a bit, but he's a good lad. He's a little troll. He trolls a lot too. So I think it would be fair. It'd be interesting to have a debate between the two of you.
On what? What's a topic that he like? I've never heard him like.
Philosophy seems to be his main crux.
He's a clubhouse philosopher. That makes sense. In that room, there was a discussion about Hegel. Did I tell you guys this one? Stop me if you've heard this.
Yes, I've heard it. Yeah, I was
okay.
there with you.
Okay. I won't repeat it then. Reader's Digest version. 2 people, 45 minutes, discussion about Hegel. Come to find out, neither of them have read Hegel. And this is in a room led by somebody that's interested in philosophy. It's a clown. But yeah, tell Nathan if he ever wants to come into a well-moderated room, he's welcome to come over.
I will. I'll tell him. I think he should. I think it'd be interesting. I think.
Some of his other mods love it over here. Tally loves it over here, and yeah.
I mean, like the political correctness crew. That mod crew pretty much came from chillism. Like Cora came from chillism, so they had a good discussions. It's just, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Some of the people do not understand politics. They take Twitter headlines and they don't actually read beyond it. They try to fact check, but their sole reliance is on ChatGPT, which often is very wrong and doesn't dive into nuances, and which goes to a bigger problem that I wish people would actually read a little bit more and look up the references of ChatGPT that it's using. But I mean, they try to discuss politics, and it's literally a progressive shit show where they just scream and rant and rave like, oh, you want to deport all people in this country of a certain color, and it's like, no, that's not what anybody fucking wants. Nobody's ever stated that. And then you have to stand there and argue, and then you just hear all this like, well, Trump said this in 2008 or at some convention, and right now I think they're on with the Epstein. A lot of the people on the left are targeting the Epstein list and the Epstein case, and I find it fascinating because they act as if Trump wasn't a Democrat, running around with all of the big Democrat donors with the DNC. And for every picture you find of Donald Trump, you see Epstein with a whole lot of big movers and shakers in there. And so, yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be pictures with Epstein and Trump on that list. There's probably some Republicans too, but I mean, I think you guys would have a good debate. Just a good topic would.
Tell him to come over here. I don't remember him. Like, I don't remember him ever coming into healthy debates. I don't remember him being in any of the rooms that I frequent. And not that I don't travel too far around this app because I find most of the people hard to listen to. But I didn't even know that he existed until like, I don't know, a couple days ago. And now his way of trying to become relevant is he wants to utilize my PTR. I would say it's flattery, and it'll get him nowhere.
I mean, again, he's not going to have, like, that room's a bit of a shit show 90% of the time. It does. There are people in there. Huey is a good. Dewey and Huey are, I know it sounds like a Disney character, but these are two individuals. They're very much a great contributor to a discussion. They can go into details. They can talk about it from topics, mostly on political, but they can go down in. You've got some that have experience with law enforcement. They were officers. They have, their own views and nuances on it. Don't necessarily agree with all of them, but they can articulate it and point to disparities or point to issues, and then concede on points where they're showing that, hey, this isn't necessarily the case. So there are some good people that pop in there from time to time. It's just there are others that just dominate the stage, and you can't. Arguing with them is like trying to change paint on a wall to a different color by screaming at it. It's just an exercise in futility.
Yeah, I don't bother arguing with them, but after listening to them argue about who had the better understanding of Hegel, 45-minute discussion, I went up there and I asked them a few basic questions. It was clear that they'd never read. So then I asked them, and the only thing I give them credit for is they both acknowledged, and this was Ike and Concrete, they both acknowledged that they had never read Hegel. And so then, as you can imagine, I, kicked their ass a little bit over that, did some gloating and grandstanding, the shtick, right? You can imagine, don't even have to listen to it to know, like, how that conversation went. But the more interesting part of it was afterwards, their excuse, oh, hey, Monica, darling, let me get you up here. Hold on, let me send you an invite. This is my friend. All right, hold on. Let me get you the mod badge, queen. Here you go. Okay. Let's see. So no, the more interesting part of it that I thought was fascinating was afterwards the discussion that they had about how you don't need to read something to understand it, and that because they had listened to a podcast or read some third-party analysis of it, that was sufficient to understand the subject matter. Which, before I even asked them if they had read it, like, I was listening to them, and it became clear to me because they kept repeating themselves, and like they knew books and they knew chapter titles, but they had no content. And so when I just got up and inquired about a few things, it was like, that just poked holes, deflated the little thing. And, they acknowledged they never read it, but they would still argue. If they were here right now, they would say that I'm stupid because I'm saying that they can't get a good understanding of Hegel, despite the fact that they haven't read it. It's the fucking craziest thing. If somebody came to you and started lecturing to you about the Bible, and then you said, hey, let's turn to chapter blah blah blah, and then you found out that they never opened the book and they've only maybe they went and listened to John Hagee, right? All of a sudden that makes them an expert on the Bible. Same shit. It's just fucking weird. Anyways, Monica, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody doing?
We're doing very good. There was some Monica hate earlier, and I squashed all of it.
No, not Monica.
I put my broad shield in front of you. It's the typical stuff. Monica's a racist, and then we asked for evidence. We got one piece of evidence that was submitted. It's Hakima's PTR.
Isn't that cute serendipity? Isn't it funny? Oh, it's so cute.
Hey, don't frame the argument that I was calling her racist. You was making an argument people say she was racist, and you asked me to put this PTR. So I did not just to try to prove
that is true.
Hey, thank you.
This is true. This is true, but that's because Monica was not here, and you and JB were doing the thing
where you guys that make it sound like Monica somebody she's not. All I said, I said that she is the most misunderstood person on the app, and the thing that you guys misunderstand is that while she's a troll, she is not a racist, and you have no evidence of that. And the other thing you guys leave out is that she's incredibly well-read, incredibly articulate. She's got a great memory, and she's got fast recall of her memory. Like, Monica is a gift to this app. I just don't understand that.
Like herpes is a gift to fucking mankind.
There we go.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Thank you, Brad, for helping me control my ego. I'm so grateful.
And that voice, hold on. If we were going to have a contest, who's got the sexiest voice on all of Clubhouse, Monica wins hands down. We don't even.
You need to get out more in the world, son.
I like Kelly's voice better.
As you should.
Well, look at this. We've got Serendipity, Monica, my girl, and then we have Anne. This is the trifecta of grace, class, and beauty.
You should have just stopped at Serendipity.
Hey. I'm crying.
And this is
Truce with Brad. I love
and hold on, before you call your truce with Brad, I want to just warn you that this is a Monica appreciation room. Are you comfortable?
Yeah, completely fine. You're gonna add Kelly to your list.
Can you say something nice about Monica? Can you say something nice about Monica? Anne?
Yeah, Monica's very intelligent.
There you go. Monica, can you say something nice about Anne?
She perseveres.
Okay. All right. Okay, Anne, go ahead. Make your amends.
Well, you and Kelly are the best at, squashing beef between people, so I'm gonna let you guys take the lead.
Well, hold on. Hold on. You want me to change the title to Anne and KK reconcile? I could change the title.
Wait, why would you do something like that? That would be a lie.
You don't want to apologize, sir?
So, anyways, about Brad. I like Brad.
Yeah, there you go. That would be the power couple for 2026. You guys should work this thing out.
I'll pass.
So I'm still confused why people who have disagreements with other clubhousers are so invested in other clubhousers squashing beef. It's a puzzle. Well, but the matchmaking is a lot. And it's like, you get to hate who you get to hate. Like, it's not okay for people to have personality differences that they just don't get along.
Exactly. See, in Mojo and Kelly, they dipped their toe into some fire, and then they were like, oh no, I shouldn't have done that. But we just thought that, you guys would work it out.
Some people tend to hold grudges on this app. Like, I'm not a gossip guy. So I won't name any names. But the other day,
You can mention me. I'm Irish. I hold a grudge for fucking eternity.
There you go. Well, don't hold a grudge with me if I buy you a pint next time I see you in the face there, rap. What'd you say?
No, Moose, you're always a welcome over. We'll figure out a way to get dinner. I won't cook, but I promise you'll have a good bourbon. We'll have a good time, and it'll be great.
Get us some whiskey. I like it. For some reason, an Irish accent has always been my favorite accent to do as a voiceover guy. But so anyway, the greeting that I saw in this other room, and I was like, am I the only one who just saw that? It was a female, put in the chat. She joined one of these rooms. It was one of the typically conservative rooms. And this particular female put in the chat, hey everybody, love to everybody, and blessings to all the non-hoes in the room. And I copied the message and put one of those like thinking, emojis, like
huh? And then somebody else also caught that too. They're like, yeah, Moose, I thought that was a weird greeting too. I have an idea that comment might have been directed towards, but I thought that was a riff from like season 1 on Clubhouse. It is wild how grown-ass adults can hold grudges for so long thinking that you're actually getting from somebody. The only energy that you're sucking out of someone is yourself when you hold the grudge.
Max is a very problematic person.
No, I like holding grudges. You know,
Why
for
is everyone
instance,
hating on me today?
if you
I don't
volunteer,
understand. Like,
you
Jesus,
put your
bad
life on the line to help somebody, protect them, to shield them, to shelter them, and then they turn around and
Wow.
my driving mirror act as a negative on you, and I try to put it on full display to people, take advantage, and to kind of get a clout along with chlamydia. I think I'm entitled to hold a grudge, and like I said, I'm Irish. I will hold a grudge even after I am dead. It will not matter. Grudges are forever.
I couldn't agree more.
Brad, would you say that's like, we don't
have like a
forgive and forget? Like you don't forget, like you forgive, but you don't forget?
And he doesn't forget. But what I'm saying is that, like, you know, when you have like a friendship with someone, you actually care about them, their well-being, and there's gonna be times where you might butt heads and you do it behind closed doors, and then like sometimes things don't go that way, where the other person that you thought was your friend wants to expose it to everyone and make it everyone's business, and that's unfortunate.
Monica, are you fascinated that I'm SAG union, or was that sarcasm that you?
No, Moose, there was a well-known another in season 3 and 4 known as voiceover guy, VOG. So when you said when I play voiceover guy, and I'm like you are a voiceover guy. Thanks for clarifying. Do we need a topic, or he's changed the title, ladies?
Well, I got a random fun story for everybody that's actually outside our big, beautiful red, white, and blue states. A surgeon, not somebody desperate for cash, a surgeon in England chose to have his own legs amputated in the guise of that it was some sort of disease that required him to do so, even though he was perfectly healthy, and he filed 2 false insurance claims in the amounts of like $200,000, $250,000 each. He was caught. He's been let go from the hospital, but he is now, for the rest of his life, not only did he not get his bag, but he's got artificial legs. Like it's like real life Black Mirror.
That's crazy. You said that was a fun story?
Well, the only person harmed was himself, like it's just the extent of greed some folks will go to do. Yes, I can actually laugh at that person. I can laugh at that guy.
Do you think he had that mental illness where people think that their limbs don't belong to them, that they need to be cut off? Do you know which one I'm talking about? The mental condition.
Yeah, I've heard. It doesn't sound like it, like that phantom. I know. He literally, I think he even went on talk shows.
Hey, Sarah. Sarah, if you could go in the room and tell them, hey, American is blocked from the room. It's probably Kelly, Heckama,
No, it was not
Serendipity, who knows. But if you could go into the Muff in Roger's room and say, hey, John Kitover tried to get in, but somebody on stage has him blocked.
Maybe I should buy it. I'm sorry.
Maybe I can buy a third house with this scam.
Did they revoke his medical license too? Because if you... Yeah.
I think so.
Very strange
he was
story.
bare minimum. He was released from the hospital, and the hospital president put out a message immediately on social media saying he's no longer with us, and sent a message reassuring all this nut job's former patients that he, as far as we know, he was a licensed surgeon. He wasn't lying about that. So please don't think the care that you were given by this lunatic was less than.
Can you imagine recovering from a surgery from this guy and reading on him on the news what he's done? You'd wonder if they actually removed your appendix. You'd like, are you sure? We good?
Hey, sorry to interrupt.
John Kitover
Edmund?
has a room that's for people who are blocked in the muff.
Edmund asked me to tell you guys he wants to come into the room, but he can't because somebody with the mod badge has him blocked.
What's his username?
It's me. I have him blocked.
Can you unblock?
Yeah, but you're not a mod.
It was a joke, Veronica.
I thought with the anonymity that I had unblocked all his troll accounts.
I think it's American something.
American.
I put the link in this about the lunatic surgeon in the chat. You just really can't make this stuff.
It's not me. So, I mean, y'all can, if you want to send me the profile he's using right now, I can double check, but I just checked. I don't see any of his accounts in my block.
He was in the room with me yesterday, and I haven't changed anything.
American Party. I think that's the one he's on.
Thank you, Sarah. So yeah, with the new features rolling out on Clubhouse, you can block people, but it really doesn't. If they're in the room before you get in the room and are a mod, really it's not stopping them from accessing you. Which, okay.
Driving, maybe I need to check.
This stage reminds me of the bumper sticker Coexist.
So am I the pentagram that's on that?
Yes.
I'm afraid to ask, Mojo, so where am I on that bumper sticker?
I'm the star, Dave.
I don't know, Moose, where you're at. You'd have to identify, but there's at least, I'd like to think of...
Yeah, Sarah, I can't get in. Somebody's got me blocked.
I don't know, the three Abraham...
Probably David.
Symbolically.
But American Party's blocked from that room. But thanks for calling it out.
Did you call dibs on being Muslim, Monica?
No, I was asking who would the Muslim be? Who would be the Islamist?
JR, what up, Celestial Being JR?
Ali Akbar. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum.
Can we get, it's not how you say it, but can we give her the best practice?
Can somebody, David, check your...
Okay, in the chat is the link to the American Party profile. I'm pretty sure he's listening in. So it could be a tactic to derail the stage that we all focus on, trying to get him in.
Hold on. He probably wants to come in here and talk about his campaign to be governor. Or not governor, run for Congress. I think that we should give him equal airtime and allow him to make his pitch of why he would be good for Congress.
He's welcome to. I'm not stopping him. I just think that sometimes he plays games and he could be lying about not being able to get in.
This is this guy's one of your conservative pals or conservative circle?
No.
It's alright. It's her ex-lover, so I mean, to be fair, I guess.
Careful, Brad, before we open the door to ex-lovers. Careful.
Go ahead, open up all the door. What are you going to do? Talk about my late wife? Is that what you want to go
No, I
with?
don't talk about deceased spouses.
Oh, okay, so then I would probably shut up if I were you.
You opened the door. I put a foot in and you're starting crying. Don't open the doors you don't want open, Brad. That's all.
But please practice with the best. And I mean, I'm sorry, John left you. Edmund left you. I mean, hopefully it was amicable. From what I heard, it was just it was a heavy burden.
Take the deeper espresso you have today. Ding. All right. Do we want a topic?
That was
Hey, Bren.
Monica, why didn't you do the upspeak when you were asking a question?
I thought that too. It was very British.
I don't know. I sometimes have a problematic vocal fry too.
I mean, if it's obvious you're asking a question, you don't have to do the upspeak.
I'm blocked from the room. Somebody on stage has me blocked. This is John Kitover, aka American Party, and Monica is a fat pig.
It's amazing you come into a room where Roger has a topic on the table. He's already discussing the topic with multiple other people, and you're like, "Oh, we need a topic," as if somehow everybody is waiting in
sour.
Whatever Jordan Peterson quote you're going to give, and think somehow you're going to be considered intelligent.
By the way, Brent, Jordan Peterson has a new video out. He reads "There's no such things as dragons" again, an updated reflection upon it. Quite love that guy. Thanks, Brad, for reminding me. You're a hero today, Brad.
I'm a hero every day. I just wish I could have passed on saving your ass once upon a time.
We got Bren in the muff. Bren is in the muff.
My goodness. How often does that happen?
I'm just laughing that I came into a room and the very first thing I hear is Monica say, "Who's the Muslim?" I have no context, but that was amazing. Better run, Hakima. She's hunting us now.
That was Mojo's joke.
Bren, this is not your first time in the muff. We've established that you have children, so some people might be surprised by that, but I am not. The only person who was uncomfortable about the title of this house is she here? She's not here. That was Victoria. Victoria is not comfortable within the muff. I tried to explain to her the etymology of the term. She didn't accept that. She found it offensive. But I think the rest of us adults, we can enjoy being in the muff.
You tell her nobody wants her ginger muff anyways.
I mean, Mojo, if you're debriefing presidents left and right, you don't have time for this tomfoolery of these kind of rooms.
That's a very valid point. Britton, let me ask you this. What, outside of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Vice President, National Security Advisor, who else gets to the Situation Room? Because Victoria claims she's been there multiple...
What, Victoria on this app, Victoria?
Yeah. Jen.
She doubles as a general, apparently.
The Situation Room? She said that? Oh, good Lord.
3 times. And the final time she was in there, it was with President Trump, and he did something that made her feel uncomfortable.
And she confirmed it on stage, because I didn't believe it at first, and she stated it again on stage today. And what makes me nervous is the fact that if she was true, that batshit woman was like in the Situation Room advising what exactly on military operations around the world, because that would scare the fuck out of anybody.
Does she not, I get people have made some crazy claims on this app, but does she not understand, how tight of an entry list that fucking room is? And it's not somewhere they just go take a coffee break because they feel like it. You've not ever been in there, bitch. But that's not.
She's in the Situation Room, and the president's asking her a question, and she's like, "Oh shit, I just got a Clubhouse ping. I gotta take this. I'll be right back, Mr. President."
See, that's where people are just out of their fucking minds, though. She could say that she, briefed a president or spoke to a president. They get spoken to in a lot of places. Now, I don't think anyone would believe Donald Trump listened to 2 minutes of her nonsense, but the Situation Room. Clearly, she doesn't understand how that works.
I think Trump would have secretly had her killed if they even met.
What was she? Here's my question, Roger. What was she saying she's an expert in that she was consulting on?
She wouldn't tell us because she didn't want to dox herself. But it all started with she talked about.
Is Mojo in the Matrix or is that me?
I think he's in the Matrix.
Oh shit! You see, Victoria, she got the far reach. She knows CIA agents. She's knocking you off the app, Roger.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, cool. So, Abby had, well, first of all, she made the claim that, Victoria made the claim that Donald Trump makes women uncomfortable. And then Abby said, well, I met Donald Trump and he didn't make me feel uncomfortable. And then so Victoria responded, well, when I met him, he made me feel uncomfortable. So then it was the obvious, like, well, when did you meet him? And then he said, well,
Oh, no.
And then when we started drilling into it, she's like, she'd started down and said,
Roger, you're cutting out. You're cutting in and out.
All right, am I better now?
Yep.
Okay, so then she makes the claim that that she's been in the Situation Room. This is where Donald Trump made her feel uncomfortable. And then when we started asking questions about the Situation Room, she started making up this story about how, well, that's not the first time I've been there. In fact, I've been there for 3 different administrations. And then we're asking her why, and how, and like why they would, what she's an expert in and that they would want to hear from. And she didn't want to talk about that because that would reveal too much information about her. But she said she'd been there with Obama, Biden, and Trump.
It's like people that have real money, like all the posers on this app. Yeah, some of them definitely have money, sure. But people with like real money, like when your name is DuPont or Rockefeller, like, guess what they don't talk about? Money. They just do. People that are actually, have security clearance to go to the Situation Room don't talk about it to anyone else. They probably don't even talk about it with their other colleagues who don't have that access, let alone going on fucking Clubhouse and saying you've been in the Situation Room multiple times. But I can't disclose. I signed a couple of NDAs. I signed NDAs as a voiceover guy for not disclosing like what a video game, material script might be before the game is released. But the amount of clearance you need to get to the Situation Room and all the shit you have to go through, they probably have to go through additional background checks. Nobody goes on Clubhouse or social media talking about the Situation Room unless they're, a little mentally unstable.
Well, it would be bad, and I'm glad I wasn't in that room, Roger, but it would be bad enough to make the statement once, but like to double down on it, and then, 3 administrations. So the Democratic administrations twice and a Republican administration once needed you in a situation that was so dire that you got dragged into the Situation Room. No. Just period. Even if she was an expert in something that the government actually would need, you're not going to be the expert brought in by a Democratic and a Republican fucking administration. No.
I haven't seen her lately.
I already don't care for her, but that's some extra nonsense.
And I don't even think that you'd be allowed to bring in coffee as an intern or as a page or whatever, the gophers are at that level. I don't even think you'd be allowed to do that, let alone briefing the fucking president on war games.
So something that came out of that conversation in a back channel was somebody sent me a message that said it must have had to do with China, and then I responded, like, how would you know that? And they told me, I have no idea if this is true, but they said that she is fluent in both Mandarin and Cantonese. Maybe as a translator? I mean, like that's the only thing I can think of if there were any truth to it. But does anybody know if she's fluent in Mandarin and Cantonese?
That I think she is.
Vegan tiger.
Both, but I think she is. I remember back season 1, she was in these rooms that I think was only, Chinese or Mandarin speaking. But again, let's say that is true, and she's just a translator. I mean, that would have been an easier, actually I'm just there as a translator. It would have been more believable, but either it's a chip on the shoulder and she's trying to impress everybody, but I still don't think there's actually someone on this app that I used to go into these comedy improv rooms. She's also a little borderline cuckoo, but the things that she's alluded to for her job working at, she's like, oh yeah, I've been in the Pentagon, I've been here and there. We think she's she's fairly hyper intelligent in math, so she might be mathematician for FBI or something like that, but she keeps it very limited. She's like, oh, I'm not briefing, I'm not hanging out with the press. She doesn't say, hey, anyone who she's ever been with, she just says, I have clearance to such and such buildings and keeps it minimum. She's not talking about briefing.
What it is with her, she has a great recipe for pork fried rice.
But even then, she wouldn't be advising the president on any translations. That would be handed up to senior levels.
Yep.
She would be told to be silent if she was in the room, and then she would just no, she's not being brought in, and they wouldn't bring necessarily a translator. And I doubt she would rise on translation. I'm just going to say that out loud. I don't think she would pass the clearance background. I think she's just a cat lady. That's the exception.
They're definitely not bringing in a fucking civilian translator. That's not happening. That's not it.
That's correct, because we have translators in the military and in the CIA itself. That's all they do, and those individuals have much higher clearances than she would ever hope to obtain.
I mean, I think even those translators that work at the UN, right? You see all the world leaders with the headphones on, listening to the translators for their language. I don't even think they are civil. I don't know for sure, but I don't think they are civilian roles. I think they must be. Sure, you must go through many, many hurdles. You can be translating whatever the fuck you want. What's actually not saying if you're a lunatic or if you have a political agenda that you don't agree with whatever is being said in the meeting. So, oh wow, that's.
Does anyone follow Vigilant Fox on X? He's a news aggregator, and every day he does 10 stories that are missed by mainstream media. And I retweeted and we posted a couple of them today. I thought there were some interesting ones with the vaccines, an interview with that, and then with the American Eagle genes have everybody in a tizzy. Anyone follow?
Sorry, I follow him.
Is he okay to get
There are some people, when I post a news link from X, automatically dismiss it because it's from X, and I don't know why they don't understand that X is where all the breaking news is now. They're relying on mainstream media. I'll even post articles from mainstream media from X, but when they see the X link, they dismiss it, and I'm like, you guys don't understand that that's the news organization that you like?
Yeah, Jama.
I'm drinking a Happy Dad hard iced tea, and I cannot tell you how much I don't recommend it. It tastes like water.
I had what's called a Rev Up It's a little kiosk, coffee / whatever beverage stand. And I had one of those today, and it was a 32-ounce blue raspberry Reva. So it's like a 32-ounce energy drink. And I don't know if I'm just getting immune to this stuff, but I don't feel revved up.
You stayed unrevved. That's too bad.
If you need 32 ounces of it, Roger, that's an inefficient energy drink.
Yeah, I typically like the 300 milligram Black Rifle coffee, iced coffee in a can, or the Celsius. Those are good. But the Black Rifle coffee, that one's really good.
I like the Black Rifle coffee. I just make it in a pot and grab a cup, but I like whatever happened to just plain old fucking coffee.
With you on that, I just enjoyed a nice afternoon cup of coffee. I can't do, to each their own, I cannot do those energy drinks, all that chemical. I mean, coffee's does increase your heart rate, but those energy drinks, I mean, at least there's actually some antioxidants in coffee, but those energy drinks, man, ooh. No.
I kind of like just maintaining. At this point, I like to start my day with 300 milligrams of caffeine, and then consume about another 200 over the course of the afternoon. So about 500 milligrams a day of caffeine.
How many cups of coffee is that? It's assuming it's like 8. What are you doing? 8 ounce or 12 ounce? Are you supersizing me right out of the gate? What are you doing? Well,
so I start with the 300 milligram Black Rifle coffee, so that's how I get that, and then the other 200 milligrams I get through Diet Coke.
So the first one is about 4 cups of coffee that you're taking.
300 milligrams is approximately 4 cups of coffee.
Yeah, 75 milligrams. It depends how it's brewed.
Right, that's true. Dark roast, medium roast, light roast, all that. Wow, 4 cups, that's...
Not the roast, it's espresso or brewed, this drip.
I do the French press, or I do the pot on the stove, where I just boil water, throw the coffee grounds in there, dump half a cup of cold water on top of it, and then the grounds sink to the bottom, and then I scoop out the cup. That's pretty much the easiest way for me to make coffee.
Cowboy,
I don't know how much.
Call that cowboy coffee.
Yeah, yes, sir. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't even mind the grounds. Like, I just chew them up and eat it. It's fine. I mean, I've been camping where I've had to chew the beans themselves, because that's all somebody had, because they were supposed to bring coffee, and just chewed the beans up in my mouth and then just added water and drank it down. It's fine. It gets you going in the morning.
I've just gotten to the point where if I don't get enough caffeine, then I'll get a headache, like a withdrawal headache. And so now, like, I just maintain the 500 milligrams a day. Eventually, I need to get down off of it, but it's not worth going through, like, I probably have to go through a good 3-day withdrawal to, like, get myself.
Mojo, I'm guessing you're one of those guys that, are you one of those guys that can drink coffee, like, 5 minutes before bed and sleep like a baby?
I take my vitamin before bedtime, washing it down with a 16-ounce Diet Coke.
Why don't I just quit the Coca-Cola? Like, that shit will fuck you up. Like, just go to water. Like, what's wrong with water and juices? That shit's good. I mean, but water.
Juice has more sugar than the Diet Coke.
Water has no sugar.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, the reason you probably have the headache is because you're dehydrated.
Let's take caffeine, let's roll.
Well, Mojo, you're not a big drinker. I think you said a few times that you're weaning off drinking, or you don't really drink it that much anymore. And it's funny, I've got a regular poker game there where they happen to be all AA guys. I'm the only non-AA guy there. Not big stakes game or whatever, but all these guys, there's like usually a bowl of candy because they need that sugar, and Red Bull.
It's amazing. They're probably like crazy, like, gamblers too. I would imagine that they do they bluff more often than the average person?
Some of them, yes, and some of them go off the rails. Some literally just doing it for social fun, like myself. But yeah, there's one guy, sadly, who not only is he a crazy gambler. I mean, he was in the hole several thousand, not at our games because we're talking $20-$40, but he was going to the casinos, and he was that cliche guy that just, all I need is one more hand, and I'll be good. I'll catch up.
A chip in a chair.
Yeah, it's like Oni Mahoney. You ever see that? A chip in a chair. Yeah. These days, it's more like a Venmo in a chair. And so he's not only did he go off the rails, with gambling, but apparently he's using again and is borderline homeless.
Oh boy.
That's tough. So I've been doing the Play-Doh app. Is there any there's a couple of houses on Clubhouse that have groups on Play-Doh. Is there any interest in the Muff having a Play-Doh group?
You want to put Play-Doh in the Muff?
Yeah, I think if you use it carefully.
In blockages, I'm just asking for a friend.
Well, I would recommend in the Muff Play-Doh, but whatever works for you guys.
Is there really an app called Play-Doh?
Plato. Yeah, it's a gaming app.
As in the philosopher.
Yes.
Wow. Did you say, is it like this? Is it like Telegram or whatever, all these other fucking knockoff?
Yeah, well, you have friends, and then you can play with your friends, or you can play with strangers. And working on my Texas Hold'em. I'm not very good yet, but
it's strictly a gaming app. Gotcha. I thought it was a social.
So he took one of the greatest minds in history and made a gaming app. That's his name.
Yeah, that's awful. Like there's something. Plato's turning over in his grave for sure.
Monica, would you ever play strip poker?
Don't punish us.
I'll take that as a yes.
In a Clubhouse movie, who would play Brad and Moose?
I think we decided that a young Robert Duvall, essentially the same character that he played in Apocalypse Now, he plays.
I would have gone with Liam Neeson. Nielsen? But okay.
No, he's a British guy. Brad's not a British guy.
You see, I think we pick our characters differently. Like, you're going for resemblance, or what you imagine is resemblance. I'm going with, I don't know, character, vibe. It's interesting.
Monica, I would, it'd be a hard choice, but I'm thinking like somebody like Kate Beckinsale to play.
We had that discussion yesterday.
Do you agree? Do you agree?
Well, sure. Why not?
You think she could capture the essence of Monica?
Well, I'm thinking compared to Kathy Bates, yes.
We never decided who was going to play Kelly.
Are you kidding me? Kelly would have half the fucking women in the cast fucking shot before the opening scene ever began.
John Voight's daughter, whose name is escaping me, who played Tomb Raider.
Angelina
Jolie.
Kelly left. She did not want to be cast in her movie.
You ever hear her when we did that survival game where she was like, here's my survival plan for the apocalypse. I will kill everybody else on here, and I am coaching all A, B, C, D, and E, and F. Like that was her game plan to survive the apocalypse and just kill off everybody outside. Most notably starting with the majority of women.
What about Kristen? Kristen was on it was in that conversation. and everybody gave her a bunch of shit. Oh, there she is, Kristen. We're talking about you. Actually, I don't want to bring up the story now. You'll get mad that I'm bringing it up again. Anyways, the topic.
Really? No, please continue. I want to hear everything.
The topic came up about the whole Oregon Trail thing, and yeah.
Yes, I want to hear all about the legacy that I'm leaving with Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think we were a little.
Please continue.
I think we were a little unfair about your decision that you should be on a wagon because you know how to knit. I think that was the argument.
It wasn't, but continue.
Go ahead, correct me where I'm wrong.
No, I've already had this discussion many a time. I like your stories better.
Was it crochet needles?
Comedy improv rooms at Kristen. She's fun.
Oh, thanks, Bruce.
I do believe her attack weapon was the crochet needles. Like she was like, I can attack somebody with crochet needles, and I think I rebuffed that.
Can we welcome? Hold on. Can we welcome John Kitover, who's running for Congress? John, thanks for joining.
Good evening. Kelly had me blocked, FYI, but happy to be here.
John, I have a question for you. During your breakup with Monica, like, what was did it end amicably, or was there a lot of vitriol there?
I'd like to be funny right now, but because I've been waiting so patiently to come into this room where I was paged, I will defer back to anybody else who, wants to make a joke at Monica's expense.
Not I. I am Monica's defender.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have a problem with Monica. I think, she's a unique person in unique spaces, and I think she's funny. I think she does have a sense of humor, and she likes to have fun. So, I've always applauded her and Anne as well, and they organized the Clubby Awards, and I got Troll of the Year. And that's because of Monica. So I'll be forever grateful to Monica for actually, making this a fun experience.
Did you actually get the statue? Did you get an acceptance speech and a payment and a gift bag?
It was good enough. It was good enough. It was the dopamine, and then the ability for me to go around and be introduced as Troll of the Year was credibility enough for me. Thank you, Monica.
Well, Anne created that, so you need to give her credit, please.
What was the competition? How stiff was the competition for Troll of the Year?
Well, I mean, you had KB, you had Alex New York, I'm sure. You probably... I would imagine it's stiffer than you think.
That's not what she said.
It was a lot of work. It was during COVID. It was during, peak COVID, when the worst of the worst on this app were holding daily shame rooms and encouraging everyone to take the Pfizer, Moderna, or J&J. And it was a dark time. Nobody was leaving their house. But at the same time, this app became a game, and you would get kicked from rooms. You'd have accounts deleted. I mean, it was a lot of work. And, I got recognized for being funny, for using voices, for trolling people, for embarrassing people and shaming people who are worthy of derision and shame. And they are, we can call them out by name, and they're not here right now because they're charlatans. They're snake oil salesmen. They're low IQ. They had no credibility. They hide behind anonymity. And it was toxic communication.
Edmund, I will say...
Didn't Brad get an award for most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse or something like that?
Yes, he did.
Probably.
Drop him in the volcano.
Yep. Edmund, I did stick up for you earlier. There is a young woman who was, I guess, an advisor to 3 administrations, particularly for the presidents. She hangs out in the Situation Rooms, and she stated that you need to be exiled
I know, I heard.
Online platforms, and I stuck up for you.
I know, I heard. I'm in the audience right now as Anonymous live streaming this, and she claimed that I should either be put in a psychiatric facility or put in prison. And to me, I think all communication is projection. So, that situation room advisor, whoever she is, and I know she loves abortion, and I know she loves her liberal whack job concepts, but God bless her, health, wealth, love to her, and everyone else on this app of incredible people.
Going down memory lane here with the Troll Awards. So that, if I'm not mistaken, was when anyone on stage, you didn't have to be a moderator. If you had somebody blocked, they were not getting in the room. True or false?
I think that's true. I remember many stage being sent to the goo to get people in.
I believe the term was, I'm not here to talk, I'm just shadow banning. I have to say, one of my favorites on the right is Edward, who just joined. We agree to disagree on several topics, but I don't think I've ever heard Edward get mad or even insult anyone with any vitriol. He always remains a gentleman through the argument.
No, he has friends like me that'll do it for him, so he never even has to ask a word.
Exactly. It's like Wayne Gretzky having teammates that crush other people. He didn't need to get in any fights.
Brad got that right. He does. He does talk.
Edward, what do you? I know you're a Christian man. What does the Holy Spirit, tell you about peace, wisdom, and strength? And why do you think people on this app struggle so much emotionally, intellectually, but yet they keep coming back and really crashing out and getting angry and spewing toxicity and stupidity?
I can't speak to everyone, but I think foundation's important. And when you love yourself, you don't project on other people. So I think that's a big issue in our society, actually worldwide. I've been to 54 countries, and I think a lot of people don't love who they are. They may not even love their family. They don't love their country. I can only bring to any relationship who Edward is. And that's how I try to always stand. I respect every human being. They're uniquely different than I am. And I believe in clarity over agreement. I'm clear to everybody. I don't believe what I believe, but I don't have to agree with them. And I just try to keep that in the lane. That's what I try to do on a regular basis.
Edward, welcome to In the Muff. I hope you would join us in the Muff frequently.
I already joined it, Mojo.
How are you enjoying the Muff?
So far, it's been a very interesting combo. You guys talk about Jordan, the title Jordan Peterson, but there's some great things he's written and some things that's just his clinical background. But I take the meat and throw away the bones. That's how I see it. I don't hate anyone.
Yeah, I would highly recommend the book Maps of Meaning, but his 10 rules, the more you read it, the more it's like Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, like I said, some of the stuff that he writes comes from his clinical, or even from the people he's counseled. I mean, there's just a lot of different things. But he does give, especially young men who don't have direction, I think he gave them some good advice. And if they apply just a little bit, I think we have a better society.
I've never read anything by Jordan Peterson. Mojo, that's interesting. So does he rhyme? Does everything he says ends in a rhyme to make it easier to learn?
It's just written for young children. It's like, it's not, like, I think the appeal to it is he takes ideas and he tries to make them accessible. This is going to sound inflammatory. I'm glad Monica's not here to correct me. But he basically takes ideas and tries to make them accessible to dumb people. And so, and that was how he got popular. Before that, he was a professor, and he wrote really dense, important, good shit. And then through a Reddit thread, I think it was Quora was where it was at. He was responding to a question about what are the rules to a happier, successful life or whatever. And then he gave like 40 answers, and people loved it. And so then he was like, oh, okay, well, people like what I have to say here. And so he distilled it down to, to 10 rules. And that's how that got written, was through, a positive response to something that he wrote on Quora. The upvotes were pretty phenomenal. Top 1% a post that was ever on there, and so that got him a book deal, and that was the inspiration, all that kind of shit. But if you read it, it's not that I disagree with that stuff. It's just he's like the dumb person's smart guy.
How much money do you think David Lucas in the chat? Which, by the way, I was like, wow, I was modding a room recently, and how was he in here? I've got him blocked, but he's got more burners than a CIA agent, and I realized he spelled his last name differently, with an U instead of an A. I mean, he's got to be grifting, right? Like, isn't it just law of averages with these grifts? We laugh at it, we delete it, but somebody is pinging him for giving him their money.
This is correct. Those Nigerian Prince emails, they wouldn't go out if nobody's ever responded to them. So.
I think it's known as, work from home during the pandemic, or this is the grift from home.
So, Roger, Mojo, answer the month. What's the terminology, since I'm unfamiliar with it?
God, Edward, I like you too much to answer this question. Can I just not answer it?
Don't answer it. Thank you very much. If it's that difficult, appreciate it.
Edward, I'll just say this. You have putted in the month before in your lifetime, so you're fine.
No, I just find it interesting that what is the reason why people love to hate him?
Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson.
I think he's redundant. I think he doesn't lead by example. I hate feckless leaders who sit there and proclaim that this is the way society should be. And then when you actually watch them in their own personal lives, they cannot mimic any of the rhetoric that they're talking about, nor do they actually apply the whatever his 40 rules are to his own personal life. You can look no further than his own daughter and the complications that exist there that he allows to come into the public fray. I think the fact that he enjoys the notoriety and in the group of followers that he does appeal to, the Monicas and the Frog fanciers, I think are enough to warrant a cautious glance into how he's really trying to generate any kind of traction.
Was Kevin's, what was that guy's? I think he died last year, a couple of years. Kevin Samuels, wasn't he kind of in the Jordan Peterson arena?
Yes, and didn't Kevin Samuels die with a hooker in his bed or something like that?
Smile on his face.
Not a bad way to go if you gotta go.
Unless the hooker killed him.
One of the reasons why there is a lot of anger on this app is because of a lack of education and comprehension. And somebody like Victoria or the politically correct room, the rhetoric and the propaganda and the hate speech that you hear from these people is a direct correlation to a lack of education and comprehension.
American, I would say, is actually, are we talking about university education or home life education?
No, wisdom. There's an expression. To understand all is to forgive all. Most of these people on this app who are liberal retards who project their propaganda do not have a solid comprehension of education. There's no solid education in these people's brains. If you believe that giving $1 billion a month to abortion providers to kill American children is a good usage of taxpayer dollars, and you come on here and you talk about a women's health and abortion nonstop, that could be just a projection of personal trauma. I'm not saying Victoria has had an abortion. I don't know anything about the Situation Room girl. The point is, I have spent enough time recording retards on this app to know that all of the speakers on this app have never read a book on this app ever. They don't read. They have horrible comprehension, horrible education, and all they have is their political propaganda. It's pathetic.
So was that the foundation of where they come from, or is that their family life, or is that because they went through the public school system?
It's the now, meaning that it's a compression of their entire lives coming on this app now and spewing their vitriol, their hate speech, and their lack of education, and really their culture in many ways. So it's comprehensive. It is nurture and nature.
So when I adopt a liberal, I always ask the question, how did you come to that conclusion? And most of the time, they don't have a reason on why they came to a certain conclusion. I think people miss out on personal responsibility. It's just my observation in life. Brad and I had this conversation a long time ago that people don't want to take care of themselves. People think someone owes them something. And like I tell many people, no one owes anybody anything, but you should owe yourself to be responsible for yourself. Growing up at 61, I'm 61, guys, I'll be 62 in December. And they always talk about collective, you know, the group, or they told me I lost my black card or whatever, all this stuff they say, the labeling. I always say, first of all, I was never issued a black card. And number two, just because I happen to be a responsible person, I think that that's where most people are having the biggest challenge. They don't want to take responsibility for their own behavior.
Edward, my black card works all the time. I can go shopping with it anytime I want to. My black card works just fine. I'm sure yours does too.
Mine does. Brad, my black card does work. I'm talking about ethnicity though, but it's good, Brad.
So Edward, I agree with your comment about folks needing to take the accountability of that for whatever reason they don't. But I think you're referring to liberals. Would you say that is exclusively on liberals or the left side, and most of the right and the conservatives are just taking accountability all day long?
I think it disproportionately is a problem of the left. I'm not here to absolve the entire right-hand side of the spectrum, but I think in the current state, it's more of a left problem.
I agree with that statement. I think that, and for me, that's another thing. I was born in America, not by choice, but I do believe in our founding documents as we hold these truths to be self-evident. So this is when I talk to liberals. I live in California, guys, so I talk to a lot of them. And I always say, why should I go to work every day, own a company, and you benefit from it because you didn't even earn anything? They don't comprehend that we live in a society where you are personally responsible for yourself. Our founding fathers never wanted us to have big government. And right now, bureaucracy have given people some sense of entitlement, which I can't comprehend it. I just don't understand it. But it is what it is. And like people even ask me, did you vote for Donald Trump? I said, no, I voted for Edward. I don't know Donald Trump, never met him. Don't know anybody in this cabinet, never met him. I'm an American. I get to cast a vote. What happens in my house is much more important than what happens in the White House. That's how I live my life, guys. No one's coming to my rescue. I don't care if they're Republican, Democrat, what they call liberals, or even Roger and I. What's that? What's the group again? I forgot it again. Libertarian. The Libertarian. Everybody wants a label. My only label is I love God and I'm an American. That's my label.
And I hear you there. And, to the point of, yes, I'm in California too. I talk to lots of liberals, obviously, and I also, like the Godfather said, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And I'm not saying I say that in gist. I'm not saying conservatives or anyone on the right is necessarily enemy. It's a strong term. But, you got to get outside of our political bubbles and see what is their perspective versus this perspective and such. But what stands out, though, Edward, respectfully, is you're saying it's mostly the liberals that are not taking accountability, that are not taking care of themselves and sucking on Uncle Sam's nipple for welfare. However, ironically, 7 of the top 10 states in this country that rely most heavily on Uncle Sam's handouts are red states.
And I don't disagree with you. I think that's only because of the demographics of those states in the structure. I personally believe that all life starts in your home, meaning that how you're going to go out and recognize the world. Unfortunately, in the last 50 years, a lot of people have been born to single parents. You don't have that heavy relationship between where men and women respect each other enough to train their children properly. And if you're in California, obviously you see the smash and grabbing going on. You see people seeing a person getting beat, 2 people getting beat, and 100 people using their cameras. We have a society today that we like to see things happen versus get involved in just change. It's just really sad. I would never think at 61 that the human being could be so cruel to themselves.
Yeah, the level of insensitivity has grown clearly, and I don't know if when I began to first notice it, but certainly at least 15, 20 years ago. And the level of anxiety has grown, and I think it got exacerbated by the pandemic, and then the fear for a lack of control in their lives. To the inability to let go and let fate sort of arrive at your doorstep is no longer part of the American culture. So there's a bunch of, outside of the code of the Bible or the guidance that religion typically brings into life, there's something about our culture that amplified these things that sort of eat away and culminate with anger and reactivity and impulsiveness that our parents didn't have to experience.
Jeff, I tend to think that the foundation has not been laid for the previous generation, or they don't believe in foundation. They think they can go out and build their lives on sand or on rhetoric or like pronouns or saying that drag people can teach or that men can get pregnant. I mean, there's no foundational stuff. No one's looking at the things that's happened for 3,000 years, and all of a sudden we get some people who've gone to university, and my wife always said people got degrees but no temperature. And the reason why is because we have decided now that education has become the god of America, and only 37.7% of the American population has a bachelor's degree or above, but yet do not know how to live with another human being, including themselves.
And I like something else you shared, that you said your wife, or an acronym that she came up with the other day was PMS, right? We, of course, all know initially what that means biologically for women, but I like your wife's breakdown. That is, I think it was power, money, sex.
That you got it right, Bruce. That's my wife's thing. We were watching.
Right on.
She said that's what all these politicians want. Both sides of the aisle. They like power, they like money, and they like sex. They're not thinking about any of us.
Exactly. They couldn't possibly care their interest or their interest. But I would even further that and say, like, what happened to the work ethic in this country? Where today you have influencers making, several thousand, forget several thousand, 100,000 a month or so. Just talking on camera, doing pranks at a drive-through. And so, okay, you can understand that, the demographic is generally, what is it these days? Gen X, Gen Z? Sorry, not Gen X. The really young one, I think, is Gen Z. So I get it. When in Rome, this is all they know. They weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouth. They were born with a silver phone in their mouth. But where I take issue is there's a whole documentary about it. I think it was Ad Teen Influence, something like that, where it was one's mother. This mother started not actually pimping out in the traditional sense, but certainly monetarily for likes and such on video, where this mother started videoing her kids because they're so cute and putting it online. I mean, I think she started when these kids were as young as 7 or 8, something like that. And then she's like, oh my gosh, we got like 500 hits following week. Oh my gosh, we have 5,000 hits. So she saw dollar signs in her eye and a cash cow. She went on further. I mean, there's some kids that have come forward in this documentary that this woman was totally pushing the envelope as these kids were getting a little older. I mean, maybe 12. She would literally stage it and encourage her own child to like kiss a boy on the mouth. And then sure enough, like 10,000 more hits, 100,000 more likes. And of course, the money starts rolling in. It even got to the point where some of them came in, some actually said on camera that this woman would actually get in bed with some of these kids and rub herself on top of them and just tell these kids it's okay, we're just having fun. So it's kind of like, okay, you can't really blame the kid, they don't know better, but when we're in a society where parents are putting their kids on the world stage in these circumstances for money, and she was making money, lots of it. I think it's something wrong here, something really wrong.
So, Moose, I wanted to push back on something you said earlier, where you said blue states are bailing out red states fiscally. And I'm going to give you a counter, because I know where this narrative comes from, and I know like the number of people that really truly believe it. But first and foremost, I would say the nation as a whole is in a federal deficit. So there is no state that is bailing out any of the other states. We're completely operating in a massive deficit. So that right there really does put the nail in the coffin for this argument that blue states are bailing out red states. Because if it were true, no state is actually contributing enough to call it. Most of these blue states are actually running into financial issues, deficits, lack of controls in spending. And generally, when you look at the federal distribution of funds, these can go for a variety of projects. If you're talking about Medicare following the FMAP principles, yeah, you will see those more in rural states. But then again, that's rural. The concentration of wealth that exists in particular cities, such as New York, Chicago, LA, Dallas, there's a couple others. Those generally will have mixed reviews because they will have enormous wealth, but they'll have massive taxation programs to actually garner that wealth, while the rest of the state is actually dependent on it. And these blue states often receive, based on projects, they get federal priority because of the wealth generation, such as highways and things along those lines, infrastructure builds. They'll actually receive more foundational money or federal money in terms of it, rather than, say, a Wyoming or a Rhode Island. Well, Rhode Island won't, because right now they're going to try to reinvest in shipbuilding. So they'll receive some more influx of capital from the federal government, or at least will add to the deficit to build ships. So I really hate this point of where people try to say the blue states bail out the red, when quite frankly, when you look down on it, maybe you're going to make a case for Medicaid and SNAP, but even that is not necessarily true, because the federal government upholds projects in mostly blue states, California, New York again, that primarily get a lot of projects in there. And then part of the federal dollars go for a lot of other projects that can't exist in those, such as mining, military bases, training, some areas that just they need gas, fracking. So like a lot of these other areas that are more rural, they actually contribute a lot, because those blue states, unfortunately, would not necessarily be able to operate at all, because they just don't allow those practices to actually go on.
Yeah, no, wait, I think maybe I misspoke, but one of the stat that I put out was specifically, I think you're talking about, because I just did a quick search too, and I had to use specific language. In the initial search I said, yeah, it's a mix of blue and red states that get federal aid. What I meant was specifically individual citizens getting SNAP, getting Medicaid, literally just like surviving, get their income relying on the individual's household income, relying on government, not necessarily fracking in states getting help from blue or federal government. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that goes further to like the infrastructure projects at hand. So like if you look at some of the more, and I would go to where I would look at wealth concentration, particularly in cities versus the rural landscape, because then it paints a different picture. Blue states get it because, like the sad part is, majority and Texas and parts of Florida, the majority of the wealth creation or the wealth concentration exists in these 4 primary states. So when you look at it and you start looking at it on a city, then you start saying, all right, wait a minute, maybe this distribution isn't necessarily fair. So for instance, I would point to hospital and medical infrastructure and the decrease in actual employment in these rural areas, which causes a need for federal assistance because there is no significant development into manufacturing or making another wealth concentration center in these states. So, I mean, it's a bit of a precarious stance. I get why the left often use it, but I don't think it's actually portrayed accurately as how we divvy up federal funds in this country.
It isn't part of the problem, though, that we allow the left to control the narrative about what the role of government ought to be. And so then they frame what the role should be, and then everybody argues about how the government should prioritize those things, and then they fight over spending. If there was a real opposition to the left, like a genuine opposition to the left, it would start with the reframing of what are the rights that the citizens have, and then what is the role of the government that would protect those rights. I think that there's just, to me, when I listen to both parties speak, I hear about people that have expanded they go from negative rights to positive rights. Then they have this misunderstanding of why government was created in the first place, and then they just expand it to do everything in everyone's lives. And until you roll that conversation all the way back and have a conversation about what the role of government is, I think that conservatives are going to get destroyed at every turn, because you're allowing the framing to be done on the left, and then you're playing their game. And even if you got your way, you won the battle of who's the least leftist.
Hanson, good to see you. I usually just see you in Gary's room. But Mojo, to that point, we have, how is it exactly that we're allowing the left to control the narrative?
It's very simple. It's they will say things like, healthcare is a right, and then the right will then argue about what is the right thing to do at the federal level when it comes to healthcare. I think we should take a pause and just ask the question, the honest question of, why should the federal government do anything in regards to healthcare?
Outside of regulation, I tend to agree with you until we can come up with a formula that, or at least something to provide for, say, the disabled. And I don't mean disabled because you eat 400 pounds of fudge around. I'm talking about you're blind, you lost both hands and no legs, you have a medical condition or even a mental condition that we can determine as that you are disabled. I also think that a certain age of the elderly, depending on your medical condition, could qualify for that. I don't look at the idea that as soon as you're 65, you are forced on Medicare or an MAO, and you're kind of determined that that's the age in which you no longer can be a product. You don't produce to society. You now become a burden. I think if we actually changed our culture to accept senior citizens or elderly people, who definitely can play a pivotal role in many areas of our economy. Roger, you're asking for a cultural wake-up. I don't you're right, but as far as the medical, I would agree with you. We need to streamline it down, and this would decrease costs.
You're not agreeing with me. You're not agreeing with me. Brad, you're not agreeing with me. You're actually doing exactly what I said that the right does, which is when I say that we should have this conversation about what the role of government should be and perhaps consider that the federal government should stay out of it, you're still talking about streamline and in regards to Medicare. Like, I'm literally talking about why do we have Medicare? Why do we have Social Security? I legitimately don't believe that either of those things should exist for the at the federal government level. I think that if you want to have if you want to have some sort of insurance policy that gives access to more people, okay, figure that out. Why is the government involved? Why are the taxpayers on the hook for this shit? Like, why is it not voluntary? If it's such a good idea, we should fix it, right? If it's such a good idea, there would be people that would put their time, their money, and their effort together to fix this thing. I don't think that people really. I don't think they really care. I think all they want is an easy button. And the easy button for everyone is to just say, we'll put it in the hands of the government, and then we'll have gridlock and arguments, and then the result will be some Frankenstein monster program that we can never get rid of, that's super expensive, super wasteful, and doesn't solve the problem that it's intended to solve. I'm simply saying, instead of playing that game and designing a Frankenstein monster that doesn't solve anything, why don't we just ask the question again, what's the role of government? And again, I know that nobody's ready for that conversation on either side, which is why when I hear leftists argue with people that reject leftist ideas, I say, well, you're not rejecting them staunchly enough. You're not saying that the very idea of having Social Security is a fucking problem. Like, you'll have Republicans that are afraid to talk about it that'll just capitulate and say, we'll share some ideas on how to fix it, because they're afraid of what the revolt might be. I would say, grab some principled ideas and draft a conversation around, here's what getting rid of Social Security would look like long term. I think that if the Republicans don't have the balls to do that, in my opinion, all they are is leftists that are in the slow lane. The Democrats are the leftists that are in the fast lane.
It's true. It's true. They're running the government as if it's a race to the bottom to see who can, implode it faster, and that's the way they spend. 10 billion a day. If we take in 150 billion in tariffs since January of this year, that funds only 15 days of federal government. We're borrowing 2 to 3 trillion a day and spending, or 2 to 3 billion a day and spending 6 to 7 billion a day. It's totally unsustainable. And it's a giant fucking contraption. It's a game. I mean, the way that Trump interacts with Chairman Powell spoke today. I don't know if he lowered rates, but there is a relationship which is rather unnatural between Congress and the Federal Reserve, who is more than willing to do whatever Congress tells them to do. But we have spineless Congress people. We have propagandists like AOC, who backs Mamdani, Sanders, who backs AOC. These people are big spenders. They've never run a pizza shop in their fucking life. They are hypocrites, they are frauds, and they're very dangerous to our overall way of living, our culture, and our future as American people. They are domestic terrorists, in my opinion. They are dangerous to our way of life because they're delusional, sick borrowers and spenders. You don't live your life like that, but Congress wants you to live. They want to live that life for you. It's sick. They are addicted to borrowing and spending, and it never seems to end. So people have to speak up and say, stop borrowing, stop spending. This is not sustainable, and you're wasting it. You're wasting our precious reserves.
So I think what Roger said earlier, I don't think we have courage anymore, guys, in our elected officials. I don't think there's courage at all. I'm going to go back to PMS: power, money, sex. These people have gotten into the blender of using other people's money. They want to spend other people's money versus allowing the 50 independent states, like what Brad said earlier. No states take care of the states. We have 50 independent states. We have 50 independent governments. Unfortunately, they're not even balancing their budget well. And because we've gotten away from everything should be local, close to where the people live, everything should be ran by the cities and by the states themselves, not by the federal government. And right now, like Roger said, I'm going to say it again, this social living, this social security, the social experiment isn't working. Just isn't working.
So, Roger, if I took your stance, right, and I'm running, and I believe the only person that could right now in today's environment, if he chose to, I mean, maybe Trump could end Social Security, but I mean, if I ran on it, how bad do you think I lose in an election? With all seriousness, how bad do you think I lose?
I can answer that question if I can. Well, yeah, but let me answer it my way first, and then I'd love to get your thoughts. You need to plant the seeds that this is a conversation that Americans have to have, and if you're afraid to plant the seeds, then you'll never let the idea grow. And I get it that there's people that will use fear tactics and try to weaponize this conversation against you. I totally get that. The point that needs to be made, though, is that we're doing it their way, and it's about to go broke. 2035, the trust fund is broken, completely emptied, and you'll only be able to fund 71% of the liabilities. We need to be able to speak honestly about that and educate people. The average American that is in support of having Social Security is because they think they're going to get it. If you tell them that we can only fund 71% of the liabilities, oh, and by the way, the Supreme Court has already ruled that this is not a promissory note. There is no guarantee of Social Security. Go look at what the Supreme Court has to say about this. I think what we have to do is we need to have that conversation that you're not guaranteed it, and the politicians have already spent that money. The trust fund will be broke in 2035, and the only ways that they're going to have to fix it is to raise Social Security tax, which is right now at $625. They can raise the limit on the income of what they tax. So essentially, both of those are raising taxes. Both of those are going to be unpopular. You can raise the age at which you collect. They continue to do that, but right now the standard age is 70. You can take it early at 67. You can wait longer and get even more money, but most people don't have that luxury. And then the other thing is you could reduce the benefit that people collect. That's not something that's exciting. But people need to understand, especially the people that beyond 2035. For somebody that's on Social Security now, and let's say they've got 5 years left to live, that's a problem that they kick down the road. And I think that's the thing we need to be honest with, is that the politicians continue to kick this thing down the road, and eventually the people that are going to get saddled with it are the people that have been lied to and led to believe that this is a promise and that there's a guarantee, or that somehow they have recourse if they didn't get paid for it. The truth is, Social Security has always been a Ponzi scheme, and until somebody says that out loud and explains it, whiteboards it, and lets people understand that this is not a political position, this is just transparency, until we get that kind of real talk, we're all fucked. And we know that the lefties like this, they'd like to expand it. They don't have the money to pay for it, but they'd love to expand it. And you have not a Republican in sight that's got the balls to talk about it, save for maybe Thomas Massey. But he's only going to do that when he's talking to his constituents that like his brand. There's a lot of gutless people that run in Congress,
And you got to start the conversation. Because I'll tell you what, eventually the conversation's going to come up, and it's too fucking late after the trust fund is emptied.
Can I get a word in edgewise now?
You can get it in edgewise. I hope you don't mind me having that right of response to Brad that was asking me the question. But go ahead, Anson, jump in.
You have every right to, I mean, it's your room. You're the moderator. You have every right. Whether it's effective or not, we can talk about it, but you have every right to do that, and I don't want to intrude. But the answer to the question, actually, the answer to the question in the room, can we save the leftists? No. And Brad, for you to run for office, knowing you as I at least partially know you and your views from interacting on Clubhouse over the last several years, unless you pick your local area very carefully, you don't stand a Chinaman's chance in hell of being elected to office. Neither do I. At one point, about 20 years ago, somebody asked me to run for the city council in my local town that I still live in. And I said, not only no, but hell no, because I wouldn't sit still for all the bullshit that I would hear being presented before the council. But the reason we cannot, I just dropped in, and I was kind of looking around before the critical thinking room forum this today. By the way, I'm getting more and more disgusted with that room, but that's a whole different topic. But I just dropped into a room where there were only 4 people, and my good friend Steve, and those of you that Steve Wee, may know him from Critical Thinking Forum. I really like his views. You know, he and I are sort of similar. But in the room, this small room, 2 women and Steve and myself, and the question was, what must you do in order to preserve freedom? And what I said was an old Rickover quote, is that I said, in order for freedom to prevail, every individual within a nation of freedom must be able to accept responsibility, first for themselves, second for their family, and third for their country. And if you don't accept that personal responsibility and you become a victim, then you have not exercised the essential element to preserve freedom. Because if you're a victim and you call on government to solve the problems for you, then as every empire that's ever risen and declined, at some point, every one of those governments goes bankrupt, deeply into debt, and lose their ephemeral power because they can't pay for all the demands of all the citizens to make them happy. So without personal responsibility, you're never going to defeat the leftists. You know, they're the ones that look to government to supplant personal responsibility. And that's the downfall of empires.
Well, what business does Mamdani have in opening up low-income housing? I mean, this is just wealth redistribution through taxation. In Chicago, they spent $50 million on a low-income housing project with perpetual tenants and perpetual tax payments to the developers or the lessors. So we're living in an unnatural economy. 40% of our overall economy is through borrowing and spending. We are on a totally unsustainable path, and the fact that how we have gotten here, if we accept the personal responsibility of it, we have no choice but to speak out about the radical borrowing and spending and how it doesn't seem like it's ever going to stop. It's just linear.
Well, you have that going on right now, where you have Newsom permitting low-income housing, but hasn't passed any permits for any of the people in the wildfires. So those people are sitting there waiting. It did come out. Someone tried to challenge me yesterday and had to acquiesce to their fact-check snoops. But then it was released today that, yes, Gavin Newsom is partaking through an NGO, through a charity event, or whatever it is that his wife has set up. What is it? Fire charity, some stupid shit. That he is taking that money and not even distributing down to the people in need. There's a prominent individual who's like going into the sources and doing all the fact checking, and he's stating nobody's received a penny that he is aware of that he can find. So if that redistribution that you're speaking of, Edmund, is it's going on right now, and it really exemplified based on this one that I can't figure out why the left won't fucking at least acknowledge it and then do something to at least stop their own side. Instead, they just want to go Newsom for president.
Acknowledge what exactly? Sorry, I hopped in late.
Oh, that Newsom is blocking permits of people to rebuild their homes, and that he was basically taking from charity money, or his wife was. I'm sorry, it wasn't him directly, but his wife has been in terms of the California wildfires.
I mean, state governors do some pretty stupid shit. I mean, Floridians all started chanting DeSantis for president, even though we got hit with a fucking hurricane and we had no money because he spent all of it sending quote-unquote legal immigrants over to sanctuary cities to prove a political point when we were literally in the midst of an impending hurricane, right? And we got fucking shit on by it, especially the coast. They got absolutely fucking mobbed by that shit. But I would say, I mean, state governors 24/7, as stupid as the people may be in the state sometimes to keep putting them in, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's on both sides of the aisle that we've always seen that, even if they do some stupid shit, being there once kind of almost guarantees you a second going unless you really, really fuck up.
Brad, I wanted to also include for the Pacific Palisades, that area, the residents have complained that they are not able to get the permits to start building. Just a couple, I think there was maybe less than 10 permits. So what has happened since that time? The California State Senate has passed that they can purchase that land for low-income housing. So it makes you wonder, is that the reason why you're stalling? Because then you're gonna force these people into stall them out as long as possible, make them so uncomfortable that you are forced their hand to sell their land. It's problematic. And one last thing, Brad, when you're talking about Newsom's wife charity, it's called Cal Volunteers. And the problem with this, and I found out, unfortunately, the terrible way, I had to file a cease and desist to a charity that was utilizing my late husband's name, picture, likeness to raise funds, then not distribute or be accountable for said funds to be in fact sharing their profit and loss. So when I did that, I found out that every state within the state AG office has a department that is exclusively that's supposed to work through all the investigations for charities. But it takes someone to sit there and say, this is what I have, this is what you need to do, this is my concern, this is the communication that goes through it. But if it's a charity that has political ties, then do we as a public have confidence that it's going to actually be investigated in the full capacity? And a lot of people don't know that charities, it takes a long time to get that status. It takes over a year, many times over. So that's the reason why people are allowed to take that money in, process it, and they're like, oh, okay, we got to close it down. But where did that money go?
It goes into administrative expenses, salaries, very little development. It's an epidemic of nonprofit charlatans and fraud. After COVID-19, Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan opened up a $100 million anti-inflammation research facility here in Chicago. And guess who helped spread all the lies of COVID-19 vaccines? Mark Zuckerberg. So maybe that's their payback to society, is to open up nonprofits to figure out how we can save ourselves from the injections and the inflammation and the clot shot. That's how billionaires seem to use tax loopholes to defer income tax and put it into nonprofits that they control and can enjoy and utilize. But we put away Al Capone because of tax evasion. Are the liberals calling for any billionaires to be imprisoned for tax evasion on this app? Have you ever heard one liberal on this app say we should put Zuckerberg or Bill Gates in jail for tax evasion? Nope. You've never heard it. And if you claim that they're involved in a COVID-19 vaccine conspiracy theory, they call you crazy.
Well, that does sound kind of crazy.
Really? You think it's crazy to inject the entire population with one patented formula? No dynamic medicine. Everybody gets the same shot, otherwise the pandemic doesn't end? That sounds crazy to you?
No, it doesn't sound that crazy.
What's crazy is leftist liberals who want to tax you to death through your property tax, through your income tax. Danelle, I mean, what do you think we should do? How should we solve the financial crisis that's brewing in America today?
I think we're just screwed regardless. I think we've reached a point of countries where the institutions become locked up. I think people don't really believe it anymore. I think we're just screwed. I don't think there is a magic wand to fix it. Sorry.
Well, apparently you don't believe in education because, if you're getting fucked over and you just keep voting for the same cocksuckering asshole who keeps fucking you over year after year, maybe it's an awareness problem. And through education, you can enhance your awareness.
Yeah, but that's going to take it. There's this great book on scientific revolution about how science evolves over time and new ideas. They've extrapolated this idea to kind of everything: politics, sociology. It's by kids, and you just have to wait for a lot of people to die for that to happen. You have to have new ideas get popular, and it's just it would take a while. Like, you're not just gonna what is this gonna be, like the Wizard of Oz? We get a fucking piece of paper and it, changes your mind about everything. Like, it's unfixable, man. You're cooked. Get over it.
Hello, KK. Just want to say hello. Hey, Dan. I want to. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce this. Danny or Dan.
Danelle.
So how do you think we can save the left? Do you think we can save the right? Do you think we can save America?
He just said it's cooked. It's over. It's fucked. Apparently, this guy doesn't know how to fix anything. He doesn't clean anything. His house probably looks like shit. Apparently, he just lets things just fall apart and not actually replace or repair anything. That's Danelle's perspective on America. It's un-American. It's pathetic. It's weak. And it's not based on wisdom. Danelle, I'm sorry, but you've lost, you've gotten an F- if this was a report card.
So Danelle, would you like to answer the question?
I mean, nothing is impossible, but I'm just saying, like, in this culture, the culture that we live in right now, where, politics has become sort of this virtue signal culture war, how are you going to get the majority to implement these ideas? Like, you're not going to be able to do that. That's why it's cooked. Unless you can find some way to transcend that, and nobody's been able to. I mean, look at we've had two presidents back to back that have barely won a majority in Congress after winning. How are you going to get the legislation that you need to fix the problems? It's too cooked. The culture war is too powerful. This isn't. I just don't see how you fix it.
So that means, if I understand you correctly, that you personally do not believe in personal responsibility. You talk about cultural wars. The cultural wars right now are collapsing on those who think it's important or the social ills. We now know that men cannot get pregnant. We know that people should be responsible. We got rid of the pronouns. We get rid of a lot of this woke stuff. When do you think that the individual American decides on their own to get right and start to say, I cannot rely on government, I got to rely on personal responsibility? When does that happen?
I don't know, man. You have to tell me. I mean, it depends on what. I mean, Roger makes the interesting point where he says we would have to discuss what the role of government is in the first place and what the purpose of it to begin with is, right? I mean, that would
called limited. It's called limited.
It's called limited?
Yeah, it's called self-government. See, politicking is different than governance. Right now we have a lot of politicians in America, very few people telling their constituents, the people they're supposed to represent, that they're responsible for their own life. No one's paying my mortgage. No one takes care of my wife. That's my responsibility. No one takes care of my children. That's my responsibility. There's nobody in California where I live coming to rescue Edward. Edward can't overextend himself. I can't be like our bureaucracy in our federal government. And the supermajority here in California, they're not thinking about the people. They're thinking about PMS. They're on a big period, I call it. My wife calls it a big period. They're like power, money, and sex. That's California politicians.
Well, I think you can leave the sex part out. The borrowing and the spending, again, is the problem. Let me repeat that for people who don't seem to understand the financial crisis. It's called borrowing and spending and giving it away to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the NDAA. That's $5 trillion a year, and we're borrowing and in $2 billion a day, or $2 to $3 trillion on top of what we collect in tax revenue. So again, for people that don't understand the crisis, it's called borrowing and spending. It has to stop.
But what does Social Security and Medicare have to do with the debt?
It's called a program that doesn't work. It's not sustainable.
No, but he's making the assumption that this program isn't working because it's causing borrowing and spending. I'm asking, how does Medicare and Social Security contribute to the debt?
It's an expenditure, stupid. And when there's $100 billion in fraud in Medicare, Medicaid every year, and they don't even cut a budget for the fraud or wipe the fraud the fuck out, even in IRS income tax returns, that's like a $60 billion a year identity theft scam fraud. We have so much fraud in the system that if we don't shut it down, reanalyze it, reconfigure it, we just keep kicking the can down the road, borrowing from the Federal Reserve and international lenders. We are driving ourselves into a death spiral. And if the people of this country keep voting for Congress people that keep borrowing from the Federal Reserve and spending like drunken sailors, you can kiss your American dream the fuck goodbye, and it's all over.
So how much money does the U.S. annually per year borrow to fund Social Security and Medicare?
It's an aggregate. We are spending $5 trillion Let me put it in ChatGPT for you, Danelle.
Hold on. I'll give you the most important piece of this is that the top two expenditures in the line item are, the line items go like this: Social Security, Medicare, and then interest on the debt. And the interest on the debt is because of the Social Security and the Medicare spending. So the top three line items are directly related to Social Security and Medicare. We have 2/3 of the budget that are locked up in mandatory spending for these programs that, let's be honest, they're not helping. And furthermore, they're not really within the scope of what the government's supposed to be doing, if we're being fucking honest. If you want to help people, that should be a more local thing. The federal government saying that they're here to help is like one of the scariest fucking statements that people make. The idea that these things are helping in any way, they're gobbling up 2/3 of the fucking goddamn debt, which, by the way, this is outside of the budget. We collect $5 trillion in 2024. We spend $7 trillion. 2/3 of that was spent on the interest, on the Medicare and the Social Security, and then the next biggest line item is the interest on the debt. At some point, we have to address it, because what's going to happen is eventually the interest on the debt is going to become the biggest line item. And then the only way that you're going to be able to address it is to address the big line items outside of the interest on the debt, which is going to be Social Security and Medicare. The only other alternative is that we could just default on the debt and we could roll that out and see how that plays out. At this point, I'm up for anything that doesn't continue to pretend that somehow this is a good strategy. I want a shock to the system. I would say the first practical thing would be to pass a balanced budget amendment so you cannot spend money that we don't have budgeted. That way, if you collect $5 trillion in tax dollars, then you spend $5 trillion and that's the maximum. And if we were wise, we would spend less than that. That way we could begin spending down the debt, which, by the way, at $37 trillion, if you were to run a $1 trillion surplus every year, you still wouldn't pay it off in 37 years because of this little thing called interest. So it would take us about 70 years if we did no additional deficit spending to be able to pay off the debt that we have now, and that's assuming that we could find a way to save $1 trillion every year. So here's the point. The problem's fucking out of control. At this point, I'm of the opinion that we make a radical plan to fix it, right? Or we make a radical plan to break it. Because once we break it, then we'll be forced to fix it.
So, Roger, are you saying I can't write a check to cover it?
I would say nobody can write a check to cover it. Although they will take your share to try to pay for the interest on it. It's just a fucking game. It's very fucking irresponsible. And the problem is it doesn't help any of us. It doesn't help any of us. All we've done is we said, we're going to kick this fucking problem down the road because we don't want to deal with it in our time. We want our kids and our grandkids to be burdened with this fucking problem. And I think that's crazy. What problem in your personal life, in your family, do you want to say, I don't want to deal with this today. I want my kids and grandkids to deal with this problem. That's what the government's doing. I don't understand why we let them get away with it.
It's a lack of awareness, a lack of education. It's corruption. I mean, in Illinois, they just put the Speaker of the House in jail for 3.5 years because he's doing price fixing with ComEd, the utility. They put executives from the utility in prison. They've put political fixers in prison. But the utility bills just keep going up. We have to have real forensic accounting, real courageous leadership, and people who aren't going to deflect and always go back to climate change or how there's white supremacy and racism that's inherent in the system. The people that do that, you have to start paying attention to, and you have to call them out every time they do it because they are corrupt and a part of the borrowing and spending problem.
Right, and it's not just race and it's not just gender. They use those as tactics to get people to stop talking at all. They feel like if they put a label on you, that somehow that's going to shut you up and that it stalls all your progress. The other thing that we should absolutely think about is the lack of conversation that we have in this country about what's happened in Europe when they've opened their borders to Islam. We should talk about the fact that Islam is a pedophile death cult. We should talk about the fact that once they get the numbers, they are going to institute Sharia law. And when they do that, they are going to take over, and unless you're in support of pedophilia, their prophet, the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9 years old. And now, if that's what you want for your country, then go ahead and allow people to get away with shutting down that conversation. You know how they shut it down? They won't even let you talk about this subject. If you bring up, if I even said, hey, let's talk about Islam, they'll say, here comes the Islamophobia. No, I'm not Islamophobic. I'm actually just pointing out that I'm anti-pedophilia, and we should play that game back on them. Why are you people supporting pedophilia, or why are you afraid to confront pedophiles? And if you're not willing to deal with Islam honestly, then you are aiding and abetting pedophilia.
That's the conversation we also need to have. But you guys aren't ready for it.
I'm looking at the age of consent laws in the Middle East, and I don't see the correlation for this pedophile cult that Roger's talking about.
I know you don't. I know you don't. Hold on. I know you don't.
Turkey doesn't. So where these are majority Muslim countries, it should be a law, Roger.
Hold on. Let me explain something to you.
Yeah, you're wrong. That's the explanation.
Okay, you can interrupt me all you want. Again, this is the tactic. Shut people down. I want you to go ahead and look at the age of consent law in Iran. I want you to go look at the age of consent law in Yemen. I want you to go look at the age of consent law in Afghanistan. And with the IRGC in Iran, without going to court, you can marry a 13-year-old girl. If you do go into a courthouse with the father's permission, you can marry a girl that's 8 years, 9 months. Now go look that up. Go put that prompt in your chat GPT. I know that you haven't thought about these issues until I just brought them up, and your quick little search on chat GPT didn't tell you these facts. But if you're okay with pedophilia, go ahead and tell me that I'm the bad guy.
So Iran is the entire Middle East. And how many Iranian immigrants are going into Europe?
I think we all see what the problem is here.
I think we do too, and I think you're making like an expenditure that's very stupid. And it's funny because aren't libertarians normally the fucking open borders kids? Like, isn't that all they want is like free flow of everyone to everywhere?
Very good city guy. Go ahead, Roger.
I just want to say thank you, Danelle, for proving my point here. When you bring up these issues, they will deflect. And I love how people say that I thought libertarians think this, I thought libertarians think that. First of all, like, fuck the Libertarian Party.
Well, to be fair, I don't think they think.
Yeah, well, to be frank, I don't think you do either. I think what you did is you put one single prompt into ChatGPT because you got offended because I did real talk about Muslims. And
I just knew you were wrong about this, so I was like,
Daniel, I actually agree with most of what you're saying, but please stop interrupting. It's ear cancer. Thanks.
Now, well, let me ask you this: is the age of consent law in Iran? Does the IRGC allow you, with the parents' permission, to marry an 8-year-old girl that's 8 years 9 months? Is it yes or no that that's a fact?
Well, I mean, that's an argument against theocracy. In general, theocracy is in general bad. But I would say, yeah, Iran, Islamic Republic of wherever the fuck, not good.
And Roger, or Mojo, Mojo Rising. How about Mojo Roger Rising? There you go. I know you like this Islamist, the 9-year-old having sex. I'm gonna give you zero. I don't like it, actually. No, I'm saying, let me finish. You like that argument to counterpoint the left having the audacity of accusing a president of the free world of potentially, allegedly, being involved in such horrific acts. So I'll be the first to say, man, I don't care what culture, what religion people can hide behind or whatever. It's absolutely grotesque. That's one of the plethora of reasons I don't identify as religious for stuff like that, and all kinds of other things beneath that. But to just sort of, for any religions, to try to justify that, because it is, you're a young bride, arranged marriage, all this, it's horrible. That said, though, does it concern you, though? I just did a random cursory search. Some articles are coming up. For example, why are some Republican lawmakers hell-bent on preserving child marriage? GOP lawmakers across the U.S. have opposed raising the marriage age, with some arguing child marriage. This is their own words. Child marriage bans, essentially, I guess, meaning anyone under 18 or 17, depending on the state. Child marriage bans would encourage abortion. Do you take issue with that?
Well, the abortion issue is something that the states can wrestle with.
Well, whatever the reason is, do you find it not disconcerting that the GOP lawmakers are trying to lower the age for marriage?
Yeah, I'll make my case on this. I think the age of consent should be 25, and I mean this not jokingly. The human brain is not fully developed until the age of 25, and so that's where I would set age of consent. I mean, unless what you want to do is be able to manipulate the minds of a less developed brain. So that's my position. So yeah, I oppose all the people that are doing that. But as far as you bringing up the president, the implications that a lot of these powerful people, whether they're in politics, whether they're in business, the elites that were going off to this pedophile island, I think that's very disturbing. And I don't think any administration has the gumption to literally go after these people. What I can say with certainty, is that if there was something that could have gotten President Trump thrown in jail, if there was a smoking gun within those files, during the election, the people that were willing to try to get Trump thrown off the ballot, tried to throw him in jail, tried to assassinate him, they absolutely would have used weapons that were in these files against him if there was something that they could have proved.
So, Roger, I have a question. And I appreciate your stance of just saying consent age 25. This is my question. When do we, as a country, think that our morality or the, what's the word I would use? Well, let me say it this way, because my parents, my dad was 21, my mom was 16. They've been married 58 years, on the 15th of 17 children, but they were married. And I do agree that pedophilia, these now what they call minor attractive persons, they're changing the words and stuff. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the countries that are theocracy versus where we as Americans have our own set of morality or what we consider consent. Where do we Sharia law, just this stuff is disturbing, guys. I can't even wrap my head around it. You said so much, I'm just trying to figure it out, right? But it's pretty sad. That's all I can tell you. That's my point. It's just pretty sad that men would even think that they want to engage with a 9-year-old, 11-year-old, whatever. It's just pretty scary.
Yeah, no, it's very disturbing. And then the common thing that comes up when I bring up this topic about how we should crack down on these things and do it fearlessly. We shouldn't be afraid of being called Islamophobic by pointing out that the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile. We should not be afraid to call it out. What typically gets thrown out there is this idea that, back in the day, even here in America, Delaware had an age of consent law of 7 years old. The point of why that's not relevant is that if you were to go conduct man-on-the-street interviews in the state of Delaware and ask the people in Delaware, what do you think of age of consent being 7? They would all say, that's absurd, that's abhorrent. If you ask that same question of Muslims in 2025, and we've done that on these stages, they will say, she was old enough. Their words, not mine.
What did you say this? Okay, and that's horrific, agreed. But what about, again, going back to our fearless leader in the White House, who is actually trying to ban, I'll be happy to find the article, it's not that hard to find. He's trying to ban, I believe, a federal law. So I think, as most of us know, right, with therapy, there is therapy and priests. Two toughest people to get up in court on a witness stand to talk about their people that come to them in confidentiality. My understanding in both those scenarios, however, is that what reigns supreme over the confidentiality agreement is if they think that their person or persons is at risk of harming themselves or, more apropos, harming someone else, that completely absolves that confidentiality agreement. President Donald Trump is attempting to ban a federal law that allows priests, because you're talking about the Islam, well, as equally as bad is modern day Catholics. Many priests, I can't think of one who's ever been held accountable and sitting behind bars for child molestation of altar boys and such, and Trump is trying to now ban the ability, the federal law that allows for priests to speak to law enforcement if a child has come to them in confidentiality saying that they have been abused either by another priest or by any adult on this planet. Why would the president try to do that?
Put it in the chat, Moose. I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, well,
you don't believe, I don't blame you, American. I'll put in multiple links. Stand by. Go ahead, Margie.
Put the link in the chat so people can follow along. But I'll speak to this idea that, like, I'm the wrong person to ask to defend Donald Trump. I didn't vote for him in any of the 3 elections that he ran. I don't have a lot of pleasant things to say about him. I do like the fact that he ordered those strikes on those terror sympathizers, the ones that sponsor terror around the world. I thought I thought hitting the nuclear sites was a good idea. The only thing that I question about that is the wisdom of only doing it once. I think that we should set our clock and probably do that every 3 days just to make sure that that program never gets off the ground. I'm not going to sit here and defend Trump on any of this stuff. Like my condemnation for this type of behavior and policies that would condone this stuff, this can apply to anybody. I'm not in a camp. I'm not part of a God club that says that I want to protect this group or that group. I think that God exists, and I think that that's evident. I think anybody that's paying attention can recognize that. What I don't think is that we necessarily need to join a God club and make truth claims about the characteristics of God. If you want to do that, you're totally, that's on you. I respect people like Edward. I consider Edward a friend. I don't think that he's wrong for owning the beliefs that he has. I personally find it more useful, though, to stand outside of that God club and to say, okay, if we're going to have an organized society, what are the rules going to be? And I like John Stuart Mill's take on we should be free to do what we want to do, provided that we don't harm anyone. I would set age of consent laws at 25. I think the fact that people want to have sex with children is fucking abhorrent. And whether or not they're a Catholic or a fucking Muslim or any other religion or an atheist, by the way, we shouldn't let atheists off the hook. Atheists have killed more people than anybody. If we look at Stalin, if we look at Pol Pot, if we look at Mao, we can understand that the godless people, surprise, surprise, are the most deadly on the planet. So I have smoke for all of them, Moose. So yes, if Donald Trump is holding the door open for pedophiles.
We'll see if he's back. But Moose.
Well, Moose, let me go ahead, America.
I was going to say, Moose, don't you?
They're fake news. I mean, New York Times, MSNBC, Courthouse News. These
all
like,
horrifically fake news.
Require,
Rolling Stones puts out fake news all day. MSNBC puts out fake news all day. It's all anti-Trump bullshit, and you're just peddling it. All you're doing is spewing propaganda and lies. It's all stupid.
Cool.
I salute you for posting the links. Congratulations.
Right on, man.
Wait, can I interject on this? Because, if you read even the first link, and then I just went through and looked up a couple of things, because I was actually shocked at this for a moment. And this actually stems from a Washington State law that they imposed on...
that is correct. I stand corrected on them. It wasn't a federal, it was Washington State. That is 100% true, correct.
Yes, and so this repeal, a federal judge, oddly enough, in that district, which is more left-leaning, agreed with the plaintiffs that brought forth this case, which happens to be whatever Sky Daddy religion it was, they agreed with it that it is a bridge into determining like how people would practice their beliefs. Like, for instance, a priest can hear a confession from a murderer. That doesn't mean they have to report said murder. That's held within the confines of that. So putting this kind of stamp on a religious order for a priest to, during confession, hear this and then say, I have to report this, or use their own brain work or their own determination to determine what is child abuse and what isn't, which child neglect, without any formal training, this would lead to, I would say, more problematic, and it would probably bring up more further constraints on priests in terms of following their faith. I'm not sure I oppose 100% of your viewpoint, Moose, but I actually can sit down and say, all right, I see where they're coming from with this. I can see where they were looking at towards the future, and when states start to impose laws regulating people's religious beliefs and doctrines.
So Moose, I just want to make sure before you go on that this legislation does not come from a president. Okay, the president doesn't make law. It actually starts.
I understand that, Edward. I didn't say he made the law. I said he was backing the church to block this law. Now, of course the president does not. That's Congress, correct?
Yeah, but if you put it out as though the law that already is on the books, like what Brad was talking about, there is a protection for those who have either their therapist or even their doctor or their priest, whatever. There is protected law already. So I don't think that, based on what you said, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that the President of the United States does not normally sit down and look at all these things. He has a cabinet of people that's bringing him things. I don't think he's read up on this one based on what you said. I think a lot of times we get caught up in things and we make it as if though the individual, and I want to make sure everybody knows this, the President of the United States is not our leader. He's a leader of the free world. Each individual person is their own leader, hopefully. I think that we got to get back to personal responsibility. That's where I see it.
I gotcha. I mean, it's just any attempt, and like I said, I acknowledge this was not federal, though. I guess I thought so because a federal judge was involved.
But Moose, are you asking yourself, why would Trump want to do this?
Exactly. I don't have an answer.
It's called anti-Trump propaganda. Duh.
Why would the president put his name on this at all?
Look at the news source and the journalists. Are you this daft and that stupid to know that all communication is spam? Gotcha. It's just fake news, stupid. It's clickbait. Gotcha. Just like all Clown House room titles are clickbait generally.
Okay, cool. So then what about all these stories around the world? And forget Trump. That has nothing to do with Trump, but actually, are all the stories around the world, like, do you think...
All the stories around the world?
Stand by. Do you think it's all fake news that priest have molested kids?
Welcome to the publishing industry. If you think sending Grant Cardone $99.95 to go to Grant Cardone University is going to make you money and not cost you money, you're part of the sucker group. And guess what, Moose? This is your great awakening and enlightening. MSNBC is fake news. CNN is fake news. Your Rolling Stones puts out fake news. It's called the publishing industry, stupid. It's called the publishing industry, stupid. Wake up before you get suckered into more scams and spams, and then come here and spread more fake news and more propaganda.
Hold on.
Shut up, American.
Hold on. American, listen. Moose has ideas that I disagree with, just like I have ideas that he disagrees with. But the one thing I can vouch for Moose is that he doesn't argue in bad faith. He comes to these rooms to just, sometimes to just challenge the conviction that some of us have, and to speak what's on his mind. I think we need to create that place. I think there's a way to rebuttal the things that you disagree with without being inflammatory. There are definitely people on this app that we should shit down the neck of. I don't think Moose is one of them.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just saying the links that he put in the chat, to me, they're fake news. Now, if you want to deflect about pedophiles and Trump and the Catholic Church from the fact that we are borrowing and spending ourselves into a debt spiral oblivion, let's go back to that important topic instead of the bullshit fake news that you can't seem to let go and put in the chat. So thank you very little, Dr. Moose.
Fake news, and it's in Google. You can call everything fake, but there is a backup to that story.
Sorry, Dr. David, but can we save the leftists? Let's get back to the room title then, David, because I know you're a confirmed leftist. Can we save you?
Well, you know all about me.
Wait a minute, hold on. Like, if you're not going to take the concerns of somebody like Moose, and then you're going to ask for controls over economic principles or the foundation of the country, if you can't actually acknowledge that this is a concern that may be on his radar, and he may want answers, and he may want clarity, and like he just conceded that he thought it was a federal, and it turns out it was actually a state law, and he agreed to that. And you don't take your time to actually talk with him and actually have that conversation to go to the nuances and say whether you agree or disagree with this, you'll never win on an economic front. It cannot only be on economics. We've tried that for years in conservatives. Guess what? Conservatives lost. Like, I'm going to tell you, I've lost. I'm like probably the last of a dying breed. I'm done. It is a new Republican. It is a new there's no more liberals left. There's no more libertarians. We're all dead. We're done. And you're not going to win the economic front by just screaming economic. You won't win. Just is your main source. You have to address everything else.
And Brad, I think that what you just said, that's why we're collapsing. I think Roger said in 2030, guys, because we can't support all the programs. We can't support, and I'm going to use these terms so you guys understand, Black Lives Matter. Okay, and I'm using that as an illustration so you guys understand. SNAP, WIC, all these things that's taking place in the United States. Social Security, the Great New Deal. We've gotten so far away from personal responsibility in America that now we think there's some institution or some group of people that's going to save the individual. It doesn't work. And it's very unfortunate because now we're in a country where people actually think that someone's actually coming to their rescue. And it's pretty sad.
I think America does need a political savior. They need someone to actually help them out and with their economic needs. And I do think that is the MAGA populist movement. I think that I disagree with you, Ed, a little bit that we have to do away with some of that stuff. Some of that stuff I agree with. Some of that stuff I disagree with. I think, protecting Social Security, protecting Medicare, Medicaid, all these things, these are political wins because people want big government. People want government intervention if it benefits their personal lives. And I think that's actually a bipartisan view. I think that's a winning message. I think both political parties should double down on that. I say moving away from that because that's when Republicans become losers, when they actually focus on fiscal conservatism, focus more on the debt than helping individual people's lives, the working class, these people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck. You need the government to intervene to help these people out. Through their personal responsibility.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Why do you need the government to do this? See, you made this statement that you need the government to do this. What you've done is you've just accepted leftist rhetoric and you framed it, you've got your own heroes that you want to see elected, but you've accepted their framing that the government must do that. And my question for you, Astro, is why have you accepted the leftist framing of what the government's role is?
I wouldn't say this is a leftist framing. I would say, it's basically interventionism versus non-interventionism. It's not exclusively left or right. You had Democrats, like in the Bill Clinton era, who actually were less for government intervention in the economy and certain issues, okay? And you have right-wingers like Josh Hawley and J.D. Vance who are for government intervention in the economy and certain issues, okay? And they're not leftists. They're right-wingers.
No.
No, they LARP as right-wingers, but they're not. The new Republican Party is not capitalist. The new Republican Party, they do want to intervene in the economy, which by definition makes them non-capitalist. And the fact is that you guys have accepted this. You guys have accepted this horse shit. You guys have accepted this idea that Donald Trump, because you like him better than you like the other team, that his bad ideas are okay. That tariffs, putting a tax on fucking consumers is okay. You accept all of this shit that are bad ideas that I would expect to come from lefties, but because you have like a foul-mouthed fucking guy like Trump, you think that that's more edgy and it's more cool. I just want to understand, where the fuck did your principles go?
Well, I would say this, I think you're right. The Republican Party is moving away from free market capitalism. I welcome it. I think that's a great thing. It doesn't mean they're a socialist or a leftist. I won't say that. But I do think the shift to economic populism, that's what I would call it, is good for the American people. But I would disagree with Trump on certain things. I'm not going to say I agree with him on every single little thing. But, I do think, from the 2008 recession, from, Occupy Wall Street, from all these elites who keep promising all these different things, and they actually never deliver for the American people at all.
But Astro, you agree that borrowing and spending is the solution. You just admitted it. You think moving away from capitalism and moving to socialism, communism, borrowing and spending and wealth redistribution is the way that the Republicans should go? That's the way you think, Astro? Mr. MAGA?
Well, I would say this. I'm not a socialist. I'm for economic intervention. Just because you're for economic intervention doesn't mean you're socialist. There's alternatives to capitalism and alternatives to
Economic
socialism.
intervention is another term for borrowing and spending.
Actually, I have a question for you. When you said there's an alternative or something, I'm 100% against big government in any form, including Donald Trump. Okay? All of them. I believe the responsibility should be back to the local level, to the state, and to the individual. That's why our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our Declaration, these are our founding documents. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We are way too big on interventionism. And look around, it's not working. We got way too many Americans right now who can't even think for themselves. Because you know why? They're looking to government. When do the individual in America, Astro, decide that this is their America, not someone who's in some central area making decisions on behalf of Edward? I just help me with that.
Well, I would say that if you actually had decreased federal government power, but empower the states to do economic regulations, stuff like that too, I'd be for that as well. That's still big government policy, just more on the local level. I think that's fine. But for the individual as a collective...
So you would rather have the local government take over the business spectrum and have the government manage it all? Astro, shut the fuck up.
Well, yeah, hold on. Astro, here's the fucking issue. Here's the issue. Who fucking needs fucking leftists if we've got righties like you? This is crazy. You're not a capitalist, right? And you think that having alternatives to capitalism is a good idea. You've ignored the fact that capitalism has a track record of pulling more people out of poverty than any other economic system, and you're like, yeah, fuck that, we'll try something new. And the thing that you want to try that you think is new are lefty ideas, but as long as they're advocated by Republicans, you're all for them. What the fuck do you actually stand for, Astro?
Yeah, I would say this is that the socialists would say, hey, the USSR became a global superpower under their economic system. I'm not going to sit here and say communism is a good thing, socialism is a good thing, just because there's small little benefits here and there for their economic system, okay? And I would say this, that I do have principles.
Economic Solution, they were a mafia group that took over by murder and mayhem. They were terrorists.
Economic nationalism is key. You don't actually give you don't give all your cultural values for the GDP for higher GDP. You don't actually decrease your sovereignty to give it to the mega corporation who doesn't care about your values, who doesn't care about your culture, who actually will sell you on a dime just to actually make a quick buck. That's what capitalism in the United States does already. That's one reason why I like Ron DeSantis going after Disney, because these mega corporations that go against conservative values need to be crushed by the state.
Hold on. First of all, you don't possess conservative values. Let's be fucking clear on that. Secondly, this idea that fucking economic nationalism, if economic nationalism is your idea, then you're not fiscally conservative, period, point blank, because you're not going to be able to keep, if you want to put regulations, you want to put your hand on the scale of the market, you know what large corporations are going to do? They're going to give you the fucking finger and they're going to go elsewhere. This is why people that don't understand economics like yourself should shut the fuck up in these conversations. You should be doing more reading and more listening. The fact is, the only reason anybody ever comes up with these economic nationalism ideas is because in their fucking heart of hearts, they're just fucking racist. What you really think, this is what the fuck at the heart of MAGA is. The heart of MAGA is that we want the country to be white again, and we don't give a shit if it's economically successful. You can give me the thumbs down all you want. I'm telling you exactly the way that this stuff plays out. You guys are prioritizing this idea of what you think the country should look like over what would be effective in terms of governance. This is why you have these xenophobic views about immigration. Now, I would agree with Trump about illegal immigrants. You dumb motherfuckers don't want immigration of any fucking kind. I guarantee you that if we were to continue down this conversation, we're going to get to some Pat Buchanan, David Duke horse shit where you can laugh all you want. You probably like those guys, huh? Why don't we pause right there? Astro, tell me your thoughts on David Duke and Pat Buchanan.
I disagree with David Duke. Pat Buchanan had some good ideas. I disagree with him on a lot of things too, but I think he's better than David Duke. Yeah.
I bet you couldn't tell the difference between their policy. Here's at the end of the day, look, if you're not a fucking capitalist, then you're not a fucking conservative. Because if there's anything wrong, well, no, it's true. It's true. And by the way, if you're gonna be a fucking anti-capitalist, why not at least fucking go hang your fucking your coat with the fucking lefties? And like this thing that you're doing, I honestly am starting to believe that the left's new tactic is to infiltrate the Republican Party, behave like leftists, and tell you that white capitalism is a bad fucking thing. This is fucking crazy, and I hope that the Republicans that are in this room that are free market capitalists can hear this horse shit and understand what this fucking guy is saying. This guy is not a conservative. He probably doesn't even follow politics. I guarantee he's never read anything when it comes to economics. He's probably never heard of Ludwig von Mises. He's probably never heard of Friedrich Hayek. He probably has never understood what the Chicago School was all about. I won't get into Adam Smith because I know that's above your reading comprehension level. And if I said School of Salamanca, you would think it's a character from Breaking Bad. So I won't get into any of those things with you because you're a fucking idiot.
Well, Astro, I'm gonna tell you right here, as one of the more prominent voices in the conservative spaces on this app for 5 fucking years, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around somebody who literally has espoused, where's Moose? Moose, apologize, cover your ears, this has been in no way any kind of offense, but literally has been a wet dream for Moose's side of the arguments on the political spectrum for 5 fucking years. Like, I have had arguments with Moose over these very principles that you're now espousing, and you're saying that you're coming from a conservative lens. I wouldn't pick that up from you myself. I won't. And Roger and I go toe to toe, and he'll yell at me at times, and it's fine. I respect him and I admire him more for it. But I mean, your economic principles are nowhere near what any conservative I've ever read, heard, or even had a discussion with would believe.
And if Astro is a mole or a Democrat shield in the guise of Republican or MAGA, you can have him.
Okay, well, what I was going to say is that, like, I'm not a fiscal conservative. But guess what? The Republican Party is not a fiscally conservative party either. I mean, it's a big.
I've been saying that for fucking years. That's not a brag. Fucking retard.
Let me respond to you, Mojo. It is a big tent party. It's not the Libertarian Party. If you want pure libertarian economic theory, there is party for you. It's called the Libertarian Party. Go there, get 2% of the vote, and just and vote for them all the time. Okay, but here's the thing: the Republican Party is big tent. There's different, groups of people with different ideologies within it, and I'm one.
If they made fucking room for your dumbass.
Well, that's how we won.
Stop there. You can say it's a big tent party. I'll acquiesce to that. Yeah, Trump has allowed literally everybody in. I would say, though, you need to refrain from saying you're a conservative because that principle does not apply to you at all. Not even close. Not even on you may have one issue that crosses over so far, maybe. I don't think you've actually stated an issue that conservatives would follow or believe. But I don't know. We haven't finished yet. Roger's going to tear you up a bit, but if you're thick-skinned enough, I would say stay in it. But he's going to tear you up.
Astro, do you even know what's in your PTR? No more endless wars. Do you realize your economic policy is what guarantees endless wars, you low IQ nitwit?
I would say no. It's ultimately the for-profit motive of actually selling all these weapons to all these different countries. That does actually ensure.
Oh, now we found it. Economic nationalism because you hate the Jews. Go ahead.
Well, I do think we should reorient our alliance with Israel. I do, but I won't say I hate the Jews. Though.
There you go.
So Astro,
that didn't take long.
No, it didn't. So Astro,
this is how I knew that he was down with David Duke and Patrick King.
Come on, Roger. Wait. I want to entertain this a bit. Like, what do you mean revalue our alliance with Israel?
They're not good partners. I mean, they've had the international ire of every single country known to man. They've actually gotten our bases in the Middle East bombed because they keep doing hostile aggression against Iran. I mean, they're not good allies.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're gonna shut the fuck up. How about that? No, you're gonna shut the fuck up. No, you can't. Respectfully, no, you can't. Listen. You said it all right now. You said that their aggression against Iran, they're being attacked on multiple fronts from terrorist groups that are sponsored by the IRGC. And your response is that we should realign our foreign policy because Israel is the problem. This is how we know how problematic you are. So you want economic nationalism, but you also would be more sympathetic to the IRGC, which is a country of religious fundamentalists that pray to a prophet that molests little girls. This is your politics. And I'll tell you, that has nothing to do with any Burkean fucking conservatism. What branch of conservatism do you come from? I want to hear the tree that you've come from. I would bet I can predict it, and I would bet that I wish we were in person. I would write down the fucking answer. I would fold it up in a piece of paper. I would seal it in an envelope. I would ask you the question, and then I would say to one of the pretty ladies, please open the envelope and unfold the piece of paper. I guarantee you I know where your dumbass ideas come from, and I'll tell you right now, it's not conservatism. You're just a fucking bigot. But go ahead, you can speak now.
Well, Mojo, how about you guess first, and then I'll tell you. I'm just curious if you guess right.
That's not how predictions work. Go ahead.
Well, just guess. I'll tell you. I'll tell you if it's correct or not.
I think that you're probably a groyper. I would say that Nick Fuentes is probably somebody that you're very fond of. Am I close?
Close, but no cigar. I would say that I'm closest to the Christian nationalist movement.
Got it. The Christian nationalist movement. I don't know if there's fucking awards for accuracy here to be able to spot the fucking foolishness from a mile away, but my track record here is fucking impeccable. I smelled you coming. For fuck's sake.
So, Astro, how would you then, as a member of said Christian nationalist movement? What is the crux? What is the agenda, if you will? Your reasoning behind that. If I'm not mistaken, I think some stories have been surfacing where they're trying to actually allow this in corporations now, allow religion with a bigger hint, with a bigger bias towards what your identity, your Christian nationalist movement. What does that movement mean to you?
I mean, I think it's the perfect balance on social issues and economic issues. Social issues are king, and then economic issues also reflect biblical teaching, which
and
means
what is the demographic as far as ethnicity breakdown, roughly? I don't know.
So you mean going into a death spiral? Going into a death spiral reflects Christian values?
Well, I would say this, simping for Disney, for Amazon, for Walmart, that exploit these people, that promote LGBTQ ideology, that promote abortion, that promote all these things. I'm sorry, I'm not going to actually simp for these mega corporations.
To Mojo's point, though, about white supremacy. Sorry, go ahead.
But I will go back. Let me go back to what you said, Misty. My personal opinion, it's all about ideology. It's not about ethnicity. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think. I'm not like these race realists, these racists, these white nationalists, or white supremacists like the Groypers are. That's where I would disagree with them on. They focus too much on race.
You wouldn't argue that those people that you just said you're not a part of, that they make up a significant portion of said population of this Christian national movement, or at least in the guise and facade of calling themselves that. No.
I would say that they're a separate movement altogether. I think the Groypers are, a lot of times they focus more on race than they do religion. Religion's more of an afterthought. It's more about saving the white race and stuff. And most of the Christian nationalists I've seen, they're not really ethnic centric. Maybe they're actually stricter on immigration policy, but that doesn't make you like a racist or anything. But
you got a lot of brothers. You got a lot of brothers at the cookout at these meetings, or would you say that most of the meetings that you went to are white mostly?
Well, I would say the closest thing to me is Christian. I don't even like the term Christian nationalism, but it's the closest thing to my political group. But there's people who agree with me who are ethnic minorities. I know one guy. He's Jewish. He's Hispanic. And he's married to a black woman. He agrees with me. He agrees with me.
Again, my question though is, would you say predominantly it consists of white people identifying as white Caucasian?
Americans? Oh my God, Americans talking to Americans. Can we stop with the racial identity politics for 10 seconds?
I'm not.
Well, no, it was Mojo's point earlier about the white supremacy and the MAGA movements. I was just trying to, explore that further.
Yeah,
who's actually American and do not deal with ethnicity.
Yeah, and like.
Hold on. You said a lot. Okay? Especially when you don't finish and you say that you believe you're a Christian nationalist, which is very oxymoron, kind of very crazy. Because Jesus was actually a Jew. I don't know if you know that or not. So for you to actually think that's crazy. And I also like to find out from you, who carries your economic portfolio? Or do you have an economic portfolio? I just want to know.
Well, I think a good historical Christian who did was G.K. Chesterton. He believed in interventionist economic theory. And he believed in, helping the working class, the average man.
He believed in borrowing and spending in fiat currency? G.K. Chesterton? Wow. Where in G.K. Chesterton did you read that?
Hold on, guys. What I just want to translate this to people that are listening. When he says economic interventionist, what he meant to say was a fascist. But go ahead.
No, I wouldn't say that. G.K. Chesterton wasn't a fascist. But I would say
his principles will literally Mussolini. Exactly. Thank you, Brad. I didn't say that, Brad.
Hold on. No, hold on. I'm going to give you a chance to respond. Believe me. And I needed to take a few deep breaths while I was on mute, calm myself down. Look, the foolishness from the left is enough for me to deal with, but when the foolishness from the right starts bubbling up like this, when your economic policies are just as dangerous, if not worse than the left, we've got a real fucking problem here. And the problem is this. The problem is that, A, you don't know economics. You don't study it. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And what you're doing is you're leading with this idea of what you think the country should be. You think your version of Christianity, your version of what America should be, is what should be. So what you're saying is that you're an authoritarian, right? You're an authoritarian anti-capitalist, but you think that the Republican Party is the vehicle for you. Now, this is the thing that should scare Republicans. If this guy is right and there's more like him, and it's just, they're just like cockroaches. If you see one, there's probably a lot more. If an authoritarian that's a non-capitalist finds safe harbor in the Republican Party, you guys have a lot of soul searching to do.
And I would disagree with that, like that characterization. I mean, Trump actually. Let me just say this one thing. You can go back.
Sure. Go ahead.
What I would say is that Trump is proof that modern economists are wrong. They're cringe. These free market Wall Street Journal people, they don't know what they're talking about. Tariffs, intervention in the economy is good and can bring about growth. And if I'm authoritarian for actually wanting intervention in the economy, then you have to say Trump is too. Go for it.
Yes. Well, no, hold on. Yes, Trump is an authoritarian. And you know who was an authoritarian before him? Biden. And you know who was an authoritarian before him? Trump. And you know who was an authoritarian before him? I could keep going. You have to go back to fucking Calvin Coolidge to find a U.S. president that wasn't an authoritarian. But Astro, I get that you see in Trump, you see this hope that this guy that's threatened by foreigners, this is your old nationalistic thing, threatened by people that don't think just like you, and so then you try to wrap it up in some fucking wacky idea that you understand economics, and what's crazy to me is, and I'm glad you're doing this, I'm glad everybody can see this, because when I say it, they say, oh, well, you just don't like Trump. Here's a guy that likes Trump, right? He likes Trump, and he openly acknowledges that he's not a capitalist, and he openly acknowledges that he wants more control over the economy, which basically makes him an economic fascist. And so what I hope you guys are hearing here is that what Astro sees is an ally in Trump that is anti-capitalist and has fascistic fucking viewpoints when it comes to taking over the economy.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around where his religious ideology would warrant intervention in the economic sectors, such as shutting down major employers such as Amazon, Walmart. Who else did he say? He said a litany of them. But
we can't.
And then saying that somehow this would promote economic prosperity, and then at the same time to reevaluate trade agreements on a global scale, and to somehow think we're going to get on top when you're really taking one of our top tier. There's tiers to which nations we trade with that have they help promote economic interests of the United States, and you're taking one of them that actually gives us safety, security, along with other things, and you're saying that is your first target. I don't know where the rest of your economic plan comes into play, but you're not sounding like a liberal. You're sure as hell not a conservative. You sound exactly like the progressives, like in AOC, like a Kamala. Roger's right, and I'm sorry, but you sound more like that. You're just adding Christianity and thinking that somehow you get cover under the conservative.
Astro, he's calling you a hypocrite and a fake patriot. Do you understand that your desire to borrow and spend and do economic intervention is anti-American and low IQ? It's stupid, Astro. Wake up.
Wait, hold on. Let's make it.
I'm sorry, guys. Most people are Republicans.
Hold on. I know you're not a free market capitalist, and neither is Trump, and I'm glad you're pointing this out. I'm glad you're pointing this out. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to ask you a question, retard. Here's the question for you. In your economic nationalism, where are you going to get rubber from?
trade, regulated trade.
Wait, hold on. So you acknowledge that you might need rubber, right?
Well, I'm not against trading. You just got to do fair trade, not free trade.
Oh, fair trade. And fair trade is you putting your hand on the scale to create a tax that the consumers have to pay for. That's what you call fair trade?
You know, you let the companies eat it up because they have the money to spend.
That's not what happens, though.
If you use the government to
My
actually
star.
increase prices, then that is what happens.
Number 16.
That never happens. Are you saying that what
It's happening now under Trump? It's happening just Trump actually putting a little bit of pressure on these companies. That's what prices have not gone up significantly.
Wait. Hold on. So now you're telling me that you're for price controls?
I mean, you can do it different ways. You know, like it just depends.
Do you support price controls? Yes or no?
I'm not. I don't think there's anything wrong with the state pressuring companies to actually have affordable prices.
Do you support price controls? Yes or no?
I think that answers my question.
I think you're a fucking retard. I'm done with it. I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm.
That's true.
No, shut the fuck up, Lordness. I'm gonna bring this guy back up in a second. I literally need to go walk the fucking dog. You guys have this fucking room. I'm gonna come back. We'll shit down his neck a little bit more. But I swear to Christ, I'm gonna have to take a goddamn blood pressure pill. This is fucking crazy. This is a fucking Republican. This is a Trump support. I hope you're listening. Brad, hello. Fucking Edward, hello. You people that are voting for Republicans, hello. What have I been telling you guys? What have I been telling you? That the Republicans are a bunch of anti-capitalists just like the fucking leftists. And you just fucking heard this guy advocating for this shit. I hope you guys heard this. I hope you heard it loud and clear. You guys think I make this shit up. You guys think I pull this shit out of my ass. Listen, I don't know why that fucking God put me on this earth to be the fucking voice of reason. Look, I'm not the fucking hero you deserve, but I'm the one you fucking got. You guys need to start listening to me. When I tell you that fucking Trump is an anti-capitalist, you need to fucking acknowledge it. Moving forward, hopefully you will understand that when I tell you these things, I'm here to help you.
Roger, I've never discounted your critiques of Trump. I've never considered Trump a conservative. I've stated that many times, and we've had many fucking rooms together bashing Trump's economic interventionist policies, as well as his failures to actually live up to the promises that this guy down below has done. So please walk the dog, take your blood pressure, have a Diet Coke. Like we hear it. There's just what do you want me to do as a conservative? I am the outs of the party. They have it. It's the same thing you are with the Libertarian Party. We're fringe. We're no longer relevant. They don't want to listen to us, and they want to slide down that mountain head first without a skis or anything to help them, or a rope. They just want to go down that way, and they just want the culture. They don't want anything else. They just want to have a religious versus anti-religious culture war.
This country has become the Soviet Union of America, not the United States of America anymore. We can't just keep borrowing and spending. Economic intervention doesn't work. It's anti-American, it's low IQ, it's stupid. It's just kicking the can down the road. Wake the fuck up.
Economic intervention gave us 3% growth.
No, look, what we need to do is get rid of a majority of laws that are regulating our corporations in terms of technology, weaponry, all that, and improve our type of technology and weaponry over time. We would become more of a threat in comparison to other nations. Then, we could probably get a lot more from other nations.
I think we should actually decrease regulation that actually incentivizes mega corporations from growing. I think that's one thing the Libertarians need to correct. Like, I think Ron Stossel believes that. So, I'm not against that. But we still need some regulation of the economy.
No. We shouldn't have any form of regulation on economy, no.
Esther, in the Constitution, what agency is specifically called out? What is the one agency that the Constitution actually delivers to the American people? Do you know what it is, Esther?
I do not enlighten me, American.
It's the Census Bureau. That's the only agency in our Constitution. Do we need the CIA? Do we need the FBI? Do we need the NSA? Do we need this and that and 350 other agencies? Do they have to keep getting funding, Astro?
Yeah, I think a lot of these agencies you can absolutely, do away with, or you could subvert them and use them for your own political interests. Either way is fine by me. So, I'm not against that.
Astro, I've got a question for you, and please don't say anything that irritates me. What is the 30-year period in U.S. history that had the most economic growth? Can you tell me?
I'm guessing, if I had to guess, I don't know, but maybe under Reagan, I think that's what you're going to say.
No, fuck Reagan.
No, even earlier than that. So, like during the 20s, the roaring 20s?
No, there was, at the end of the 20s, we had a depression, for fuck's sake.
Well, I know that's what I was thinking, though. Maybe that's when they had the massive crash, but go for it.
No, yeah, I'll tell you. Zayn, why are you speaking while I'm speaking? I'm moving you down, I'll move you back up, learn some fucking manners. So, the 30-year period of the most economic growth in this country was from 1870 to 1900. And do you know what led to that prosperous time? Any idea?
Explain away.
Deregulation. I rest my case.
And then you had the Gilded Age, and you had massive backlash against that from the workers.
And
also the rise of socialism in the United States as well.
Yes, no, you're right. You're right. Let me talk about this. So we had a 30-year period where economic expansion was the shit. And then this country got poisoned by a bunch of fucking leftist shit fucking tards. And they come in and they unwind all this stuff, and they start getting romanced by these fucking leftists in Europe, and they decided to start moving in the direction that you want to move, where you want to control the economy. And then look at this. You go from the most economic growth from 1870 to 1900, and by 1929 there's a goddamn collapse. And the worst economic time comes for the between then and then the end of the World War II. And then by the end of World War II, then we were prosperous again. So I want to just explain something to you. We have a track record in this country. We can see, we have a long history, 249 years. We can look at the history and we can see the economic prosperity under controlling the economy, and we can look at the economic prosperity when you let the economy go. The most production that we've ever done was in the least regulated time, and what you're calling for is not an easing of restrictions. See, I want to eliminate almost all regulations. You don't even want to ease them. You want to go the other direction. You want to take your fucking fascist fist, put it on the goddamn scale, and you want to put it down. All you have to do is read fucking history. Your ideas have been tried and they fucking failed. They've been tried multiple times and they've failed multiple times. This is the funny thing, though. For those of you listening, he's not a Democrat. These wacky ideas, he believes he could achieve these goals through Donald Trump. This is a guy that does not believe in free market capitalism, and he wants to push these ideas through the Republican Party under Donald Trump. You guys need to get your shit together. Clean your fucking backyard, guys.
Yeah, and what I would say to that is that, if FDR, if Teddy Roosevelt, and all these other people who were more economically liberal didn't do what they did, the socialists would have gotten power. They would have revolted against the United States in the early 1930s, and we wouldn't have our way of life at all. So sometimes appeasing the populace, even at the expense of economic development, is a good thing, especially if it means, helping average individual people's lives, okay? The GDP is not supreme. Wall Street is not supreme, okay? And ultimately what actually is supreme is the average American. That is the way to go. Now, I think most people would agree with that, but we just have different ways of actually achieving that. I think Mojo would say it's deregulation. I would say it is more economic interventionism. That means stimulus checks. Give me my $1,000 rebate.
There you go. There you go. This guy.
That's what I'm saying. And that's how you...
Now I'm moving this retard back down. You guys can bring him back up if you want to fucking have a save. Look, this guy's not a fucking Republican. He's not a conservative. He's not a capitalist. He's none of those things. That is a fucking leftist, okay? That is a leftist.
And what he's doing is he's trying to get his ideas passed because he doesn't think that the Democrat Party, because they're out of power, can get any of these ideas done. You guys have let this guy into your fucking camp. I can't believe it. Why do I have to be the one to police this shit? Can I please have a real fucking conservative stand up and say, Donald Trump's a fucking idiot. That fucking guy that supports Donald Trump's policies is a fucking idiot. Tariffs are a fucking tax on consumers. And stand up. Where the fuck are the capitalists in this fucking room? If there is a single capitalist outside of me in this room, please fucking speak now.
Well, the owners of this stupid app aren't capitalists. Where's the ads in this fucking room? Where's the rev share? You know, they got their payout already, I guess a couple $100 million, and they're just going to sit there and do nothing with it. But, you know, it's opportunities like this to identify the problem, which is former speakers who believe in borrowing and spending infinitely to grow the economy, to get us out of debt. The problem is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the NDAA, $1 trillion for defense, and $1 trillion on the interest payments. It is unsustainable. It's a death spiral. In my opinion, everything else is political. Maybe even the debt is political because it's all fucking fiat. So, you know, like Mojo said, either we break it or we fix it. Or I think the third option would be we do nothing and we just continue to spend at, you know, a $2 trillion a year deficit and we fuck the rest of the world who has invested in our fucking Ponzi scheme.
But what we do need is an improvement on innovation and technology.
Oh yeah,
with corporations and the population to
but all that
support these
improvement
corporations.
comes from the private sector. You realize that? Like, there's no federal fucking government. There's nowhere in the federal fucking government that creates, you know, a fucking new rocket. Elon Musk for SpaceX created more advances than NASA did since the fucking Challenger exploded. I'm still confused. Like, I mean, Elon Musk hasn't been around. SpaceX hasn't been around as long, so I'm kind of confused. The innovations that you speak of and you want, they're not created by the federal government. They buy them. They'll fucking pay for contracts to develop them. But those planes that you talk about, they're built by private companies. They innovate, and then the government spends all of your tax money literally on those planes.
I agree, but I mean, being more of a mass production rate type of mentality for the main government itself.
Wait, hold on. Can we get back to the fact that the guy fucking said that what we need to do is send out more stimulus checks? Like, he said we should send out more stimulus checks. And then I'm sure you guys have voted for Trump or just like, oh, that's nonsense. That sounds like something Democrats would do. Well, I don't know if you guys remember. That motherfucking Trump, he was spending like a drunk fucking liberal. That guy was giving out stimulus checks. This guy just wants more of them. This is what I honestly think. I think that the stimulus check that dude got is probably the fucking biggest check he's ever been handed in his fucking life. And he's like, fuck, Donald Trump fucking cut me a nice little check. Hopefully he'll cut me some more. And I just gotta say, you fucking Republicans, man, you better do better. If in 2028 you don't fucking get a capitalist in here, we're all fucked.
Well, Roger, I mean, to a certain extent, with my ideology, in some way, it does have capitalism in it.
You don't have an ideology. You have a fucking retardation. Your idea is that you don't need a government. Listen, I don't want regulation of the market, but I do fucking recognize that government does have a role, which is why we should talk about what the rights of man is, and that's why we should talk about what the role of government is. We should have a strong military. It should be able to kick everybody's ass. Doesn't mean we need to go pick and fights like we do, but we should absolutely have a strong military. We need a police force. Why do we need that? Because some of you fucking degenerates are committing crimes, and your little pandy asses need to go into a jail cell. And in order to get you in the jail cell after you've been apprehended, we need to put you in a court of law, which means that we need courts. So we need courts, we need police, and we need the military. Everything else should be negotiable. You guys just heard from a Trump supporter that said he wants to expand the government, and he wants to put the hand on the scale of the economy because he doesn't believe that the
leftists have done enough to put their hand on the scale. He doesn't think that they've given enough of your tax dollars away. He doesn't believe that the fiat currency where they continue to print and then just send checks, he wants additional checks. This guy probably supports UBI. This guy, he doesn't have a capitalist bone in his body. And you fucking guys all have one thing in common. You motherfuckers voted for Trump. Shame on all of you.
It's either him or Camilla.
I mean, you do realize that Kamala and Waltz would have redirected the money and expanded the debt dramatically compared to what Trump and his administration are doing. And the fact is, the borrowing and the spending is unsustainable. I don't know if you watched Chairman Powell's remarks yet today, but he kept rates fixed. And, you know, Trump wants them to lower rates. I mean, we could have negative rates if we wanted in this country, but a banking cartel, a monopoly organization, controls the fucking interest rates in this country instead of we, the voters, we, the taxpayers, or our elected representatives. You have no control over the interest rate because a group of a cartel controls it and it's law. I mean, it's a problem.
I guess I'll take the blame, Roger. You're right. It's my fault. I allowed. I didn't take a stronger stance against preserving the conservatives or sheltering them. You know what? It is my fault. It is my generation's fault. It is men like me who did slap back ideas like this. You can only do so much. I wouldn't put him at the table with us just because he voted for Trump. I wouldn't put a lot of guys at the table with me that voted for Trump. There's a whole lot of people. Some people just voted for him because it was popular. I don't think they could articulate one thing he actually, one piece of legislation, one executive order that he signed that he could articulate it. So, I have them. Progressives have them on their side. The libs have to own that one as well. But on the conservative side, yeah, we have like idiots like a Nick Fuentes that hang out in the ether. You have Christian nationalists that sit there and say the nation needs to be governed by Christians. And I am, because there is a man on stage that I actually respect and admire, who I would literally have no problem giving my life defending his family and himself. I will not disparage any religion on here, but I would never want religion to be the governing body of this land, nor would I want any of the economic policies that Trump and...
By the way, nor did the founders want that. Nor did the founders want it.
Exactly.
I know
exactly. Like, so
if it's not religion, well, then it's racial identity politics, and that's what we have and continue to have. There's DEI everywhere still.
So let me read you guys something. This is back when Republicans had brains. You guys can tell me who this quote came from. I'll read you a few quotes. The benefits of free trade are clear, and the arguments against it are always made by those seeking special privilege. That's quote number one. Number two. The appropriate answer to most problems in trade is not to add restrictions, but to eliminate them. Here's a third quote. The case for free trade is as close to a scientific consensus in economics as you can get. Anyone want to guess where those three quotes came from? Anyone?
John Smith.
No. Somebody way more bitching than him.
Friedman, Milton Friedman.
Friedman.
There you go, Milton Friedman.
Friedman. I got that.
Yeah, Milton Friedman. And you know why he said that? Because he understood that free trade is the fucking answer. Deregulation. So any of you, for whatever reason you're doing it, is simping for tariffs, you are going against the most fucking basic principles of free market capitalism. You are fucking simping for the wrong side. So just because your fucking guy is in office and said tariffs are a good idea, and because you're cranky with China because they were kicking your ass because we weren't as innovative as we should have been, you guys can't sell out your fucking principles in a generation just because Trump became president. Milton Friedman should be your guiding fucking light, not Donald Trump. And those of you that sit here and advocate for tariffs, you're not fiscal conservatives. You're not even students of economics.
Look at the numbers on the tariffs. They've only taken in 150 billion. That's 10 days of federal spending. That's not a reduction in spending. That doesn't pay down the debt. That does nothing. It moves the needle nowhere. So it has been the lamest and longest conversation about tariffs. It's meaningless communication.
There's a lot of exceptions to it also on the tariffs. I was trying to
Are you
figure out.
pro-tariff, Abby?
No. I'm ordering a new freaking car from Germany. It's been a pain in the ass trying to figure out what it's going to cost me. So right now, I'm definitely not in favor of them. But
now, but overall you were before you were impacted.
No, I've never. It's just not something. No, I wouldn't say I was in favor of them. What he's using with strategy right now, I definitely thought it was interesting how things played out with Canada, though. I do want to say that. But I just want to say I think there's exceptions in these tariffs with the different countries, and definitely with Europe. And I'm trying to read it as it's happening in real time. And maybe you guys have more insight into it as to what the carve-outs are on what will not be governed by it.
Well, we're going to 40 trillion in debt.
And with Europe in particular, I'm curious, the carve-outs.
So here's the important thing to consider with free trade, right? That moron, he's back on the stage, by the way. He likes to use this word that he borrowed from the left called fair trade. Fair trade just simply means that you get to control what happens with the trade, so you don't like it to be free. Which, by the way, free trade is the biggest weapon against war. Everybody knows that, except for Astro. But here's something to think about. Within free trade, if you find that there's a country that you don't like the way that that they're let's say you don't like their stance on human rights or whatever the fucking excuse you're going to come up with of why you don't like them, right? Let's say they're a bunch of commie bastards. Let's say they're building a war machine against you. Let's say they sponsor terrorism, right? There are ways within free trade that you can just say, okay, I'm not going to get my rice from them. I'm not going to get my rubber from them. I'm not going to get my steel from them. You just have to go seek it out elsewhere. If you want free trade, doesn't mean nobody says we have to trade with China, but the idea that you're going to put a tariff on it is stupid. If there's something that China exclusively has, whether it's a fucking mineral or finished good, really, what China does for the world, and you guys should recognize this, what they do well is they manufacture, right? They are a manufacturing engine for the entire fucking globe. Now, if you don't want to do trade with them, or if you think that there's a trade imbalance and you want to fix this, then what you have to do is you have to find a different country that you're going to have free trade with that gets you what you want. You don't sit there and put these fucking stupid tariffs that raises the prices on consumers. Because the price that it raises on consumers works in two ways. It's not just simply on the products that were imported because you've slapped some tariff on it. It's also the companies within your own country that are now going to have to compete, right? They can then raise their prices because they know that the foreign goods are more expensive now because of the tariffs. So even the American stuff is going up. You know what's not happening? American goods are not going down in price. They're going up in price.
Don't the American companies, but there is a positive, the American companies are getting the benefit of the purchasing. I mean, you can't negate that wouldn't be a fallout from it, that they will choose to purchase domestically.
Not necessarily.
I mean, that's the point he's trying, is that it incentivizes keeping the business.
So you are supportive of tariffs?
No, I'm just saying you just raised all the negatives, and you raised the negative on the domestic companies, and I'm saying there's it's not 100% negative. There is a positive fallout from it, and you can't negate that. And I also go back to what we did with Canada, because they just flat out refused to recognize that they do have a border with us. That just like Mexico, we had a fentanyl issue coming from the northern border as well. We had other issues, border-related issues with them. Watch list people were coming in. They weren't taking it seriously. And he did put pressure on them. And I wonder if you see it any differently with a bordering nation than with a nation on the other side of the Pacific.
Not at all. I'm a free trade zealot, and the reason for that is that if you think about this realistically, just hear me out here. If you're going to have a tariff to protect your industry, think about what that means. That means this is what Astro wants. He wants the government to step in to protect industry. The only industries that need protection are those that are not efficient, where there's competition that is beating them. So you want to protect the company that has failed to innovate to a degree that you would choose them at a higher price, or it's going to be somebody else has manufactured something better. It's either better or cheaper, right? And so the only thing tariffs protect, the only industry that tariffs protect, are those that are inefficient. If you have an efficient industry here, they don't need any protection. And this economic protectionism is just fucking crazy. It's unnecessary. What we should do is we should take the burden off of these companies. We should lower their taxes. We should deregulate them so they can spend more money becoming more efficient, innovating more, and releasing more products, and being able to get the price down because of economy of scale. Like increasing their manufacturing capabilities. The way that you could do that is by deregulating the market and to tax them less. But instead of that, what Astro wants to do is he wants to put more regulations on them. This is fucking crazy.
Well, that's not
You're worse than a leftist, you fucking retard, respectfully.
You're putting words in my mouth for half the things I didn't even argue for. I already said John Stossel's right. Over-regulation sometimes produces these mega corporations. I mean, you have to deregulate in some instances. You have to regulate in more instances, okay? I'm not against deregulation entirely, okay? So stop saying that. That's not my position. Another thing is, too, like, are you okay with foreign companies having a dominant, like, a market share in America? Like, if they were more efficient.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
And I'll tell you why. Hold on. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. Yes, I am. Because what I want is I want Americans to step up to the fucking challenge. I want us to make the best fucking products on planet fucking Earth so nobody else would want to buy something unless they literally couldn't afford it. I want us to fucking step this shit up. I want the regulation to go away. I want us to be the leader in innovation. What you're saying is anti-innovation. What you're supporting here, which would take us to the fucking Stone Ages. I just don't get it. It drives. You shut your fucking mouth, you fucking leftist, LARPing as a fucking right winger. This is fucking ridiculous. Fuck yourself, you little fucking whore.
Right, she was right about that.
Right. But here's the thing: if these corporations become dominant in the United States, or owned by China, owned by some other foreign nation, whether it be Russia or North Korea, whoever, whatever hypothetical adversary, guess what? They could actually use their political influence in the United States and actually. Instead, they could use.
Astro, where'd you study political science? Astro, where'd you study political science?
I didn't get a political science degree because it's a fluff degree. I'm sorry. You're just not going to get anywhere unless you get that.
Hold on. Look, I'm not hold on. I'm not a credentialist. I'm just asking where you got that degree. You acknowledge you didn't have one. I'm an autodidact. I didn't go to fucking school either. But I did read quite a bit. It's kind of obvious that that's something you should try. Where did you study economics?
The internet.
You studied economics on the internet. And who's the economist that you go to? Who's your go-to for economic theory?
Good question. There's a lot of different thinkers out there.
Name one.
I did earlier. I said G.K. Chesterton. He's pretty influential, I'd say. And he was good. He was good back in the early 20th century.
Did he win a Nobel Prize?
If he did or didn't, it don't matter. The Nobel Peace Prize is completely.
I didn't say the Peace Prize. I said a Nobel Prize in economics.
I mean, no. Does that mean anything? I mean, you said you're not for the credential class.
I'm trying to figure out, because what you're saying, first of all, is not rooted in any economic school. The communists would disagree with you. Shut the fuck up. The communists would disagree with you. The capitalists would disagree with you. The only people that agree with you, is Nick Fuentes and the Gropers.
No, I stand with President Trump's, interventionist economic theory. I stand with him on that. I think he's done a great job with it. He's proved that the free market capitalists are wrong, and the modern economists are wrong. And guess what? America's prospering so far in his second term. I think he's actually it's been massively successful.
You think Trump is a brilliant economist?
He's a great politician. That's why I would say.
You just said you agreed with
his economic plan has been solid.
Right.
But it's not just him who's in charge. But he has a good team with him, like Scott Bassett. He's
So you think tariffs have actually been good? You think tariffs have actually made the voters happier?
Yes. So far, so far more. The voter opinion on the economy has gone up since Trump got.
Hold on. No, well, that's not hard to do. You had a fucking guy that tanked the economy. We were $37 trillion in debt. I want to go around the room to everyone not named Astro, and I want to ask a question. Brad, I'll start with you. Do you support tariffs?
No.
Nye, do you support tariffs? I didn't hear that.
No.
Akima, do you support tariffs?
Yeah.
Edward, do you support tariffs?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. I love you too much to argue with you. Serendipity, do you support tariffs?
You gotta go wide, though.
Hold on. To Serendipity, do you support tariffs?
No.
Abby, do you support tariffs?
No.
Shirley, do you support tariffs?
I don't have an opinion about this. I do know that I don't know enough. And anybody, you should cut a check. We all should get cut a check. Needs not to.
All right, hold on.
You don't need to have a conversation with.
Shirley, love you to pieces, but I'm doing a roll call here. So I right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nays and 1 yay. Timok, do you support tariffs?
Yeah, I don't know enough about it, Raj. You know what I know about, so I'll pass right now.
Yeah, Timok knows about love. If you guys want to get filled up with love, talk to Timok. JB, do you support tariffs?
No. But I have to say, this might be a terroristic move. Miss Shirley, respectfully, Roger cheated on you last night. That's why.
Oh shit! I got caught.
I love y'all.
6-1. Okay, Lordness, I know the answer to this. Do you support tariffs?
50-50.
No, I guess I didn't. What a fucking retard. Moose, what about you?
No.
Okay, so we had 7 nays, and I'll count Lordness. We had 50-50 as a yay. So 7-2, and the majority of this room is Republicans. So Astro, what were you saying about support for tariffs?
I was saying that the economy is public polling on the economy has improved since Trump got in the office.
No, I'm isolating specifically. I'm isolating specific on tasters.
Well, I would say the Clubhouse is not a poll. It's not like a real poll.
We established something, Castro.
I'm very open about this. But let me just say that, Clubhouse has niche politics, including myself, including you guys. I mean, this is not a good representation of the whole entire United States.
Just play along. Wait a minute. I operate within the RNC. I've talked to people. I've had sit-down meetings with them. I've had candidates ask for Gerard himself, my best friend. Well, second only to KK because I'm terrified of KK. But my best
You got a crush on her, homie. Come on.
No, but she's... but I mean, like KK herself, she operates in these arenas. Like, no, like that's not niche. Abby, wait, where's Abby? There's fucking Abby. Abby is rocked and rubbed shoulders with some of the political elite class, the shakers and movers, the people that actually put people into office. So, I mean,
she hasn't lost her shoulders in years because of that.
Like, no, Abby's shoulders are pretty tough. I wouldn't come for her. She'd knock you right out of the linebacker.
For a lot of
and I would say that, like, you know, the RNC and party platform is pro-terror. You know, that is really the bread and butter of the Republican Party.
It's only pro-terror because Trump said he's pro-terror. Before that, they weren't.
Well, like, you're right, and because Trump has made it to the Trump Party instead of the Republican Party.
I know, but Astro, just be a sport. I mean, even Time had the courage to say, you know what, he actually did what's sacrilegious on Clubhouse and actually acknowledged that he's not informed enough on a topic to offer an opinion.
Brave enough people. Hold on one second. I'm pretty knowledgeable about negotiation because I've done that throughout my career. And I'm actually in that now. My film's coming out again in AMC theaters around the country for a week. So I'm in negotiations with AMC Theater. So I know about that. So when you talk about tariffs, I don't know enough politically, but I know that there's negotiation going on. There's push and pull. There's posing as if you want this, but you really want something else. But I don't know anything more than that. So, I don't know, Raj, Brad, maybe you can tell me a little more.
But Astro, just play along. When in Rome. It's a simple yes or no. You know, it's not going to identify your life on Clubhouse for the rest of your life. Just say yes or no. Are you for or against tariffs?
I'm for war, yeah. I'm not for free trade. I'm not an fiscal conservative.
I'm for them because they protect a lot of the American revenue growth, jobs growth, all different areas that we currently have been taken advantage of in a lot of areas. It's very unfortunate, guys. Before 1913, the way we actually got revenue in the United States before the federal income tax, they started taxing Americans. It was through tariffs. So one of the reasons why I personally believe in them is because we have 195 countries right now that they've been tariffing us for international trade back and forth. These are the kind of things I talk about, not just what's happened in the last, 7 months? Because most people, Roger, they weren't even involved in tariffs at all. You know that. Most Americans didn't even know that it was happening.
Yeah.
Our farmers, our industry, including right now, because I'm the death care guys, I'm probably the most penalized person on here because I get caskets from other countries. So these are.
So Edward, I wanna read to you what Milton Friedman says about tariffs in regards to what you just said about jobs, and it's balanced, it's honest, and it's rooted in reality. So the tariffs, this according to Milton Friedman. Tariffs may have some jobs, may save some jobs, but they destroy others, especially in export industries. And his other comment is, the economy adjusts naturally when labor moves to more productive sectors. So Milton Friedman will acknowledge that there are certain sectors that where jobs could get created. There are certain sectors that may benefit from the fixing of the economy, quote unquote. The problem that it creates is that any of the companies that rely on exports, the obvious retaliation is going to be tariffs placed on those products, and it's going to impact the sales that are abroad. And so these are the things that people need to think about. In, maybe there's a particular industry that you're simping for. Maybe Astros does have a job, and maybe he's in one of the few industries that benefits from this. But overall, for the economy, Milton Friedman, who I think we would all agree knows more about economics than any of us.
And then Roger, I don't disagree with you. Let me respond to Roger.
Wait, I just put in the chat one thing, Brad. I put in the chat because it was Senator Grassley. There's a bipartisan effort in Congress on control over tariffs and to make sure, and they introduced the Trade Review Act, which would require the congressional approval for what any tariffs imposed. So I think you can also, the argument on how the Republicans line up with this, I'd also look at some of these bipartisan efforts coming out of subcommittees and from the Finance Committee in Congress, in Senate, and probably in the House as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'll say real quickly. Sorry, Shirley, but I'll go real quick. And I think Edward was actually trying to respond to. That's actually a fair point, Abby. Like, is it the tariffs, that's so much troubling, or is it the how it's executed?
Yes.
Going in the form of one man having that power versus bipartisan congressional approval.
So are we agreeing again? This is getting frightening.
This is weird. It's a full moon, Abby. It's a full moon.
Moose is starting to become a conservative. Moose is shifting.
No, this has been happening to the two of us. It's getting a little weird.
So going on what you both just said, and Roger, I agree. That's the nuances of tariffs, okay? The challenge that we all have is because for me, it's above my political and economic pay grade, because I'm just a small business owner in America, but I'm affected by it, okay? The challenge that we all have is the fact that the leaders, and Roger, you said this earlier, don't have enough courage to protect American industry. We have been ripped off for years because countries have done a disservice to America, and most of our political leaders did not understand economics because they're political hacks. They're not economists. This is a problem. And Roger, I know you know this. Whatever girl you touch, they bring. And I land there.
Okay, so I agreed with everything Edward just said. See, here is my question. Is he not doing this because there's an imbalance of trade? We buy everything from them, they buy nothing from us. And oh, by the way, they have slave labor in some of these countries. That's how poorly they pay. You can't compete against that. So I might.
And Mojo's for that because he's for complete deregulation of the economy. That's what he would say. Like, we have to be more like these countries to be more competitive with them. And that means, you have the 12-hour work days. That means you actually barely have any vacation time. That means you have to let the free market go to its own devices. I say there needs to be balance. You don't have to have communism, but you don't have to have unregulated capitalism. This is the reason why we have to place to support American industry and our quality of life.
Spoken like a true Democrat. Look, I want to talk about the idea of what is the American way when it comes to economics, and I think it's important, especially for people that LARP as Trump supporters and probably think that the founders were, the bee's knees. It's important to think about the conflict that even created this country. If it wasn't for the British that were imposing the strict trade laws, navigation acts, taxes like the Stamp Act, Tea Act, we wouldn't have even had an American Revolution. The most American thing that you can do is support free trade. We would not even have had this country if it wasn't for revolting against restrictive trade laws. I want you guys to think about that and think about how anti-American.
And I would counter by saying that, I don't think our founders wanted us to be a puppet state to Chinese, Russian, or any other country's influences by using these companies, especially in China, because guess what? A lot of them, most of them had to be affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, to actually influence our politics and our way of life.
You're worse than a communist, respectfully.
Well, here's the thing, you will bring about literal authoritarianism if you do not actually regulate the economy, and because foreign influence, foreign powers, like we've seen with these third world countries.
The economy is authoritarianism. Do you not understand that?
I mean, no, it's not, because there's liberal democracies all over the place that have individual rights.
Regulating the entire economy.
You can regulate the economy and still have freedom of speech and all the lock-in,
Hold on. Let me ask a question to the people that have been in the Republican Party longer than this fucking twerp. Do you guys think that it's a good development that you have somebody that voted for Trump and identifies with policies where he says that you need to control the economy? The government needs to control the economy. This is a Republican. This is a guy that supports the Trump takeover. Now I get it. Fucking Kamala Harris washing those fucking greens in the bathtub. Not a very good fucking alternative. I wouldn't have voted for her either. I get it. Times are tough. But if you hold your nose and you vote for Trump, what you don't fucking do is follow this motherfucker to the gates of hell with these idiotic fucking ideas. I want to hear from the Republicans not named Astro what you guys think when you hear a Republican saying what you need to do to save the economy is institute more regulations. Please walk me through your thoughts on that. Anyone not named Astro.
Wait, you guys don't count. But I mean, like, I don't know where to say. This is Mojo. Like, this is the Republican Party today. It's not conservative. Like, we've had this argument for 4 fucking years. You know, we've had this battle. You don't have conservative approaches. You don't even have fucking. These people went beyond Reaganomics. Like, they're bypass. They skipped the off ramp and they took the fucking 6-lane highway to God knows where. Maybe it's like right next to the bullet train in California. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have the answer you're looking for. We knew about these guys. You met some of them on here. In fact, there was a mock trial for me that you had to defend me in because they were like, Brad's a conservative. He agrees with these Christian nationalists, Groyper, Nick Fuentes fucking people. And I did it. I honestly did it. Like, literally, there was a fucking a few hundred people that were coming from my head saying how horrible I was.
Crazy, Brad.
That was
crazy. I remember.
But it was Roger who had to go up in there and say, "Oh, hold on a moment. Brad's never argued for these things. Brad's never wanted these." But I don't know what to tell people. Like, you these economic theories that are being espoused, you're going to pay more. They're like, you should actually, if you want to go ask her, you should ask Edward why. Here's a case in point. Why don't you ask some simple questions of Edward? He's an honest man. He's a good man. He's a much better man than me. I will never be an equal to Edward. I could never do that. He is a much better man than me. He actually makes me wish I was a better man. But I can tell you this. Ask him directly. Why does he have to buy his supplies from China? Why is he forced to go overseas to find that? Go ahead and try actually learning something about how the regulations that you're espousing are actually driving away American products and American-made products, and taking away opportunities for Americans because you want to regulate the economy in such a way that it fucking strangles everybody at home, and they don't have an opportunity to actually generate wealth worldwide, let alone domestically.
Yeah, and I would say that, no, I don't believe in that type of regulation. I think that's the regulation that we actually kind of have today in a lot of ways. We live in a corporatocracy where mega corporations and the 1%ers basically have extreme power. And I'll ask everyone in a second, but I do want to respond to what you said, Brad. Is that like, and what I would say is that you have smart regulation. You know, I'm for deregulating when it matters, when it's smart, when it makes sense. But this libertarian idea that a lot of you guys are saying, I'm not saying, I don't know if you're a libertarian or not, I know Mojo is, that we have no regulation whatsoever. We completely give it up to the market to actually, self-regulate. You know, that's a dirty word in my opinion. I don't think that works in practice. You know, and I don't think that's good for the American people. I don't think, and I don't think it's good for the nation. And Gerald,
Okay, so I have a quick question before you answer. So you mentioned you don't have a degree in economics. That's cool.
Yeah.
What books have you read on economics?
Well, I mean, I've read the Communist Manifesto. I've read the, the classics, that you read in college, like...
Wait. You said Communist Manifesto as your first book on economics?
Yeah, well, that's not my first book, but,
But that's the first one that popped in your head, and it was the first one out of your mouth. So Roger is 100% right.
Right's a man. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. You know, the classic political theory books are also
Roger right.
economic.
I have to eat crow with him every fucking time. Will you guys please stop just making Roger right? And then I have to get the verbal assault and the ass whooping that I really don't deserve on a fucking Tuesday.
Well, I mean, I would disagree. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a socialist. I reject. I'm not a Mandami supporter. I'm not a Bernie supporter. I'm not an AOC supporter. But I do support the working class, but that doesn't make you a socialist. You got.
Hold on. So, what do you call it when you say that you want more stimulus checks?
I call it economic populism, and that's a right and left thing. You could be a right winger and a left winger to support that. That's why I would.
Hold on. Let me ask XG. XG, what do you think of this?
I just popped back in, and I'm not sure what the fuck's going on, but I don't feel like my side being represented well.
No, he's not technically on your side. Let me give you. Here's the rundown. He's a Trump supporter. He refers to himself as a Christian nationalist, but he supports heavy regulations. He's pro-tariff, and he's pro-stimulus checks because he calls it economic populism. What do you think of this guy?
I don't think that sounds like economic populism, even if we want to call it that term. To me, it just sounds like, and I say this in the most, like, it's kind of like a pseudo-socialist, it's like pseudo-socialism, but just God's involved this time.
And I would like to respond to that, say, Trump is actually open for a rebate to actually give people, like, more money once all of these trade agreements are implemented. So, like, I mean, you could say Trump's a socialist. I know Mojo does because of his libertarianism. But I would say no, he's not a socialist. I mean, he is very critical of communism, like with the stuff that Mandami is supporting right now in New York. And like, I would say economic.
Was never that Trump was a socialist. So I'm saying that the way you're describing what you're
saying, that's what I'm trying to say. He supported during COVID. He gave out economic stimulus checks to people. He's probably going to give out economic stimulus checks again once the trade agreements go through, and also use that money to pay off the debt too. So like that's my point. Like,
did he just put us in a bigger deficit because of the big beautiful bill?
Well, I mean, it did increase the deficit. I'm not.
Yeah, so you're not.
I'm not debt.
Guys, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Everyone, hold on. I want to talk to the beloved goo. We got an all-star goo. We got Dolly in the goo. We got Mike in the goo. Yoav was in the goo. I don't know why he's not up here. Darren holding down the goo. Darren had to handle the big waves last night that never came. Barl, who never agrees with me on anything, probably agrees with me on this, though. Probably. At least partway probably meets me halfway. I'm going to ask the goo a question. Do you think that economic intervention and Donald Trump instituting tariffs, do you think that this is the path forward for the Republican Party? That's the question. If you do believe that, type 1 in the chat. If you think this guy on the stage is the biggest fucking retard that's ever come in this fucking room, you can put a number 2. If you think he's the biggest retard you've ever heard on this app, put a number 2.
Can I make a request to put a similar cinnamon aside from retard for number 2?
You don't like the word retard?
It's not. I'm not saying it's a bit sophomoric.
Okay. Well, listen. I am right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm trying to bring back the word retard, the word faggot, and not because I'm insensitive. It's because these were words that, when we use them, once upon a time, I think that we also subscribe to this idea that, like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And I think that you can absolutely call me out for saying that it's immature. You can call me out and say that it's likely to offend some people. But I would say the benefit
of reintroducing these words and normalizing these words will make us better. That would be my.
I'll grant you this. I'll grant you this real quick. Real quick. I'll grant you this. I'm kind of half kidding. Like, hang on one second, because my edible's kicking in, so I might actually forget what I was going to say. So, Roger, to that point, I'll give you this. I'll concede that if not, Howard Stern couldn't get away with saying the things he did, if not for pushing the envelope on free speech, who, of course, wouldn't have existed if Lenny Bruce would 100% agree with everything you just said.
Moose, what would you prefer, twat waffle or retard?
Twat waffle, please, thank you. And hold the
I at least I saved myself. At least I got a +1 in the column there. So Brad,
Hey, Moose, have you ever looked at the list Stanford University put out of all the words we're not allowed to say anymore? Have you seen that?
It would take me probably a year to read it. I have not seen the latest, though.
It is pretty astonishing what we say every day that we're not supposed to be saying.
Yeah, Brad, going back to what you talked about with Mr. Astro, I'm not as strong as Roger here, but regulations hurt the death care profession a lot of ways, building-wise in every way, and that's why a lot of cemeteries and funerals buy their products from overseas. Yes, now we are being affected because we have to get tariffs on a lot of our goods and services. And unfortunately, because a lot of manufacturing has moved overseas, now we have to purchase things because I don't know if people know this, but I know Roger knows this. People are in business for profit. They want to make money. Okay? We're not in business to just hire Americans. And I will hire all Americans. I have nobody outside of America working for me, working for our company. And the reason why is because I'm pro-American. I'm not pro-MAGA. I'm not pro-Maha. I'm not pro-America First. I'm pro-American. That's where Edward stands. Because I was American before all these other titles came up. And Roger, I appreciate you bringing that back in your words so we get rid of PC culture. As a believer in God, I still think people should have the right to say whatever they want. And don't tell me to manage my work with pronouns and tell me I should call people when I clearly see that they're not.
Amen. I'm sorry, Edward. I thought you were doing amen to free speech. Yeah, and like I was saying, to Abby, to your point about that list of words that are not PC to say anymore, without the great Jewish comic Lenny Bruce, who would get arrested, police would go to his shows solely for the purpose in the 50s to arrest him because he's saying pussy, because he said the N-word, because he said the derogatory term for Jewish, just trying to desensitize people, not giving these words power. He opened the door for all comedians down the road, on both sides, black, white, regardless of politics. Like, imagine getting arrested, a comedian getting arrested on stage these days for saying anything.
I agree. I think he was groundbreaking on it. I mean, I think George Carlin, the 7 Dirty Words, tried to make the point after him, but Lenny Bruce definitely was the one who set the path for that.
Our hands like Lenny Bruce is not afraid.
Did you guys destroy Astro enough today?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I recognize his voice, and this isn't really Knox. He had his name on his BTR. I think wasn't that guy normally Paul? I'm not making that up, right? I think his voice was very familiar.
His voice was familiar to me too. I was trying to figure out where I heard it. I definitely heard it in rooms before.
Well, it's nice to see all of you. It's been a minute. It's good to see you, Abby. Good to see all of you, Shirley, all of you. Especially Brad. Nice being in the same space. And Roger, thank you so much for always being kind to a believer. So I appreciate it.
It was good to see you, Edward. This conversation my face is hurting because I am grinning. This PC with the words is driving me crazy. I can say that an idea is retarded, and my grandchildren will absolutely crucify me as if I have said something really ugly. I love it. I feel at home.
I mean, if you had grandchildren, I would, and they gave me a dumb idea, I would say, are you being retarded? I would have no problem calling my grandchildren retarded. So.
Shirley, will you bring your grandkids? Make sure they're old enough, but if they're 25 or older, can you bring them onto Clubhouse?
I don't have any 25 or older yet.
Okay, how old are your kids?
My children, they range from 40 to 25.
Please bring them on the app.
Oh my goodness. There's just no words for it. My middle son I could bring.
Wait, which one's the far lefty?
My 40-year-old daughter has got DEI'd. It's heartbreaking.
Tell her to come. I'll be very nice. I'll unleash the truth to her slowly, but tell her to log in.
Wait, what the fuck? She got DEI? You act like she just got shot. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? She got DEI. I'm so confused.
She fell for the okie doke is what Shirley just told you.
Okay.
Listen.
Money extra DEI all the time. Okay.
Jinx, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just listening right now. I'm not left, but I'm more like a dark purple. If that makes any sense. So I'm kind of in between.
So you're like a centrist extremist?
I'm like, I don't care if you're transgender, but don't take my taxes to pay for war and pay for it. Does that make sense?
That's fine. That's fine. So what do you think about capitalism?
I think that it's gotten a little bit too extreme at this point. I think that yes, it's good for people to have businesses and things like that, but I think the wealth gap has gotten a little bit too extreme now. I think that there's no room for billionaires in my opinion, please don't attack me. I hate being attacked on this app, it drives me crazy. I don't think that we have room in this country for billionaires. I don't think that we should have that. You should not have more money than God. Nobody should have that. I think that's just stupid. I mean, their kids aren't going to ever have to work. I think,
May I ask a couple questions? Abby, hold on. We gotta be gentle with this one. She said she doesn't like to be attacked. Okay.
I hate it.
No, it's good. Hold on. Listen. I'm gonna choose my words very carefully. Okay, so Jinx. Oh boy. So, under whose authority do you think we should take the money from these billionaires?
I think that we should eat the rich. I have a shirt that actually says that. I think that we should put way more taxes on the rich than we do on the middle class. Like, I'm middle class and they're taking about $5,000 from me federally. That's not even state. I live in California. So, like, I need my money. I don't think that I should be paying more money in taxes than Jeff Bezos. I think that's kind of unfair.
Well, it's clearly untrue that you would be paying more. If you're paying $5,000, you're not paying more taxes than Jeff Bezos. Would it surprise you to learn that when it comes to income taxes, that 46% of all income taxes that are collected are from the top 1%? Would that surprise you?
Yeah, if that's true, then that would definitely surprise me. Because, yeah, that would definitely surprise me.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
And did you know that another 18% is paid by the top 5% earners?
Yeah, so what about this? 76% of all taxes are paid by the top 10%. But that's...
That also surprises me, but then we have to talk about the distribution of wealth.
Right, because you have to do it on an individual level. It's percentages.
Who the fuck let this retard up the stage? Listen, we're trying to have a polite conversation. You can. No, hold on. He was not on your side. The only thing he was on the side of is mental illness. So, Chase, would it surprise you to learn that the top 50% of income earners pay 97.7% of all income taxes? Meaning that the bottom 50% only pay 2.3% of all income taxes. Well, that's...
Yeah, I mean, it is surprising to me because I feel like I'm getting raped by the government. So, yeah, that actually does surprise me.
Yes.
To be honest.
It's still good politics to raise taxes on the rich, though. I mean, it'd be dumb for the GOP not to do.
You have a financial expert on the stage, like a CPA. Why don't you?
No, I'm talking about politics, not economics.
Hold on. Astro, shut the fuck up. Astro, shut the fuck up. Literally, nobody cares. We have Jinx.
Hey, I care about the Republican Party. I mean,
you don't care about anything.
Write
You're
us a
fucking
check
communist.
if you do. I'll take it.
Well, hold on. We want to talk to Jinx. Jinx, so you think that the way to solve this problem is to tax the rich? If the top 50% of income earners are already paying 97.7% of all income taxes, how much do you think? How much more do you want to take from them? Since the bottom 50% virtually pays nothing, they pay 2.3%. How much more do you want the top 50% to pay? Do you want it to pay all? Actually, let's illustrate it a different way. I like giving this illustration. I love giving this illustration. 100 people go to dinner. Okay, 100 people go to dinner. One person offers to pay 46% of the bill. Okay. And then 9 other people chip in and they say, "Hey, look, with our help, we could pay 76% of the bill." And then 40 other people chip in and they say, "We're going to pick up 97.7% of the bill." Now you're assuming you're on the bottom 50%, and now 50 people left at this dinner are told, "You guys got to come up with the other 2.3%. Would you say to the people that pay disproportionately for the dinner, would you say that they should pay more? Or do you think that you would just say thank you and then reach in your pocket and the 50 of you pick up that 2.3?
So I like that analogy. That's a good analogy because I go to dinner a lot. So this is how I would do it. If I make significantly more than all of the people at the table, I'm gonna pay for the food. And I'm especially gonna pay for the food of my friend who I know is broke and doesn't have any money. I'm gonna pay for her. Like,
right, but there's 100 people at the table. How many people are you gonna pay for? Because the way the taxes work now, that one person would pay for 46 people. Do you think that's a fair deal?
I think that, like I said, if I make significantly more than my friends or the people that I'm sitting amongst, I'm gonna pay it because I know that it's not gonna hurt me as much as it will hurt them.
Correct.
Between equality and equity.
Yeah. I don't like either of those terms. I don't like either of those terms. But let's go back to this scenario where it's 100 people. You guys took over a restaurant. There's 100 of you, right? And let's assume you're the wealthiest person among your group, right? And the bill comes, and everybody's like, "Oh wow, that's pretty big." And you, being the wealthiest, if you said, "You know what? I'm going to pay for 46 of us." Right?
Oh, we'll see.
And the 99 of you, right, that are left, you guys can figure out how to pay for the other 54 dinners.
Can't give it away.
Do you think that the remaining people would look at that and say, "Man, that seems like pretty good"?
I think that I would rank it as who makes the most. Then they can pay the tip. Who eats the most,
Just the
as
tip?
well as another thing.
Are you saying you just the tip?
Whatever. Whatever.
So
Like-
Brian, can I jump in?
Wait. Well, yeah, we're done. Gotta go next.
No, Roger, I'd like to ask a question because I will have 100 people in our company at one table. And as a company owner, we will pay for the whole meal for everybody because they're our biggest asset. However, this is the part, Jinx, I would like to ask you a question. How do you think that I got to the point as a business owner to be able to pay for the whole table?
By being frugal.
No. You say by being frugal, right? But I'm asking you a question.
No.
Sorry, Nick.
No.
Okay,
It's not
wrong
by being,
answer.
no. No, it's not the wrong answer. I want you to think, okay? Because you want to penalize me because I own the company. You want me to pay more taxes, even though I'm already paying taxes for myself as a corporation, as an individual, and I'm paying all of the people that work in our organization also to the federal government. I'm paying a lot. So when you say these things, you got to make sure you're looking across the board of every single person involved. You're penalizing the person that create jobs, the person that gives people opportunities. And listen, some of the people that work in our organization has been with me 20 years. That means we put their kids through school, we help them go to college, we put clothes on them, we have complete holiday parties where we purchase everything. But you know what we don't do? We don't want to tax our employees and the people that work for us anymore because they help us grow. And the more money we make, the more money they make.
So,
I land.
so
Do you
that's a
increase
really good
wages?
point,
Because it
but
doesn't
my
seem like the
thing,
more money they make.
my whole thing about that is, Edward, this is my first time ever meeting you, but I'm talking about billionaires too, mind you. I'm not talking about the people who have, like, I'm not talking about the Beverly Hills people who happen to own a 6-bedroom house worth $3.5 million, or the ones that own a house that are like even $6.8 million or whatever. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about billionaires. Those are the people we should not have.
No, Jenny, hold on.
How'd they get there, Jinx? How'd the billionaire get there?
Yeah, but let's.
How'd they get there, Jinx?
Well, wait. Let's let Edward go first, and then I'll go next.
So, Jinx, I want you to know there's 3,027 billionaires on planet Earth. There's 8.3 billion people on planet Earth. What you're doing is you're penalizing one little group of people who have created so much commerce. These people created a lot of things. I'm not going to blame them because they've gotten to the industry and created our lives better. Like right now, a lot of us want an iPhone or an iPad or whatever. Someone deserves that because that's what they created. The marketplace allows these things. And some people are going to grow through the marketplace. That's what happens. But you and I know if I, Edward, want to earn more money, or people come to me and say, hey, Edward, I want to make more money in the company. And I said, okay, bring me more value. Go create more value for our company, and we'll pay you proportionate to what you bring. What you're saying is that we should penalize people, and I'm just making sure I'm understanding you, James, that we should penalize people because they happen to become rich because they've done something for all of what I call humanity. That's my understanding.
So Jinx, I want to segue on what he said. So how do you think they got where they are? Do you think they all started rich? The billionaires that bother you?
No, of course not. I mean, their children will have started
I
rich,
asked about the
but
children, not them.
Yeah.
So do you think some of them might have worked their asses off really hard, studied really hard in school, and worked really hard to build what they built? Do you think that might be the case with some of?
I think that might be the case for a lot of them, not even some.
Okay.
But
so
I think that a lot of people work really hard.
Right. So if you work really hard, isn't that a reasonable result that you gain success and financial success from hard work?
No.
Yes, but not into the billions.
Well, not
That's
into
my
the
whole
billions. But what if you come up? I mean, I happen to be in business with someone who did this, whose dad was a taxi driver. This guy was a court reporter. He had nothing. Like, barely went through school, and came up with a concept and built it, lost millions, then reinvented himself, and ultimately became a billionaire. And just as you heard, created tens of thousands, oh, I should say hundreds of thousands now, of jobs around the world because of his resilience and hard work and building a company, and affected the world. So why does this guy get penalized, or you want him gone? Because he did all this hard work and all this great success.
I don't think that he should be penalized. I think that him living in the United States of America, using the roads that he uses, having these employees, making sure he has health insurance for them, I think that he's using the country. We are actually giving him the ability to make those billions of dollars, so he should give back and not have billions and billions of dollars.
You just heard, and Nick can go through it financially because he's an accountant. He can tell you. But he pays taxes. He pays for himself. He pays for his company. He pays for his employees. He pays the property tax where his businesses are located. He pays the use taxes. His company is licensed and has a particular tax for their business that they're in. He pays all kinds of regulatory fees. So, I mean, if you look at this, there's all kinds of taxes. And then, by the way, I'm going to land with you're all worried about 4 generations out. By the way, and someone can give you the statistics on this, most of this great wealth doesn't pass more than maybe 2 generations, and that's statistical. But even if it passes down generations, which, by the way, a majority of these billionaires have taken the oath that Warren Buffett developed with Bill Gates, where they pledged to give away about 90% of their income altruistically to philanthropies. You negate to talk about how much these people also provide into the philanthropic sector and build out hospitals and community centers, etc. I mean, these horrible billionaires that do that. But these generations, there's something that we have called an inheritance tax. So a good 50% they have to pay in taxes to the government after the billionaire dies. And we know the stories of the families that have had to sell off their assets, the farmers that have to sell off after generations of having farmland because they inherit it and they can't afford to keep it because they can't pay the inheritance tax on it. So you're forgetting there's other factors here. It's these horrible billionaires. So next time you go into a community center, into your hospital, or to maybe you go see the theater, you go into a center for the arts, or you go into a museum, take a look at whose names are on the walls and who donated the money for those facilities.
Yeah, but you're trying to act like that was a charitable act.
Wait, Nick.
I got a quick question.
Wait, no, I've been waiting this whole time. Let me just ask you.
You can wait a little more.
I've been waiting the whole time.
No, he did. He yielded his time to me.
It's not going to take long. I got a quick question. Is there, like, certain billionaires, Jinx, that you think need to pay more and others don't? Or across the board? And is there some, maybe there's some grief around working at a company that you think that they should have more vacations or this kind of thing? Where is the beef is what I'm trying to...
So I'm a scientist, so I don't have like a beef working like at any Amazon or anything like that. I'm talking across the board, sweeping. I don't care where you're from, I don't care what you look like, nothing. Billionaires should not exist in this country, in my opinion. So I'm sweeping it.
I mean, maybe you should the homeless, but you married one.
Jinx, alright.
Hey, hold on. We're gonna go to Lordness, but I'm just gonna give a warning to everyone that's on this stage right now. We've already talked to
the stupidest person on this app. Look, just everyone take a deep breath. I want everyone to take a very deep breath, okay? A very deep breath. Breathe
In for 4, hold, out for 6. Sorry.
No, that's good. Please lead us again. Can we take one more deep breath?
Who's the stupidest?
No. Hold on. Jinx, go ahead and lead us one more deep breath.
In for 4, hold, out for 6.
Very good, very good. Now listen. Hold on. I want everyone to just relax. Now that we've taken these deep breaths, if you feel like you need another one, you can move yourself down to the audience and you can take another one. Feel free. I don't want anyone to interrupt each other, and I don't want anyone to pile on to anyone. If you disagree with them, that's fine. We'll create a queue. I don't want any name calling. You know what we're going to do? Right now, I'm in the presence of Timok, who channels love. And so I'm feeling the love of this room right now, and I want to encourage everyone in this room to just tap into whatever source of love you may have. Maybe you don't have a source of love. Maybe you can find one. There's plenty of people here. Shirley is a great source of love. Edward's a great source of love. Dr. Jordan's a great source of kinky love, if you're into that sort of thing. But I want you to channel into whatever's going to make you feel at peace here, and we're going to let Lordness speak. Then we're going to get the conversation going. We're going to pass the mic around to people that haven't had a chance to speak. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to name call unless Astro comes up. If you guys bring Astro up, you guys can rip him to shreds. I don't care. But we're going to be nice to Jinx, and we're going to be nice to everybody else. Jinx is a guest here. She's got a pink ticket. She's got a charming voice. She's got some dumb ideas. I didn't say she was dumb. I just said she's got some dumb ideas. No, I didn't say you were dumb.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. I'm here to learn. So
I just want to make sure that everybody is showing kindness to everyone on the stage. If you need to have an outburst, if you feel the need to, you got two choices. You can move yourself down to the chat, and you can say whatever you want in the chat, or you can take it out verbally on Astro. Those are your options, but you cannot take it out on any.
Roger, just a point of clarification, real quick. You did not point to me as a source of love, because that would just be a complete hypocrisy that existed. Roger, and then furthermore, and Jinx is like really a great person. She is a wonderful human being. Be kind to her, guys.
Dude,
just real quick for clarification on the rules, Roger. If I were to say "fuck you, Brad," and then people,
that would be bad.
You know, if I were to say that was directed at Astro, I was telling Astro "fuck you."
That's what we're going to do when you do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Lordness. Lordness is going to go ahead and he's going to offer his submission. We're going to have a conversation. XG, I'll bring you back up. Yes, I'll even mod you again. Hey, everyone, Rich, don't interrupt.
What asked Timok was the actor?
He is the actor guy, yes. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Cool. Yes, he is. If you guys want to look up everybody's username on the Google machine, go ahead and do it. Yes, my friends are popular. So, XG, go ahead and stop trolling the room. We're going to have an intelligent conversation. Lordness is going to speak. We're going to pass the mic around. I want everyone to be very kind to our special guest, Jinx. And I'm not just saying that because she's hot. I'm just saying it because we want to be nice to each other. So, Lord...
Look, Jinx, what do you think would be a better way to solve the situation, by abolishing taxes or keeping it the way it is right now?
That's a really good question. I definitely don't think we should abolish taxes. I think that we should make sure that they're evenly distributed to people's income levels. I think that's how I see it.
But wouldn't you want to win one on both sides?
I think that billionaires are winning already.
But what if you weren't taxed? You could flourish.
But they're already, I don't know how much more you can flourish I'm not talking about millionaires, by the way, I'm talking about billionaires.
Okay, so James, I got a question for you. So, if the top 1% are already paying 46% of all of the income tax that's collected federally, what do you think the proper number is for the top 1%? If 46% of all the income tax is not enough from the top 1%, how much do you think it would be?
The percentage of the economy that they own.
Oh, okay. Well, then they would all get tax cuts.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they would all get tax cuts.
But they're the top 1%.
You're very generous. You are a very generous woman.
Can I ask you a question, James?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, well,
Why not?
Hold on. Be careful.
Let me
ask her.
I've been going patiently. Let me ask her.
Ask her. You're gonna be a little bit more patient. I'm gonna ask you to be very polite. Jinx is my special guest here, and Jinx, you just have to know, this guy is the mother lode of all bad ideas. He is a left-wing Republican that voted for Donald Trump. I just want to clarify that for you in your mind, that this is a Trump supporter that is pro-tariff. But so I want to warn you so you can be prepared for the bullshit that's going to come out of his mouth.
I mean, would you be against a policy that only taxes the rich and actually does a tax exemption for the poor and the middle class?
I think that I don't think that I should not pay any taxes, and I'm middle class.
But how about just like income tax? That's more what I'm suggesting. So you can still pay like property tax and all these other things, but income tax is exempt for certain tax brackets. But if you're like making a certain amount, then you get taxed by your income. You think that's a good alternative, would you say, or would you be against that? Just do like proportional income tax, regardless of class?
I think proportional income tax is what I would do. But the proportion, the math has to math. It has to be like it would just be like a fraction of what it is now.
So, Jinx, I'm a CPA and I haven't talked much.
Nice.
So you were saying the rich don't pay their fair share of taxes. Well, that's because you have three ways of earning money. Earned through like a W-2 job or self-employed, small business owner, contractor, whatever. Passive through rental real estate or whatever, rental properties, or portfolio, like dividends, capital gains, interest that you get from investments. What the rich realize is they don't earn their money through a job because that's taxed at the highest rate. Because you're gonna, so like if you read about a lot of CEO pay isn't as much as you think, because you'll see a lot of them, their base pay is about, $500,000, but what happens is they'll pay themselves like $5 million in stock or stock options, because if you wait a year, that's taxed as a capital gain, and that's only taxed at a 20% rate, and you don't pay FICA tax. So you don't pay 7.65 into the greatest Ponzi scheme ever known as Social Security and Medicare. So that's where the rich have. They invest in their financial education. If you really understand, too, the rich people don't work for money. They have assets working for them, and they have their money working for them. So they understand the game of money. And, you want to keep, you say these billionaires are bad, but they shouldn't exist. Okay, fine. That's fine. But do you have a 401k or Roth IRA? Because guess what? It invests in Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, Tesla. So it's, whether you like it or not, you want them to be successful, and you want their companies to go up and grow value, because we all gain from that. So, for them to be a billionaire, like Mr. Edward said, or Abby said, they have to improve a lot of people's lives or make a lot of people's lives better. And they have done that. So
I think that's an awesome take. I think that the second half of what you said about the 401k and the Roth IRAs, because I do participate in those things. But I will say about the first half that you said, they're able to participate in the stocks and they're able to buy homes because they have the money to do that. The lower and the middle class don't quite have that luxury. So I that's where my issue is.
But,
like, you know what I mean?
I guess you can consider me middle class. I buy stocks and I invest my money. I actually make more money from my investments than I do my everyday job. So am I bad for paying a lower tax rate and not paying my fair share?
No, because you're not a billionaire. I'm talking about billionaires. Like, I'm not talking about people like us who have to exchange some sort of time for money. Like the normal people. Like, I'm not, I think I would like to think I'm upper middle class. So, like, I'm not talking about this bracket. I'm talking about the people who have more money than God. The people that won't even feel that if you fed, you can feed the world with the amount of money that they have. So, like, that's what I'm talking about.
Go ahead, let Mr. Edwards speak.
Yeah, James, I love your passion. It is very cute. I'm serious. I'm going to say to you the number again, James. 3,027 billionaires worldwide. You're picking on a group of people that have created tremendous opportunity through the free market to make all boats rise. Nick just said to you, all of us have a right to earn, but you also have a right to invest. But the average person don't invest. They don't invest in their own selves. I think one person in the chat was talking about that the revenue in our company, guys, the first 2017, we gave 700 of our people that work for us $40 million. We split it among all of them. Okay? How did that happen, guys?
They brought value to the company and it improved your operations, your bottom line, and they thought outside of the box. Because Mr. Edwards, I work in manufacturing. I'm a plant controller over 7 plants. Well, really senior accounting manager. If we can find my company money, that goes into the pool of bonuses and it gets paid out, so we all benefit. There's that incentive.
So Nick, this is the point. I don't think that everybody really comprehends the investment side, like you talked about the 401ks, the Roth IRAs, all other type of investments. Guys, I like Nick said, we make more money on our investments than what my company can ever do. And yes, you're right, James. Because we have the money, we can invest it. But you know how we got it, James? By building opportunities for other people. No one gave it to me. I didn't come from a family of rich people. But I tell my children, rich people come out of us. Okay? Why? Because we designed something that people do. I'm in death care for 37 years. When I first started out, I started knocking on doors, selling graves door to door. It just doesn't happen overnight. And I don't like people, and I hear you keep saying, not the billionaires. Roger gave you complete understanding of what happens with all of the people who create opportunity. Do not look at these people as like the left. They're not evil. And being a free market person is not evil. That's where I live.
Yeah, Edward, real quick again, Jigs, I'm trying to find the heart of the matter. What is, I'm trying to understand what you're not getting about what everybody's been saying, and why is it that you see people that are poor and struggling? What made you come to this conclusion? Across the board, all billionaires should be doing.
Is that for Ab? I mean for Jinx, I'm sorry?
Yes, it's for Jinx.
All right, you said it. Go ahead.
So,
No, good.
so what makes me think that, I'm sorry, can you repeat, like, the gut of that?
Yeah, and I forgot what I was saying.
I'm making dinner, sorry.
I had a question.
Oh, hold on real quick. What are you making for dinner?
I'm making chicken thighs with vegetables and a side of rice. I eat very clean. I don't eat a lot of crazy stuff.
What did you season the chicken with?
Slap yo mama seasoning. It's really good.
And Are you grilling it? Are you frying it? What are you doing with it?
So I have these new cast iron pots that I got, and I have a chef stove. So what I like to do is I like to put them on the cast iron both sides after I let them marinate in like lime juice. And then I season them with spices, put them on the cast iron, let them fry on both sides, and then I like to put them in the oven with some butter so that they're very tender on the inside but kind of flaky on the outside.
All right. Look, I think based on that, I will be much more tolerant of your views on economics.
Thank you.
That's hilarious.
That sounds great. Yeah, Jenks, I was trying to get to the heart of why you feel this way. Yeah. And after Edward said what he had to say, and everybody else had been saying what they had to say, why did you come to the conclusion that these billionaires need to do more? I'm trying to see how you're looking at life and people and the workforce. Can you answer that for me? What's the heart of it?
Sure. So, number one, I live in Los Angeles, right? And
wait, can we qualify that? Do you actually live in LA, or are you like some Orange County chick?
no. I used to be, but no.
You sound more like Newport Beach, I'm just saying.
Oh my god, it sounded like this since I came out the coochie, okay?
No, Rodney. Jinx, are you from Compton?
I live in Orange County, Jinx. She doesn't sound Orange County, Rodney.
Thank you, Jesus.
Well, hold on. She doesn't sound LA proper either. I could go with Hawthorne. I could go with Watts. There's a few other places. I just don't think she's from LA. I don't think she's in LA. That's what
I was born and raised in Long Beach. So.
There you go, LBC. Shout out. Okay. You ever go to the Long Beach Grand Prix?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times. But once you've gone like to two, you've gone to them all at that point. Yeah.
Men might have a different experience there, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So,
for women, you can only get ran up through a couple times. So go.
I don't know. I'm married. So the thing about this, the reason I want to answer his question is I live in Los Angeles, California, and maybe, like you said, I do have a really big heart and I'm very nice, but it's very difficult for me to see people that have so much money driving by people who are literally on the street begging for food. The polarization really bothers me. That's just me. That's one thing. And two, I am a scientist. I have multiple degrees, and I work my ass off. I actually work 2 jobs at some pretty heavy hitters, and I feel like I'm at a point where I have to exchange time for money, and they take so much from me, so much from my taxes, that it bothers me that I even have to pay this much in taxes. So I don't think it's fair that I have to pay this much and I'm literally just I'm middle class, I'm just trying to make it, versus like a billionaire that has all of these loopholes that they're able to go through, and then they just get a new huge tax cut from some of your favorite presidents, Donald Trump, to even have more loopholes. I just don't like that. It doesn't feel fair.
So hold on. So let me just break this down. So you don't like to pay taxes, but you oppose tax cut.
I never said that. I don't like to pay as much as I pay in taxes. That's where I'm coming from. I never said that I don't think I should. I would prefer.
Why are you living in LA then?
Yeah.
Well, I can explain.
Family is here.
Yeah, but
so I can explain Jinx.
City, you pay less.
I would prefer if Rick doesn't try
position.
to explain me by some really fictitious story that he's made up in his head. It's very weird that he does this.
That's amazing. All that. So Jinx believes that billionaires pay such a small, minute percentage of taxes of what they earn, but she doesn't actually realize how much they actually pay. She thinks that they pay like a tenth of 1%. that there's all these loopholes, billionaires don't pay any taxes. That's her biggest contention, and she thinks because she makes like $300,000 a year and she has to pay like 40% taxes, it's wrong because then, you know, a billionaire only has to pay a tenth of a tenth percent, you know, which isn't true.
I mean, ultimately, I do think the billionaires do need to pay their fair share and actually, you know, their social responsibility compared to other people.
Hold on.
Why do you think they're not? Like, I'm just losing it with this. Why do you think they're not? I just went through some of the taxes that they're paying. I didn't even get through all of them. It's an extraordinary amount of taxes in every aspect, whether it's personal income taxes and business taxes, property taxes, use taxes. I mean, it's not a tax-free life for them. And then a majority of the 3,000 plus, or the ones in the United States, have pledged their wealth to philanthropies. Let me talk about them. And where 90% of their wealth is not even passing down. So, like, at what part of your salary in LA not buying purses but giving it to the poor people? Are you titing your salary?
I don't buy that.
10%? Do you take 10% of your do you take your appreciated stock? Do you take 10% of your salary and do you give it away? 10% of it. Do you do that?
No, because the standard of living. I'm not well above the standard of living, Abby.
People
can you calm
make a lot
down?
less.
She doesn't make like $300,000.
People that make a lot less than you give money away. People give money away at all income brackets. If you're feeling this, I gave money away as a baby lawyer. I wasn't making that much then, but I gave a good percentage of my salary away. So if you feel this, why are you not giving money away?
Real quick, Roger, what is the breakdown on taxes that are paid by people?
Hold on one second. Abby, if you're, because you're making a good point. Abby, she can also start a non-for-profit for people that she's feeling that are downtrodden, right? She can do other things.
I work 2 jobs. When can I do that?
She can take.
Tell me.
She can
I'm
take a percentage.
I'm working 2 jobs, and I'm a behavioral specialist.
Hold on. I know you heard what I said. Hold on. Mute yourself. Thank you. So, I've already broken down the math for you. I'll repeat it for anyone that's new, or maybe if it'll sink in by me repeating it. So when you look at all of the income tax collected federally, all of it, the top 1% of income earners in this country, the top 1% pay 46% of the entire collection of income taxes federally. When you expand that to the top 10% of income earners, it's 76% of all income taxes paid by the top 10%. And when you expand to the top 50%, it's 97.7%. The idea that the rich don't pay their fair share, you're first of all, you're not looking at the reality of the situation. The top 1% again pays almost 50% of all the taxes. So the idea that they're not paying their fair share is just crazy.
They should be doing more.
I'd like to.
They have to be doing
something
more.
I was saying.
You're
I'd
right.
like to. One last thing.
Well, hold on. Before you guys go, here's the question then, and I'll ask the question of Jinx, and I'll ask the question of Astro, and I'm not asking for a big long explanation. I'm just asking for a percentage. If the top 1% currently pays 46% of all of the income tax, and you're not happy with that and you think they should pay more, I want you to give me a number that you think the top 1% should pay in terms of percentages. I want you to give me that number. So I'll start with Jinx. What is the percentage that you think the top 1% should pay of all income tax federally? Jinx, this is your chance.
80%.
Okay, got it. So at least everybody hold your jeers. We will address that in a moment. So we have one person that's saying that they should pay 80%. That means that the 99% of the rest of the country, she's saying, should cover the 20%. Interesting. interesting. Astro, what percentage of all of the income tax federally collected do you think the top 1% should?
A 3% increase from the current rate.
I'm asking you what percentage they should pay of the, this is not a trick question. Answer my question. 46% of all income taxes are paid by the top 1%. What, if you think they should pay more, give me how much you think the top 1% should pay.
I mean, of the current tax rate for the 1%.
I didn't ask for the current tax rate. Listen to the frame. Okay, you want to, okay. Fine, you go to the audience. You can't listen to simple instructions. At least Jinx answered the question, answered it honestly. The lefty that's LARPing as a Republican, the anti-capitalist, the guy that we have created this room title for, probably, I say that, man, I say this too much, so I need to reserve it. At this point in time, I can confidently say I've never met a more ignorant human being on or off the app when it comes to economic policy. The most ignorant human being I've ever met. But Jinx, I'm going to let the room talk about this proposal you have where, but before we do, can I ask you one more thing? If we were to expand to the top 10%, which pays 76% of all taxes, do you think that the top 10% should maybe pick up the rest of the taxes and then the 90% of Americans just get a free ride? Is that would that help you? Jinx.
I don't think that anybody should get a free ride.
Well, but 50% of the country essentially is, because the bottom 50% is paying 2.3% of all the income tax. Do you think that maybe we should eat the poor? Maybe the bottom 50%, maybe the bottom 50% should pay more of their fair.
No, that's horrible. Oh my god. Can I just sit back and learn now? Is that okay?
Wait, do you like Sweden?
So Jinx, Roger gave you you said 80%. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Jinx, do you think tax is theft?
I think that I agree with what Mr. Nick said in the chat. I think that income tax is theft. Because I'm trading my hours for money, hours of my life.
So let me
ask you to increase it though for the top 1%. So basically, you don't think income tax is theft. You think that income tax is theft of your money, but you think that they should steal from other people. So you're basically fucking robbing.
No, you said, well not you said, Nick said earlier that these people generally have like dividends and they're getting passive income. So they're not essentially trading hours of their lives for money.
And you shouldn't be either, because you said something. Another word you said was loopholes. So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you not have access to the tax code of the United States of America?
Of course I do. If I go on the internet, I'm sure I could use it. But I have stock, you guys. I have a 401k. I have all of these things.
No, geez, I'm not talking about tax. I'm not talking about stocks. I'm talking about, do you think that a millionaire, billionaire, whoever you want to say, do you think they're not using the same rules of engagement when it comes to taxes that you can?
No, because I don't have the same money to use the loopholes.
Jinx, I think you're missing the point. It's not about how much money you have. It's the tools you use. You're not using the tools. Because you right now, if you are clearly making $300,000, there's a whole lot of other ways to make sure you shelter your funding. And Abby gave you a big one. You said you're not giving anything away. You're not giving the charities. You're not using the write-offs that's already on the books.
That's,
I mean,
the cost of living is too high here, Mr. Edwards.
That's part of the problem that I have with what Abby said. One second. That's part of the problem that I have with Abby said, because with the way that she ended up framing it the first time, it was like, look at all these good things that they're doing for society. Look at how much of a benefit they're doing by donating to these charities and building this. Look at the names of the buildings that you see next to you. And now we see the reality is no one's the billionaire gives a fuck about the society. They just want a tax write-off.
Well, that's not true.
No,
Hold on. No. XG, I don't think you've ever said anything that stupid in your life before. First of all, if they're doing something charitable for the benefit of the tax write-off, that's a good thing. That means that incentives work. This means that if properly incentivized, we can get people to do good things. And you're speaking out against, like, well, if their motivations are pure, then they shouldn't do it.
No,
and if we were, no, XG, hold on. This thought that people have that if somebody with high wealth gives to a charity solely because it's a tax write-off, and I believe that there's some that do that, but I don't know about you guys. I'm sure Abby knows people with very high wealth. I would imagine that Nick, in the business that he's in, probably has seen people with extremely high wealth. There's a couple of you that have experienced and been in proximity with people that are very high wealth. Here's the one thing I can tell you for sure: when people have a lot of wealth, the one thing that they obsess about is how are they going to be perceived, and they do think about things like their legacy. They want to make sure that their community thought fondly of them. They want to make sure that their family thinks fondly of them. And once you're beaten the game financially, the only game left to play is for legacy points. And so to get these legacy points, and I can tell you, some of it, I don't believe it's all altruistic. I think you and I might agree on that. But what they are playing a game of is that they want people to perceive them as being altruistic. And if we can create an incentive structure, which we have, which allows them a tax write-off for giving to charity, we should encourage that. Talked about this before. I think they should have an unlimited write-off for charitable contribution. The whole reason you're supposed to collect taxes in the first place is to be able to serve the public good, right? So if you're serving the public good through a private charity, you should be able to maximize that. And now, for those of you statists that don't like that idea and you want the money to stay with the state, like guys like Astro, for example, then maybe you don't maximize it and let it be an unlimited write-off all the way up to 100%. Maybe you don't do that. But you should definitely look at increasing it, because it is a very good thing when people look to their community and look for a group of people that are serving a purpose, that are helping solve a problem in their community, and say, I want to give my money to that. It should not matter if the reason they want to give that is because they believe in it, although I do believe some of them do. It doesn't matter if their motivation is, I want people to think I'm a good guy when I'm really a shithead. Who cares? It doesn't matter. The money's going to the cause. And I can tell you that there's not a single nonprofit on the fucking planet that would turn that money away, even if they knew fucking wholeheartedly that the person didn't believe in their mission. If he was writing the check, they would say, you know what? Lord works in mysterious ways. We'll take the money. We'll make good use of it. And I can't believe that people get hung up on this shit about whether or not their motivations are pure. It doesn't fucking...
It's not about the motivation specifically entirely, because there's also, again, the write-offs that I was talking about aren't always for the public good. You have people that get their friends to evaluate a fucking blue line on a canvas for $150 million. You go ahead and do it for a charity art gallery donation, and boom, you get a giant fucking write-off afterwards. So, like, I get it. There are some instances where, for example, if it's a park, if it's a little library or something that gets a donation, of course, I'm not saying that the charitable part. Abby, I didn't interrupt you. I wouldn't like to be interrupted. So again, when I say that there are things that make it seem like when she was talking, saying that, oh, well, look at all these good things that are being done, look at what they're doing, but the way that it was phrased as if it was some type of generous thing that they're genuinely doing because they want to contribute to the good, because she was tagging off of Edward's point about how, hey, when we make more money, everyone else makes more money, etc., and putting on like the greatness of what billionaires do, etc., right? I'm not denying that when they do those charitable acts, for whatever intention it may be, that there may be a net positive out of that, specifically like the examples I listed with the libraries, etc., But there are multiple other examples where it's not beneficial at all. It's as beneficial as asking a communist, how do you evaluate the mud pie as a labor value when it comes to what they decide to associate or get appraised by their friends in order to get a certain write-off off of it. I'm not saying that the charity doesn't work. I'm saying it does. Just don't frame it as if they're doing it out of the generosity of their heart and not for what they actually need, which is a tax
I
write-off.
gotta respond to this. Number one, you missed exactly what I said on how many billionaires took the pledge that Warren Buffett put out, that 90% was going to go back altruistically. I think you must have had cotton in your ears when I said that, number one. Number two, it's not little libraries. I hope for your sake that you don't get ill and you don't have to go to the hospital. But for the lady in LA, if she has to go to Cedars-Sinai, take a look at how most of Cedars-Sinai, one of the best hospitals in LA, got built. Look at whose names are on the walls of it. Realize that this isn't little drips and drabs of money. It's large sums of money. And by the way, the person that has their art appraised still has the scrutiny and still has to go through the scrutiny of the IRS, especially when it's art and art donations. It's the most strict scrutiny of any charitable donation is artwork. And if you haven't experienced that, try to donate a piece of art and watch how a 501c3 receives it. And with respect to the girl that's in LA, these people that aren't working, that you're worried about, that need to be fed, why aren't they working? What are they doing?
Because they're mentally ill.
Are they all ill on the streets, or some of them just don't want to be working? So not all these people. You have to also evaluate who are the people that you think deserve the handouts, and look at these handouts. And my last thing I want to say, if you earn this amount of money and you have stock, which you said you have stock, then take your appreciated stock, because under our tax code, you don't have to pay capital gains on the appreciation, and donate it to the United Way. You don't have time because you work 2 jobs, take it, donate it to a charity, to a food bank. If you're really worried about feeding the people on the streets, then take your appreciated stock and donate it. And that's what you should be doing. You should have been doing it whether you're a waitress or you're a scientist or you're a billionaire. You should be donating and giving money to charity. And if you want to sit and complain about others that you think shouldn't exist, I don't think people should exist if they don't give back. And for you to sit here and complain and then say that you don't give to anyone, then shame on you. Shame on you for that. You take that stock that you own and find the one that made the most money and give it to the food bank in LA.
Why would I do that if we're talking about billionaires, Abby?
Yeah, I know many of them in my industry, and I have a hospital down the street that they built.
You're talking about my hundreds of thousands of dollars a year compared to a billionaire. Do you understand the cost of living in Los Angeles?
Okay, I would like to interrupt.
Like, what's happening? Like, you're putting all of these words in my mouth because you want to talk to me, but it's like, come on. Like, what are you talking about?
So I said when I was a baby lawyer, what did I make? 30 grand as a baby lawyer out of law school? I gave 2,000 away. I remember writing the check to a charity.
Did you live in LA? Did you live in Los Angeles, California?
Well, then don't live in LA.
Or did you
can't afford it. Don't live in LA. Don't pay LA taxes. Move to the next town that you don't pay taxes. Move across the border where I am, where I have no state.
Yeah, that sounds
tax.
easy.
It's easy where I am.
All my
There's no
family's
state
here.
income
Jesus
tax.
Christ.
You can take the extra money.
Jesus Christ. I know.
Yeah. I'm very entitled.
All right, hold on.
Okay, we have to wait for Roger to come back.
Let's go.
Good. Nick is an accountant. Why don't you let Nick speak?
Okay, so, Jinx, do you know why tax code was written? It was incentives that the government and things that the government wants you to do. And what does the government want you to do? Create housing and create jobs. So therefore, what these so-called evil rich people do is they create jobs and they create housing and make people's lives better. So you can partner up with the government and take advantage of, these what you call loopholes but they're really just incentives. I mean, tax code's out there. You can read it, and it tells you what incentives and what things you're supposed to do, and that's how they'll reward you. What's stopping you?
I want to jump in here.
The cost of living. Sorry, Shirley.
Listen, I want to jump in here. Two, I know that it's hard to live away from your family, but I think that you're probably more aggravated by how much everything is costing in California than you are the taxes. Just quite honestly. I have come to the point that I almost celebrate when I have to pay taxes because it means I made some money. I had to pay taxes last year. It means I made some money. But it would aggravate me if gas cost me $6 a gallon. That would aggravate me. It doesn't cost that where I live. I live in a lovely home that I may not be able to afford in California. So those things might aggravate you. And we hate to ever quote Jordan Peterson, but when you're carrying your cheap bag and somebody's walking in with their $3,000 purse, I mean, I'm sorry, that just kind of makes your eyes get wide open. Those things. But to the point that Abby was making, it is a universal, and I'm not talking down to you, hon. It's just a universal fact that somehow the universe or God, however you want to say that, I'm in the Christian business, somehow the act of giving and the discipline it takes to give, somehow the blessings flow to you. It's just a universal law. And you might want to just look into that and have an attitude of gratitude. And I'm not quoting that is not a quote that I'm taking from some kind of left goofy evangelist with the promise of money. I don't know how to say that. It's just an absolute truth. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now.
Jinx, do you drive by your Tesla Model S and look at the homeless and think, man, somebody should take care of this?
I do. I think my taxes.
I bet you do. You're like the billionaires.
I think that my
Not me.
taxes.
I shouldn't get this person a sandwich. I should get this person a bottle of water.
Hold on, you sons of bitches. Everybody mute up. Listen. I can't believe that my phone dies. Actually, I can believe. My phone dies. I come back to the room, and you guys are yelling at each other and talking over each other.
I literally just said something.
Oh, no. Shut your mouth. Listen. I have my mother in the car with me, so no cursing, okay?
Hi, Mom.
Hey, you're Roger.
So, Roger, you just came back in.
Hi, Mama Mojo.
Hello, Mama.
Hi, Mama. Roger, you are right. Your mom does sound black. You are black.
What did you say, Mom? I think one of the back channel time on. So thanks. It's quite interesting. I actually enjoyed the conversation. But this is one of the things I say to people who think that it's someone else's responsibility to take care of a grown person on the street. You don't have to live in LA. I know you say your family lives there, but we're not trees. That means we can get up and move and go to a lesser area. This is very important that people understand this. No one's making anybody live anywhere. Okay? So if we decide that we want to keep paying high tax, we live in California because we want to, but we also could leave. We don't want to. So because I live in a state that I have to pay the taxes and pay the property taxes, we do.
Oh, I love that you're here too. Okay. Oh,
But I live in Orange County, Jinx. And you know what, Jinx?
I moved out of Huntington. I was like, hell no. I bought a condo there, sold it. I was like, fuck this place. No way.
I got
Whoa. Jinx.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mama Mojo's here.
Okay. So, Jinx. So, no, don't apologize. So, this is what I said. It's very interesting because you're talking about people who earn money. They can choose to do whatever they want with their money, like you choose to do what you do with your money. You have chosen to live in Los Angeles. And C said she got out of LA And if you don't know, you can look it up. 1.3 million people left California. They took all their money with them. They voted with their feet because we have poor government in California. So what you have to do is stop looking at the individuals and say to yourself, where could I go and live better and do better? But if you want to live in California, you are going to pay for it. And all the people on the streets in California, they're not all mentally ill. They're not all sick. Okay, a lot of them play the game. They go around because they can get free housing. They still collect their checks on the 1st and the 15th. We see them all the time. My wife and I work in soup kitchens, and they go from one to the other. Trust you me. So
Oh yeah, they do for sure. They do go from one soup kitchen to the next. But I will say, Edward, I will move out of this country as soon as my mom is gone.
So,
as soon as my mom's not here, I'm out of here.
Okay,
wait, hold on. Where are you going?
Yeah, I was going to ask that thing, Rod. What country you going to?
To be honest,
Can we have a party?
I'm thinking like Spain. To be honest with you,
So you're gonna go to Spain?
I
Really?
thoroughly enjoyed it, and I also love Greece.
Jinx, I'm not gonna lie, if you're bitching about taxes in the US already, you're gonna hate Spain.
Yeah, Spain, Portugal, and Greece. All three are having like major rioting and protesting in burning
She
cities.
wants to go to a country that was a slave colony, so was sending slaves to the U.S. I get it. She's pro-slave.
So what I wanted to add, hold on a second.
I know some people that came back from Milan the other day. Portugal's having a bunch of
I'd like
riots.
to get my 2 cents in here. So what I've been trying to track here is that someone who works in clinical pathology, unless they're an MD or a DO, and there are PhDs, of course, working in clinical pathology or tax, whatever. When someone says they're a scientist, that means something, right? Like, it has a little bit of cachet, perhaps, and I think it's been misleading. So I'd like to find out what Jink's degree is. Is it a PhD? Is it a PharmD? What do you call yourself as a scientist?
So I have a master's in biochemistry, and then I have to take a national certification in order to become a licensed scientist in the state of California.
Okay, so that's not what we mostly think of as a scientist. You're working in a clinical space with a master's degree, which is great, good on you. But that's not what we think of as a scientist typically. People don't typically go into science to make money to begin with, number one.
Right.
Second, you said that you're married, so you have the income presumably of a spouse. This isn't a criticism, but I think people have been a little bit misled. Like Rich said that you're driving a Tesla. Maybe you are.
They're not expensive.
It's a Model S Plaid.
No, it's not. It's a Model Y.
So it sounds like you're way in over your head.
Hold on. Hold on. Mute yourself. Hold on, guys. Listen, she's broke, and this is why she took advantage of the subsidy in California to get a Tesla. She probably is paying $200 a month for a lease for her Tesla.
Oh, no, it's a lot more than that, but go ahead. You guys are just so, like, crazy, weird, offensive, like, cyber.
That's
so
why
kids.
No, if you have a master's degree in science, you're not making much, right? Number one, you do have good benefits, but to have a Tesla and a condo, it looks like you didn't spend wisely. You're not budgeting much. That's what the problem.
Doctor, she doesn't know the difference between an asset and a liability. That's why she's complaining
Well,
about
I knew that she didn't have a doctorate because it's not to be elitist or anything, but someone with a doctorate living in LA would know that houses with 6 bedrooms in Beverly Hills cost way more than $3 million. Something is not right about the acumen of this person.
I said $6.8 million.
Okay, even there, right? The point is, just be honest with when you come into a room and you say you're a scientist. It has a little bit of cachet. I don't think it should because I am one, and I think it sucks, quite frankly. But I would just be a little more honest, and then people would be more forthright with you. That's all. And I know you didn't mean to mislead, but it's been confusing.
She did.
I think you're absolutely right, the driver, about one simple fact, because I've also been in the biochem industry, whatever. I've done both sciences. I can because I have a master's in biochem, so I can go clinical if I want,
or I can go into biology or chemistry or farm or whatever I want to do, right? I think you're definitely right about the Tesla being like just totally a liability. I mean, it seemed like it was a good idea because I was commuting from really far when I lived in Huntington, and now it's so much money. The insurance is so much money. I cannot wait to get rid of it. And I had a BMW before. I had an X3, and it was so much more efficient. I'd rather stop and fucking get gas. Sorry, freaking get gas. Sorry.
So hold on. So you drive Teslas and BMWs, you live in a condo, and you're complaining about your taxes, but you want the rich people to pay more. Like, why don't you, like, if I were you, I would just tap out and go fucking marry someone with money.
No, I love my husband. He's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be completely honest here. Me being the like one little lefty that is here, on the farther left of the spectrum than I am, you would be the rich that they're saying they're trying to eat.
What?
Jinx. Hey, Jinx, don't you want to tell your story about how you helped the homeless?
No, I don't know why you keep saying that. It's so bizarre. But
you said your husband was homeless at one time.
No, you can say it because my husband's in the room. You can say it to him.
No, like just real quick.
Remember what happens if you pull him into the conversation,
Have
Jinx.
that same manly conversation with my husband because he is in the room.
This isn't chillism,
I'm gonna go ahead and go back and
Well, she was also complaining about the people that need to be fed on the streets. You missed that point also, that she's complaining about, but she doesn't want to contribute any of her own time or money into that.
I never said time. I said money. You're saying money, Abby. You're putting words in my mouth again because I'm the only woman here and you want
other people to
No, actually,
contribute
you
their
said
money.
time. You said you have 2 jobs, so you don't want to give them time.
3 jobs.
And then you said you don't want to give them money.
Wait, one second, Jinx. The reason why you would be the quote-unquote rich that would want to be ate by the further end of the left is for a couple reasons. Just based off what I've heard of the conversation, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You have the financial means to be able to go through further education to the point of a master's degree and attaining it. You were able to buy a condo and live inside of California, of all states. You were able to comfortably have a BMW and a Tesla, which most people, while it may seem inexpensive to you, for me, for somebody who's a college student, maybe 22 like I am, that's making less than $50K a year, yeah, a Tesla sounds pretty fucking expensive for us. When it comes to like your current living situation,
Hold on, XC, hold on. Depending on the model of Tesla, with the subsidies that you get in California, it's one of the cheapest things to do.
Okay, that's fair. I'll grant that, but I'm not granting that.
Not anymore.
Subsidies.
Also, XG, I wanted to just say really quick.
Yeah.
The first point that you made was that I was able to have further my education, whatever. That didn't come without loans. I didn't just like drop money on that. Like I had to take out student loans.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean?
I get you. I understand that completely. But there's also some people that are not within the financial means to even get a loan to get that master's degrees because they're not they don't have the financial credit history in order to do so. They don't have the ability to negotiate in order to do so. They don't have the means in order to get that loan to that amount in order to get to a master's degree or be able to finish off their bachelor's and make enough money while paying off their bachelor's to be able to take out another one to get a master's. There's a lot of things in there that a lot of people don't have the same access to you as doing.
Yeah, we were talking about taxing billionaires, but then it became, oh my God, let's get mad at Jinx and get mad at her because she doesn't allot the small percentage.
No. I'm not saying get away. I'm saying that your position is
Slow down. Listen, she's talking about taxing billionaires. What she's leaving out is the fact that she's been presented with the fact that billionaires do pay a tax, and they pay much more tax than she does, and not just because the total dollar, but the percentage. They pay a higher percentage as well. 46% of all income taxes in this country are paid by the top 1%, and she wants to raise it so they pay 80%. So what she's asking for is for the 99% that find themselves outside of the top 1%. She wants them to essentially have a
Yeah, but Roger and her argument is that proportional to their income, they're only paying like 1/10%, so they're not paying as much as you and I.
Hold on. I've got somebody saying they got kicked to the goo. Who kicked somebody to the goo?
I never kicked anybody to the goo.
Alright, I'm going to bring back this Bebop guy, not because I think he's going to say something intelligent, but he hasn't even spoken. He got kicked to the goo. Let's bring him back up.
Just real quick, Jinx, you're not getting attacked, or at least from my end, you're not getting quote-unquote attacked for how your personal life is, or what you do, or what you've done so far, what you choose or choose not to do. It's me coming at it from it's interesting to hear you say the point of eat the rich. Like, take in mind, I'm not in complete disagreement with most of the stuff that you've said. If anything, I've been the most amicable to the things and perspectives you've been putting out. But the problem is, when we take into that collective idea the mindset of eat the rich, and then you start describing your lifestyle as well, which you describe as upper middle class, right? At least with everything else that you've laid out. For us, or the majority of Americans, which who are not upper middle class, you would be grouped in with the same type of billionaires that you hate and I hate. You would be grouped in with those same types of people based on what you're able to do, your living conditions, and how much you're made to the point that you can live comfortably doing what you're doing right now in California. What I'm pointing out is the fact that the talking point that you're making, you also get grouped into that by the majority of people that make that talking point.
I respect that. I respect your opinion. I feel definitely that I'm very far from a billionaire. I don't even think that like somebody was saying that I buy purses. Like everyone's really hung up on this purse buy. I don't buy fucking. Sorry, I have to stop cursing. I don't buy like name brand things like that. That's not my vibe. All I do is survive in California, go to work, and come home. My life is very simple. So I don't feel
that's
that
understood,
I'm like...
but that's what the point is, Jinx. When you say all I do is survive, go to work, and go to my home in California,
Yeah.
Last time I checked, surviving's not a BMW, surviving's not a Tesla, surviving's not a condo in California, surviving's none of that. You're living comfortably, not as comfortably as you may want to be living right now, but you're living way more comfortably than a ton of people, more than 50% of this population right now. So unfortunately, you would still be grouped in with the eat the rich category. As uncomfortable as you feel, your uncomfortability is the dream of at least half the people living in a lower tax bracket right now.
I feel like you're out of
Hey, James, do you feel that you've been attacked in this space today?
I feel like no, not necessarily attacked, because I really don't, I have to go to work tomorrow, but not attacked. I just feel like we all just have different perspectives, and that's okay. We're here to learn, and you learn about different things and different perspectives, and that's what this audio app is about.
I would like to say that I have, and I apologize, but it's just mostly because I don't like you personally.
Wait, hold on, Rich, stop doing that.
I was apologizing.
No, stop doing that. But why did we think it was an important question to ask her if she felt this?
Because, Roger, some people thought that she was being attacked.
Rich just admitted he was attacking her. What are you talking about?
Hold on. No, Rich actually admitted he doesn't like her.
No.
He said he did it because he didn't like her. What do you know?
Bebop, let me explain something to you. I don't know if this is your first day on Clubhouse or not, but you're not going to do very well. Yeah, I see the Twitter logo in your...
Yeah, I need friends.
Little t-shirt. No, you should probably go back to Twitter. You probably fit in better over there. But no, I think we've gone out of our way to make sure that we created space for Jinx. In fact, I threatened to throw people off the stage if they were unkind to her. So I think what you're doing by throwing your cape on, you're kind of exposing yourself here. So why don't you just
really wanted to
why don't you just be an adult?
Back to the conversation of billionaires. That's what I really wanted to do.
Okay, do you have something to submit, or are you just going to be a little faggot retard?
I just submitted it. Let's redirect and repose the question. So I think billionaires paying less than the equal percentage of how much they own is kind of a tragedy. I think if you focused on outside countries that were also democratic, like Finland, and you see the public works that they can pay for, you see the roads, the condition of them, you see the bridges, you see the aqueducts, the wells, the agricultural layout of the land, all that paid by taxes. And I think if we were to emulate that by taxing the upper 20% more than they're currently taxed at the lowest rate in the history of the country. So,
all right, so let me interject.
I want to Can I pay
hold on. Let me interject. So the top 1% currently pay 46% of all of the income tax in the US.
You repeated this point over and over again.
I know. Hold on. I don't care.
Yeah, I do.
100%.
It's a really good
I know you do, but you don't understand economics. Is why I'm explaining this to you. So
you don't even know who I am. How do you know I'm an economics major or in economics as a...
I can tell by the way that you speak that you don't know anything about how economics work. That's So I have a question.
I don't trust anything else you say.
That's fine. If you don't want to participate, look, the faggots and the retards do really well when we do.
Rattling that you're going to kick me to the goo. Go ahead, state your...
So Big Bob, I have a question. Why are you currently living in the United States?
Born here, raised here, 7 generations here.
I know, but you're promoting another country that you don't live in. I'm just curious.
Wait a minute, are you saying that we can't take any good ideas from anywhere else in the entire world?
No, because our ideas are the best. But and not right now, because we've got fucking lefties that have taken over the Republican Party. They pose as
Roger, you're killing me today.
Let me explain something to you, Bebop. The top 1%, and I'll repeat myself until you people let it sink in, pay 46% of all income tax. My question for you is, do you think they should pay more than that?
Yes.
Got it. Well, you're a fucking retard. The only thing that I can
think good point, I guess? You can make an argument?
No, it's a great point. It's a great point. Well, I will probably continue to call you names, but I'm just being honest, just throwing it out there as a caveat. But here's the thing I want you to keep in mind.
This isn't a very nice room.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Make the point, dude. You're failing. I feel like you're like a magic card.
Did you mention that?
No, I was actually in the car, you fucking retard. Hold on, let me address this fucking shit. These fucking half-wit weirdos.
I guess Mama Mojo is not in the car.
Okay, hold on. Listen.
Oh no! Why did you kick him to the goo? That's not fair.
Because he's a fucking retard.
Oh no.
So here. Hold on. You can go back. Hold on. You can go to chillism if you want a conversation.
I'm not a part of
chillism. Yeah, you do. We've seen you there. We've seen you there.
We were talking about economics and taxes. Go ahead.
So here's the fucking point, right? We can illustrate the fact that the richest people in the country pay the overwhelming majority of the taxes, but it's not enough. The only people that are asking for more are people that have poor spending habits, like Jinx, and people that have no income, like Diva.
Did you notice he was in favor of a wealth tax? The Elizabeth Warren. Did you hear him say that?
He's a retarded fag.
Then let's see how well does wealth tax do around the world? Nick,
Abby,
talk about France.
Did you see what they did in Norway? What happened when they did a wealth tax and all the rich people moved out? Like, one thing that these people don't understand is, like I said before in this room, the advantage rich people have is they study money and how to make their money work for it versus not working for money. And they understand the loopholes and they have mobility options. So when you try to tax people more, they're just going to find ways around it. It never works. I agree, we should have a flat tax, and a very flat tax. Flat is at 0%, but they got to cut spending, and that's what they haven't been able to do. But like, there's this whole notion that the rich people don't pay their fair share. Like, look at Warren Buffett, how rich he is, okay? He's worth all these billions of dollars. These billionaires shouldn't exist, according to James. Okay, well, what's going to happen? Where is Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates' wealth in? Microsoft stock. Facebook Meta stock or Google stock or Apple stock or whatever company, they would have to sell that stock, which is actually illegal because under SEC rules, they can only sell a certain percentage. Like Jeff Bezos couldn't dump 12% of Amazon. Now he has to disclose in the 10K report that he's selling X amount of shares. But like this thing that like billionaires evaporate, yeah, good luck with that. You'll see what it does to your 401k, IRA, and the whole stock market. You will create much more damage than you think. So I understand where you're going on feelings. I agree. Wealth and income inequality is a problem. I agree. But you also have to date back to a couple things. It was the creation of the Federal Reserve, the income tax, and Nixon taking us off the gold standard. That's when wealth inequality started like skyrocketing. It wasn't under Republicans, it wasn't under Democrats. You could play the partisan games all you want. Like, you've had plenty of Democrats in office that could have done something and they didn't.
So did we lower their tax bracket than we did when?
Would I be able to get a quick response to some of what was said?
Yeah, but I just want to say on what Nick was saying, when they put in a wealth tax in France, the irony was not only did people move out, but it costs more money to try to what's the word, police and to collect and to evaluate the process in the wealth tax than the amount of money they collected as a result of the wealth tax. The prosecution of it was more expensive than the actual end result of the tax, and they ultimately got rid of it. This concept is ridiculous. It's just like when Harris had the tax on unrealized gains, and not understanding that people also lose money before they realize, when they get to that threshold.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And I mean, let me explain that unrealized gain piece here, just so that the dum-dums that don't understand what we're talking about. Imagine you decided to make a poor decision with your money and go to a casino. And let's say you went to the blackjack table, a game that even if you are counting cards, you'll get thrown out. And if you're playing optimal strategy, the house still has an edge. So you're playing a stupid game. But nonetheless, let's say you were fortunate enough to be up. Let's say you bought in. Let's keep it real simple for the dum-dums. Let's say you bought in for $100. Let's say you're up to $200. A tax on unrealized gains would be like the casino reporting that, okay, you're up to $200. We're going to report that as winnings, so then you can pay taxes on that. And then you sit there at that table and you lose not only the $100 that you were ahead, but the original $100 that you invested at the table. And you lose all of those chips. A tax on unrealized gain is the same thing as taxing a blackjack player when they're ahead at that moment in time, and despite the fact that they may give the money back. It's the dumbest thing that anybody's ever cooked up, but I would imagine there's a bunch of you dumb lefties, and maybe some of you Trump supporters, because Trump supporters are just as bad as lefties, as we found out.
So I just wanted to real quick respond to one of the last things Nick said about Nixon and the Federal Reserve and the gold standard and all this. So first of all, inequality was enormous when we were on the gold standard, like right before the Great Depression, towards the end of the Industrial Revolution, for one thing. Go back prior to the Federal Reserve even existing, go to feudal Europe, and where money was quite literally like gold and silver coins, and you had enormous income inequality. I mean, that's just a remarkably silly point. I mean, I consider myself a capitalist, but more than anything, I'm a pragmatist. I like looking around the world and seeing what seems to work. So somebody brought up that wealth taxes don't work very well. I totally agree. People in places have tried them. They don't work. But the idea, if I'm looking around the world, what places do I want to live in that have an income tax of 0? I mean, perhaps I know some people say like Singapore or something like doesn't have income tax, they have very low taxes.
No capital gains. Okay.
No capital gains. Yeah. So I'm not sure what country doesn't have an income tax. The part that awesome. Countries that are based on like oil and slavery don't have an income tax. Fantastic.
Hold on. What about Lieberland? Why are you discounting Lieberland?
Well, Lieberland, I don't even know what that is. If I'm talking about, can I finish?
No, you can't.
No, I can't finish.
You asked a question. I'm giving you an answer. You said what country doesn't have an income tax? I said Lieberland. You said you didn't know where it was at. I'm going to tell you where it's at. It's right on the border of Serbia and Croatia. Now you know.
Okay, clearly this is an irrelevant country. If I'm talking about major industrialized, wealthy countries, by and large, these are countries that have taxes. The part that I don't really care if billionaires exist or not. I think in many ways it's a sign of a very healthy society if billionaires exist. It means people are able to engage in like many voluntary transactions. Like I don't believe in this idea that we should be like punitively taking money from people just because. We as a society should identify the best uses of some amount of collective money. Most rational people exist within some sort of spectrum of believing that some things should be funded by the government. You have like real radical people who don't think anything should be. I discount those people. We should be talking about what we want to fund and what is the optimal way to raise that money. Maybe it's taxing billionaires, maybe it's not. But yeah, I don't like you guys. You guys are gonna make me like defend the lefties, and I prefer not to do that as a capitalist, shill, neoliberal pig, that I am.
The whole eat the billionaires argument just...
Hold on, Monica, let me just ask this a quick question to Kevin. And Kevin, I remember your voice. Hopefully you remember me.
Of course I remember you.
Yes, you're actually one of the reasonable ones. So I will engage with you. What is your preferred method of raising taxes?
So I tend to prefer higher individual taxes and low corporate taxes. I believe many countries have figured this out, and this encourages reinvestment into companies, which is a good thing. But I'm open to different value-added taxes are a very good way to raise money. We should probably have one that's like a very hard to avoid tax. But I'm truly open to different ideas. If you have an idea of like, hey, this is like the most optimal way to raise revenue, I will listen to you and I will consider it. I'm not ideologically attached to any particular method of taxation.
So what do you think of this as a starting point? First of all, I would say that we have to attack the other side of the ledger, which is the spending first. But when we start looking at how we're going to tax, I would say the taxation that gives as much consideration to being voluntary as possible. And what I mean by that is, now I would strip down everything, and I know you're going to think I'm a radical for this, but I would just want to fund the military, the police, the courts, everything else. I don't think the federal government should be funding, and by everything else, I mean everything else, quite literally. And so with those being the only things that we would fund, we would need to collect less tax dollars. So what I would do is I would want usage fees on the state highways. I think that would help raise money for infrastructure. If you drive on the highways, you can pay a usage fee. They would call these tolls. I think that we could institute a national lottery to pay for these federal things. I don't think we would really need to go too far beyond usage fees and lotteries. If we found that there was a shortfall to pay for those things, I would then say the next most moral thing would be a federal instituted sales tax, and I think that would be that way at least you can control what you spend your money on. And so I know I'll get an argument that that's regressive. I would argue against that, but those are the things that I would do. And then anything else that you want to do, I would look to the states and let them figure out how they want to raise the money. But at the federal level, that.
I'll keep this very, very short. I think we just have like a profound ideological disagreement, as you know. I don't really care that much about like the voluntary nature of these things. I'm like concerned about objectives and efficiency. I think that the state is inherently coercive, and that is something that I'm just willing to accept for the benefits of living in like a modern nation state. I think the government should do more than what you think the government should do, so I think we need to raise more taxes. And not in like relative terms today, but like in absolute terms to like what you're saying. So that's I don't think I'd be able to convince you otherwise.
No, that's fair. I mean, we're in an impasse on what we think the rights of man are, or the proper role of government. That's fine. But these are conversations that should be had, rather than starting from the other end of the spectrum and just talking about economics. If you don't understand, if we don't have an agreement on what the rights of man are, then it's going to be difficult to think about what government we should institute. And if we don't have the right government, then how are we going to get the right economic system? Unfortunately, we typically approach this the opposite way, and we start with an economic argument, we back into a political philosophy argument, and we never even get into the ethical philosophy of what rights human beings should have. And so, I don't know. I've spoken to you before, and I know we disagree, but you've always been good faith. So hopefully you'll enjoy your time in the room, and people won't be too much of a dick to you. The last thing I'll say though is, and then I gotta go on mute for a while. I gotta take care of something. But there was a gentleman yesterday that came in, said he was really popular and he's really good friends with Grant Cardone, and we called his bluff because we knew that he was full of shit and didn't know him. We had told him yesterday. He came in the room. He said he would get Grant Cardone to come into the room. And I had offered him $500 cash to cash out him if he can get Grant Cardone within the hour. He said he would do it. He didn't do it. Oh, by the way, Angel, if you guys don't know her, she had offered to match it. So he had $1,000 if he could get Grant Cardone to come into the room. He wasn't able to do it, but then he said, I will get him to come to the room tomorrow. And he actually has 25 minutes left to be able, so he didn't get the bounty yesterday, so we said we'll extend it until 8 p.m. Pacific time. If you can get Grant Cardone to come in here by then, we'll give you $250. He's still not here. I just want to make it for the record. When I told him that he was full of shit and he didn't even know Grant Cardone, I just want the record to reflect I have a track record of being correct 100%.
I just have to let everyone know Grant Cardone is a Scientologist. Many people don't know this, and they should.
Yes, no, we don't like him. Well, maybe some of these.
If you're pro fraud and cults, then I guess you really like Grant Cardone.
But you've talked to him we've talked to him in rooms, Kevin. Have you? I mean, he's been on the
I don't need to talk to Grant Cardone.
I didn't say you need to.
Okay,
I didn't say you need to. I said we've talked to him in rooms. Have you? Have you ever talked to him?
I haven't talked to Grant Cardone.
I didn't say you need to.
I've talked to him plenty of times. He's a total retard. He's one of the dumbest people that I've ever met.
He's a scammer, a fraudster, a shyster.
Wasn't he just in Lou's room, Roger? He was on Lou's stage?
Yeah, he's one of the stupidest human beings that's ever existed.
I'm happy we can all agree on this. I mean, all of these people who are very rich and their primary income seems to be claiming to teach people how to be rich, those people should all be met with like an enormous amount of skepticism.
Have you guys seen that episode where he's like, they give him $100 and then they drop him somewhere that he's never been, and then he tries to make $1 million company? Like, have you guys seen that episode? No.
I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and we were watching it, and it was interesting because he was literally like selling people an idea. And we were like, when is he going to actually start making money? It was really interesting how he got over on so many people. Like, people gave him somewhere to live. People just gave
it was interesting. You guys should watch it. What is it called, babe? It was like, honey, it was called
Billionaire Boss.
Billionaire Boss or something like that. It was really interesting, to be honest, because they drop them in the middle of nowhere, and they can't use their contacts.
What's the show? I have a friend that was on a show, an ex-client, Undercover Boss.
Yeah,
Did you
same
see that show?
premise. Yeah, same exact premise.
My crazy ex-client is now running for governor in California, but he was on it, and they put like a stupid wig on him, and there's no way that you would look at this guy working with you and not think that he's wearing a dumb wig. Like the cover-up was ridiculous. And then I couldn't figure out, and I've not watched that show, I only saw that one episode he was in, like how they don't figure out that the cameras are on them when in the different scenes when he's interacting in his company. It's just seemed very bogus.
I agree, because all Grant did was shave his head, and that was the only thing that he did to like change the way that he looked, and so I was like, they might kind of still know who he is. And then they made the lie that the reason why the cameras are following him around everywhere is because they're following like new entrepreneurs in new states. It's just, to me, when you have the cameras around, it's kind of like I don't know, the cameras kind of give it away.
They have to. I'm telling you, and this one guy had a wig on, like long-haired, like he was out of the 60s, but it looked.
Yeah, suicide bomb, you can't fuck with these Arabs like that.
Man, they'll never bomb the blacks because they know what'll happen.
Fuck you, fucking.
Yeah, no, fuck your mother. Fuck your mother.
That's really experience Singapore though. It's like a lot of the food is like super European or super British, but they focus a lot on fine dining for the China.
Are you back off of mute, or are you just hopping on full cassette?
I'm sorry, where were we?
Well, I was just wondering, are you like back on, or are you still on mute? Were you just like interjecting for a moment?
I was just quick interjection. I'm back on mute. You guys have fun. You guys enjoy this. I'll go into listening mode. Hopefully we can get some of the weirdos on the stage. Bima, if she were to come up, that would be fun. It's always fun to talk to an ant.
She's a voluntarist, anarchist.
She's a hairy armpit retard.
Oh, that's not nice.
Whoa. Wow, I probably agree if they're an anarchist.
It's not gonna make her come.
God, you were a communist, Kevin.
Only stupid people think I'm a communist.
No, listen, you guys, have you guys not talked to Kevin? Kevin is definitely not where I'm at on the political compass, but Kevin's definitely a capitalist. He's just got a different idea of the mechanisms in which we should tap the government and the taxpayers to spend on certain things. We just have different priorities. I don't think that he's. If you've ever heard him speak about these things, I don't want to dox anything, but what I remember is it comes from some affluence and has a pretty good education, understands how money moves. That's a good fucking start. And so the only real difference is he's got different priorities than the rest of us, and that doesn't make him a commie. I would say this. I would say that Trump is more of an authoritarian and probably worse in terms of all of the things that I worry about a president would do to the economy. Actually, Trump is probably worse for the economy than any Democrat prior to Biden. So
I mean, Trump is certainly more economically. I don't know if you'd say left, but his views of the economy are just wild. His support of tariffs, his beliefs that trade deficits are evil and terrible. I mean, this is all remarkably anti-market. On top of his willingness to use the state and state power in order to tilt the market towards particular industries and particular individuals that pay fealty to him. I mean, this is an enormous kind of corruption.
What's interesting is you didn't even have to have Trump critics to say that. We had a guy in here, the title of the room, we had an anti-capitalist Republican who supports Trump that agrees with everything you just said. He was calling for more controls of the market. He self-identified as an anti-capitalist. So everything that I identify that's wrong with Trump, everything that you just pointed out, and our politics are completely different. And this Trump supporter acknowledged that that's exactly why he likes him. So I just hope that the Republicans in the room are listening to this shit.
I mean, the turnaround was remarkable from like 20. I remember, as we're coming down the tail end of inflation and 2024, cost of living was like the most important thing. Inflation, it's out of control. The eggs, they're too damn expensive. And then almost immediately, as soon as it became clear that tariffs would in fact raise costs for people, all of a sudden it's my patriotic duty to pay more because paying tariffs is going to benefit the country in some sort of way. I mean, truly remarkable stuff coming from the MAGA people as always.
Yeah, the MAGA people, they're right-wing anti-capitalists, and it's the most bizarre thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of, right-left economy is different in other places. It's capitalism versus socialism.
Well, I'll tell you this: if the right's not going to defend capitalism, nobody is. And I think that Trump taking the Republican Party in a direction where they abandon capitalism, that is not a good fucking look. The only thing that I could say is maybe that gives way to the Democrats returning to some semblance of normalcy. Imagine this. Imagine if Trump continues to take the Republican Party in its anti-capitalist direction, and the Democrats become known as those that want to support free market capitalism. I mean, there's no doubt that the rhetoric that's being used, don't know if the execution would be this, but the rhetoric is that the Democrats right now are more capitalist than Donald.
Well, I mean, there's something in that's a real phenomenon currently called affective polarization, which basically means one side says up and your side says down. And sometimes, obviously, this is just good or this isn't necessarily good or bad, but we've seen interesting cases of this. One example of this is Democrats are now super pro free trade, whereas prior to Trump, it was a roughly split thing between the parties, but now support of tariffs and free trade has basically polarized along political lines because Democrats don't like Trump, which I guess that's a good thing, right?
I mean, do you really think the Democrats are just free trade acolytes? I don't think that's really the case.
They're against tariffs at the very least, based on polling data that I saw.
They're against yeah, I can see that, yeah. I'm sorry, I thought you meant elected officials. Yeah,
I think at minimum we could say that Trump is just as anti-capitalist as anybody in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways it's almost worse because, like I said, he has a very strong willingness to use a combination of markets and state power in order to personally enrich himself. It'd be kind of hard in a way to call an anti-capitalist when his family has personally made tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars from his crypto scams, his crypto schemes, his obvious plot to take money.
But that's not capitalism. I mean, listen,
it's not the type of capitalism I like. It's not a type of capitalism.
It's not capitalism. Look, fraud, force, coercion, all these things. They have no place in capitalism. All it is someone that's taking advantage of the political friends that they have. I mean, Trump has said it himself. This is the part that I wish people listened to more. The reason why he knows about government corruption is because he was one of the people that was corrupting government. And so he's acknowledged that he knows how the system works because he worked the system. He's actually said these things with I'm not even paraphrasing.
Yeah, with Hillary Clinton on stage when Hillary said that Donald Trump doesn't pay anything in taxes, he said, yeah, because you were the one that made the rules for your friends and I took advantage of it.
it's just remarkable that you know, people who kind of fell for this line, the idea that he was this outsider who, you know, was going to rectify this wrong that he once took advantage of, and
but I'm a Trump supporter. I don't believe that.
Look out for the everyman. You know, well, not necessarily every, but I think a lot of like working class people in this country truly did believe that the New York City billionaire real estate guy cared about their interests, and I think it's sad that those people were taken advantage of.
I mean, let's not become classes. I mean, there are plenty of reformists that come from the higher echelon.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I'm just saying, after at least the first term, I think it should have been clear to everyone that his interests were not in improving the material conditions for the working class. I think that should have been clear.
Who did you vote for?
In this election, I voted for Kamala Harris. Yeah.
There you go, Roger.
Proudly, yeah. I guess that makes me a communist, right? I imagine.
Hold on, listen. I didn't vote for either of them, but I will say this. With all of Trump's warts, at least I can find a couple of things that I like about him. There's a couple things I like. I can't think of anything I like about Harris. I've known of Harris. I grew up in California. I've known of her since the 90s.
Wait, Roger,
she's always.
You don't like her laugh?
I don't like her laugh. I don't like her claim that she washes her greens in the bathtub. I don't like any of her fucking politics.
What about her Pixar mom build?
Which one?
What about her Pixar mom build? You don't know what I'm talking about? All right.
No.
Other people will know what I'm talking about.
What about when someone asked her a vaguely tough
Wait, why don't you elaborate?
And you could see the fear in her face. I like that about her, I think so.
Are you saying she looks like a cartoon mom? Is that what you're saying?
She's built like a Pixar mom. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember?
Does that include knee pads?
Do you guys remember when she was mildly attractive and she was using that sex appeal to go and get favor?
What do you mean was? What do you mean was? Why do you think I voted for her?
She's not attractive. She's not attractive.
Hey, I agree to disagree, but.
Well, she peaked when she was dating Montel, but I will say when Willie Brown was using all of his political power to put her in jobs that she failed up into. When she was a deputy district attorney in Alameda County, she was awful, but that didn't prevent her from moving all the way up.
So I definitely, like, Kamala Harris was to the left of me on a number of issues. Unfortunately, sometimes this was actually her copying Trump's stupid policies, like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime or whatever, like these idiotic policies.
What's bad about that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's income. It's like any other form of income. Why would we not tax that type of income? It just doesn't make sense. We're also, I think we should be at least somewhat concerned about, the deficit and debts. So I would have issues with reducing the tax base without, also cutting programs, and I prefer to not cut programs. So I think we should,
So there's
keep
no
taxes.
programs that you don't like?
You could probably.
What do you think about gender studies in Pakistan?
If you look into, if you're just talking about foreign aid on the whole, I think foreign aid is something like 0.5% of our total budget, maybe 1%, less than 1%. It's remarkably little. And most of these programs that people will point to and be like, oh, this is like so ridiculous. I've taken the time to look into a lot of these, and I actually think most of these are good. Let me real quick. One thing I think is good is giving nutritional biscuits to starving children in third world countries. Which I don't know if you saw the news, but our government just burned. We allowed to sit in a warehouse millions of dollars of these nutritional biscuits for starving children. We allowed these to expire in a warehouse, and then we incinerated them rather than giving them to starving children. Now you could say that some foreign aid is silly, and some of it probably is.
What do you think about, like, how do you get approved a study that studies the impact of the level of crankiness that rockfish have when they're when they're exposed to tequila versus rum. This is a literal expense that the federal government covered. Like, what do you think? Like, how does that?
Roger.
You know, so some of these things, once again, if you actually understand the point of like scientific research as a whole and basic research, and also a lot of these studies have been misrepresented. Like I remember one that people were pointing to was fish on treadmills. They're putting fish on treadmills, and it's like oh, shrimp. It's like oh, that sounds ridiculous. And then it's like you actually look into the study, and the reason they're putting on treadmills is because they're testing levels of water pollution and seeing how that affects their ability to swim. And it's like, that actually sounds like a pretty good thing. And I think you can absolutely find stupid studies, but most of these
studies... But the man who just complained we wasted money and didn't feed starving children to now validate the exercise habits of crustaceans, I have a problem.
Do you think that, like, studying the effects of pollution on the health of aquatic life, do you think that that's like a worthy thing to do?
I don't think it's unworthy, but you just complained about starving kids. I would think they might be prioritized.
Monica, I think you might have misunderstood me. I was complaining that we allowed the biscuits to expire. I think we should have given them to starving children. I also think, as the wealthiest country to have ever existed, we have the capacity to fund basic research, and maybe I can appeal to some of the China hawks in here. I know Republicans used to be concerned about like U.S. hegemony, but I guarantee you these other very, very wealthy, powerful countries are spending a lot of money on research. They're spending a lot of money to learn things, and I think we should be too. Unless you want to see all of the scientific advancement to China, then go ahead. I mean, because this is like
straw man arguments. Do they work in other room?
Oh, that was not a straw man. That was, you are saying that it is stupid to fund studies like this, and I'm saying
I never said it was stupid, Kevin. You have to open your ears to debate me. You don't know.
Monica, you clearly think that these studies are ridiculous, and now
I'm disdainful of shrimp treadmill studies, and I'm also pointing out the hypocrisy, Kevin.
What is
of your insistence and virtue signaling about starving kids while the government wastes money on needless research programs.
We can do both. We're the wealthiest country to have ever existed. We can do both. And not once did I suggest that we should be prioritizing studying the health of aquatic life over starving children. I think we have the capacity to do both. Our economy is something like $30 trillion. I think we can do both.
I don't think we can. And I think you have a record of poor spending.
China would love that.
Kevin, I don't think you understand how little I care about your opinion of me. Should I emphasize?
Hey. Let's try to get a compromise here, alright? Now, Kevin, what about...
Lord this. You're not Jerry fucking Springer, dude. I'll fucking do the moderating here. Just chill the fuck out. These guys are...
I want to say my point, but fuck...
Hey, no, shush your fucking mouth. Kevin's a big boy. He can handle it. And this is fair discussion. And if they appeal to the moderator, maybe I'll do something. But I think this conversation's flowing fine.
Yeah, I think you'd have to make a very compelling case that we don't have the capacity to do foreign aid and and scientific research. I think we can do both. I think most people in here know.
Kevin, what if we took a look at like the real problem coming down the road, where the interest on the debt is now the third largest expenditure in the debt. Like the entire budget, it's the third largest expenditure. And if we don't start controlling the debt, it could creep into number 2, maybe number 1 at some point. You know what
I agree.
You're cutting out.
He's cutting out, but I agree. I think we probably do need some entitlement reform. It's not popular, but we probably should be raising the retirement age by a few years. We should probably be putting in some sort of additional tax in order to pay for these entitlement programs. I think possibly looking at. We certainly should be reversing. The Trump tax cuts, which dramatically expanded, the deficit and greatly will, in the long term, increase the debt. So I mean, if you want to point to like a specific program, be like we're spending
Social Security. Social
okay,
Security.
so that's a real one. That's a real one. Because believe it or not, we're actually not spending trillions of dollars on studying shrimp on treadmills. It is mostly going to, I think, 66% of the budget around there goes to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. So we can talk about these things. I mean, people have done the analysis, and you can close the shortfall on Social Security with like a pretty modest tax and also raising the retirement age by a few years.
Well, but Kevin, then here's the thing, right? Social Security Trust Fund by 2035 will be emptied. We'll have, at that point, we'll be able to, supply 71% of the debt, the liability there. And so we're going to have to do something. You mentioned a couple of the levers. You said we could raise the age to collect. Right now, the standard collection is at 70 years old. You can take it early at 67, or you can even wait a little longer, which is an unpopular thing to do. Most people want to get it sooner rather than later. And so you're saying extend it out. We're seeing life expectancies for men down to like 76 years old. I am not one of these people that believe that Social Security is supposed to be a retirement plan. I think it's supposed to be an emergency fund for people that really fuck up. But the levers that we have is we can raise the age, we could raise the tax, and by raise tax, you can either up the cap in which you tax that 6.25%, or you can increase the 6.25 to a higher.
There's also the max. There's also the max contribution cap, which I think is like.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah. That's I definitely would support. I would definitely support getting rid of that. Like you should be paying into it.
So in either case, whether you raise the percentage or you lift lift the restriction, the cap there, those are tax increases. You can have a raise in the age. And then the third lever is probably the least popular, would be to reduce the benefit that people would collect. Those are all really unpopular things. I think the one that Democrats will favor is to lift the cap. I think it's like somebody correct me if I'm wrong. If Nick's in the room, Nick's is gone. I think it's like something like 180,000. Maybe it's 190 or something.
I don't think it's that high. 153.
Roger, I like that. I feel like we're not necessarily on the exact same page, but at least we're identifying the problem correctly. I think it was really remarkable, the whole thing with Doge. They're talking about, the debt, the deficit, it's all so bad, we need to be cutting spending. And then we're really just talking about, like, clipping things around the edges with, like, programs that we ideologically disagree with and don't spend that much money on. And while at the same time, claiming that we're not going to be reducing, like, the major entitlements, which are, like, the majority of the budget. I mean, that is, like, if we're concerned about the budget, it should be a conversation about entitlements and entitlement reform. Not like our studies in Pakistan, which we maybe spent like a few $1 million on a grant on or whatever.
This is true. That being said, Democrats, anytime you make a mention of reforms to Social Security, they do the scare tactic of they want to take money from grandma and grandpa. And so this idea that that we can have a conversation about it, Democrats don't seem to want to, and Republicans are certainly not in a hurry.
Oh, it's electoral poison. I mean, it's
correct.
I'll be real about that. I mean, the old people are one of the most like reliable voting blocks in the country. You piss them off, you won't win an election. You make them scared, you won't win an election.
Which is why I think we should rip the Band-Aid off. And what I would love to see, I don't think I know that my way would never fly. But I would love to see somebody represent the position that it's a Ponzi scheme and it should be completely abolished and replaced with nothing. Now, I know you're going to say that you don't like that idea, but it's not about passing that. I know that would never fly. But if you at least had somebody representing that, and then you had somebody that was on the other side say, no, it's perfectly fine the way it is, don't touch it, that would keep the door open for the reasonable conversation. I think what we need is the framing of two polar extremes, like some ridiculous wealth tax that Republicans can vilify, and then another position that completely abolishes it that Democrats can vilify, and then you get the reasonable people in the room and you hash it out and fund.
So there's a website called Open the Books. Adam Andrzejewski did it. The founder died a year ago. I don't know why. They're kind of quiet about how he passed.
Vaxxed? Question mark?
Yo, Roger, did you see Nathan's?
I don't know why it was
PTR?
necessary to interrupt me, because you interrupted me, then Rich thought he could go off mute. Can I please make my statement?
Hey,
Kevin?
how's it going?
Hey, Daniel, I'm fine. So, they have a program called Open the Books Every Dime Online, where they ask businesses and government entities and schools to put every penny of their expenses online for consumer watchdog groups to look at. He did a speech at one of the universities or conferences once, where he detailed the purchase of lobster and steak for military members and the disincentivization of saving by people, organizations, especially business government entities. They're given a budget each year, and if they don't spend it, they're at risk of having their budget cut the following year. So there's a mad rush for buying pencils and ink pens at the end of the budget, so they're not at risk for losing their money. That's completely opposite of what we need, and that could be corrected, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Thank you for the mic time.
I was just gonna ask Roger if you'd seen that Nathan put your PTR, but he imposed his face on yours. Means he's getting jealous, Roger. He must be doing something right.
Well, these two would have read more books that way.
I'm gonna put the link to the speech that Adam gave a couple years ago. It's very good.
What up, B? Welcome to the stage.
I do want to get Roger's to ask your opinion on this. We were talking about this earlier, and I just noticed that we were talking about Form A. Don't you think, though, that perhaps these wacky, gender studies funding would be a good soft power way of kind of combating, Wahhabism in that region?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta destroy their society from the inside with feminism. I mean, that's clearly.
Well, I mean, but that's why.
I'm kidding.
But that's why you have these radical sects of Islam, is because, during the Cold War, we were big friends with the Saudis, and they were putting all these universities in that were teaching, hardcore radical Islam. That's why the Middle East is so wild.
Yeah, I hear that from Brett, but I have to look into the details of it. But I'm not against it on its face value. I see exactly what they're doing.
Real quick, it's $176,100. I was wrong.
Thank you. On what?
The max cap for Social Security taxes for your yearly paycheck, yearly payroll.
Well, that should be increased. That's crazy.
Well, I'll tell you this: if they did increase it, but here's how I can support and get behind supporting lifting it and putting no max on it, no cap at all. And you guys might think, oh shit, he's fucking going crazy, he's losing his mind. If we cut the rate in half, that would help everybody. If we could, if you put zero cap on it, but you reduced it to to 3%, maybe 3.25%.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I was just going to mention to anybody in the room, moderators, anybody on stage, anybody in the audience, if you go in and hit the arrow button up, click on all the green dots, it might
David, you're causing an echo.
Thank you. Oh, I was just saying invite people in, guys. Get the room big.
No, I'm saying David's causing an echo.
Come on up, Samoa. We're having a conversation on politics and taxes.
Thank you for telling me I fixed it.
Yeah, I'm curious about the Republican or pro-Trump deficit hawks who are all of a sudden okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, we all knew they were bullshitting because Trump blew out the deficit even before COVID with the tax cuts and Jobs Act. But now, obviously, with this bill, where they increased the debt ceiling by, I think, $5 trillion, and it's projected that this will cost over the medium term, another $3 or $5 trillion tacked on top of the debt. Who's defending this? Who's defending this?
Well, I don't defend it. I do like tax cuts. Like, if we can get the rate down to zero, I'd be happy. And I know that you'll say it's unpractical, but the problem that I see with Trump is, and Republicans in general, is they only care about talking about the debt when they're not in power. And then when they're in power, they don't care that the debt goes up. They only care that they do things that are popular with the people, that vote for them. And you're either principled on this issue or you're not. And I would love to see a balanced budget amendment. I would love to see a commitment. I would love to see, this is what I'd love to see. I'd love to see any Republican that doesn't support a balanced budget amendment to be primaried. Just get them the fuck out. Get that balanced budget amendment passed, and then spend what their means. Period.
I like that. I like that a lot. So Kevin's overly critical and has a poor memory regarding the historical events of Trump's first administration. First 2 years were tied up with
Why didn't
Russia.
you say what you were going to say and then let Kevin respond to it? Like, why do you gotta, why did they blind
It was a slow build, Roger. Let me cook.
No, you know what? If I was an umpire, I'd call a balk on that. Just fucking throw the pitch.
He's targeted Trump earlier in this conversation. So I wanted to set up the premise that he has a poor memory of all the things and obstacles that were thrown at Trump during his first administration, including the fact that he had wanted immigration reform, but the Never-Trumpers led by Paul Ryan refused to give it to him in the first 2 years, and then they lost power in Congress and they couldn't get it done. Not to mention the Russian collusion delusion, and then, oh my gosh, a small matter of a pandemic, a global one, that increased the spending, and if you look at an interview that he ran in 2020, I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to let Roger decide who he wants to hear, but I'm not going to scream at you. So, in an interview before the 2020 election, he was asked about the deficit, and he said, yeah, I really need to look at that. I'm going to do that for my second term. And then what happened? 2020, with the summer of love that set our country on fire because people wanted to support the wrongful death of a criminal. Okay, fine. And then 4 years of Biden and failed Democratic policies and open borders that caused our country additional chaos. So you know what? It is July of Trump's first year in his second term. So I'm going to give him some more room. Thank you.
Okay, so it's like I'm flipping through OAN and Fox News and Newsmax all at once, just like going channel to channel. Very interesting. So the spending under Trump was out of control prior to COVID. You can look this up. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is the primary reason for the increased deficit under Trump, was passed in 2017, like 2.5, 3 years before COVID. So, and I don't know what the fuck any of those other things have to do with him spending an enormous amount of money while cutting taxes. What do any of those things, like the country was on fire? Like what is this? What is this nonsense? Like there were riots. The riots were bad. The riots caused, substantial amount of money and damage, but nothing.
How many millions of dollars in damage? How many destroyed businesses?
I don't know. Would you think that was a major contributing factor to the deficit under Trump? Like, what? What the fuck does the Russia gate, whatever thing, which by the way resulted in 19 indictments? What do you think that's responsible for the debt? No, the debt is due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed in, or the deficit under Trump was due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was passed in 2017. And I don't know how you're saying you're going to give him room. Like, we all know what the effects of this most recent round of tax cuts will be. Just like we knew what the effects of the last tax cuts will be, mostly because these tax cuts were mostly just making the previous ones permanent. The 2017 ones permanent, expanding them. And we saw what that did to the deficit, and it's expected to increase the, like I said, this CBO estimates that's going to increase the debt by somewhere in the ballpark of like $3 to $5 trillion over the next, I forget if it was like 5 years, 10 years, whatever. There's no way mathematically that this is going to result in a shortfall. I mean, their one argument is that, these tax cuts are going to grow the economy so much that even though like our revenue will be less as a percent, in absolute terms it'll be more. But he's also pursuing a tariff policy which is both inflationary and expected to shrink the overall size of the economy, according to most economic analysts in the banking sector and Wall Street and so on. I mean, they're all anticipating a negative GDP growth. Thankfully, when the tariffs
it was supposed to be happening now.
Go into effect. Well, also, some of those estimates were based on when he came out on Liberation Day with those ridiculous tariff rates of 50%, 80%,
yeah, Trump's
100%,
a businessman.
whatever.
He likes making deals.
How many deals has he made? It was supposed to be 90
Which
deals.
one?
90
The one
days.
he just did with Japan?
Wait. Can I also
the
ask
one he
you,
just did.
Monica, can I ask you?
Wait. Why are you asking me questions when you're not listening to my
Well, hold on, guys. Monica, hold on one second. I want you guys to finish this conversation, but I just want to make an observation that it sounds like the standard conversation is that we're hypercritical of Democrats if we're Republicans when it comes to the management of the economy and vice versa. Like, why can't we just all agree that both parties really suck when it comes to spending and that we have a spending problem? Like, why can't we have that conversation?
Well, that's why I made my own
political find an argument for
Congratulations, we needed another political party. Well, yes, it's just what we needed.
No, you beat me to it, Roger. Oh, man.
So Samoa
I don't know which of you guys are bringing that guy up. Oh, no, hold on one second.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody brings that guy up. Times Square Shark is welcome in the room. He can stay in the goo. He can comment in the chat, but he's just a cancer on stages. So whoever brings him up again, if I find out who it is that's bringing him up, we're going to have words.
Roger, I invite everybody on stage except for that guy.
Yeah, it wasn't me. Samoa, you went off mute a couple of times. Would you like to share your thoughts of the conversation?
Monica, who pays the tariff?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to fight with this guy Kevin here. I was
just wondering.
Let me tag you in.
Can you help me? Can somebody tell me before I go to bed? Can someone just tell me who pays the tariff?
It's a choice.
The consumer does.
Have a choice.
In a roundabout way, the consumer does. Well, like technically,
hold on.
Actually,
the consumer pays it.
Yes, indirectly, the consumer pays it. I agree. But I'm saying, fills out the tariff sheet.
Hold on, everyone.
Literally pays the import tax.
Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Anyone that's saying that the consumer doesn't pay it, I'd love to hear them explain how they don't pay it. And what we're going to hear is a bunch of gish galloping from somebody that's never read an economic book.
I'm agreeing. I'm saying that I'm agreeing.
Kevin, get out the way.
Samoa, guys. Samoa is the one who said that the consumer does not pay for it. Go ahead.
Yes, I said that the importer pays for it, and it's their prerogative if they want to stay competitive within whatever commodity it is. We've seen Costco, we've seen Target, we've seen Walmart negotiating with China for them to eat it so that they are able to compete in America, and they did it during COVID. So my question would be this: if I can find one instance, is what you guys are saying wrong? Absolutely. It's wrong. It's up to the importer.
Jesus Christ. Did you find this guy at Chillism?
Would you like to
I brought him up so he can make a fool of himself, honestly.
Would you like the link where Walmart and Target and Costco...
Samoa, let me ask you this. Where did you get...
address my argument.
I'm going to ask you a quick question.
Yeah,
where did you get your degree in economics?
What do I need a degree for?
Well, I just wanted to validate that you don't have a degree in economics.
That kind of sounded like a gish gallop. Are you gonna address my argument or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna address it directly. Every single time in the history of the United States that tariffs have been raised, the cost of goods in the United States goes up. Now, if you can argue against that, please do. And by the way, I will put all of the references in the chat so everyone can review it.
Alright, so this is my one example. I'm going to give you the example where the importers or the manufacturers of said products went ahead and ate the actual tariff to stay competitive as a policy during COVID last 2 years, China, Walmart, and Costco. I'll just provide that to you to show you that the importer does have the power to take a little bit off of its profit margin so that they're able to stay competitive in the market. Are you saying that's wrong?
I'm not going to totally disagree.
It's okay. I'm just asking.
I'm
Are
going
you
to
saying
add
that's
something
wrong?
to it. Wait, you're not explaining it correctly. However, I remember I started a conversation on that my car, when you asked me the question an hour ago, Roger, and I said I just had been back and forth with the car dealer with a car from Germany. And they gave me a number back that's going to be the extra on my car, and they came back at 3%. Now I know the tariff on Germany is going to be more than 3%. So some of what he's saying is that, let's say the car manufacturer, either on the manufacturer end or the dealerships in the U.S., someone's going to eat that difference to the consumer on that. But that's just, their decision on what they want to sell their product for. But ultimately, it's still going to increase probably the initial price of the car as they relist for, let's say, next year's list price is going to go up. So even if it looks like they're only adding a 3% on, they've increased the base. At least that's how I see it. Is that what you're saying, Samoa?
I'll chime in here.
Yeah.
Say that again? My apologies, I answered the other line.
Oh, then you didn't hear anything.
What was your question?
I said, is that what you're saying? I just had this happen, and I'm asking if that's what you're trying to say. That the car dealer or the car manufacturer, it's either the car manufacturer in Germany or the dealers in the U.S. have made a decision to make a flat number as the increase that the consumer is going to have to pay. But the number they're telling me is not the number that Germany is paying on tariffs.
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all.
Okay, what she means, Mo, is that the corporation eats the tariff. The corporation eats the tariff, but then they add it back onto their next year of their vehicles. So they increase the vehicles by 3%.
The base of the car is going to go up.
I think also Mo is getting at it's not so black and white.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think Mo's saying it's not so black and white. Mojo's right. Normally, in theory, it falls on the consumer, but a lot of times, as we're seeing, is what Scott Besson said, the companies are choosing to eat this thing. So, in theory, yes, it goes to the consumer. Normally the price go up. But what we're seeing now, which is weird, they're eating it. It's not
weird. The conditions that exist now has never existed.
Well, that's what I was saying, right? It's against the grain.
Market. Right. There's never been one country in the entire world that represents 40% or more of all consumers.
Right.
40% global. Nobody ever had that leverage, ever. And so when someone says, "Oh, if you increase the tariffs, prices," look, all consumers pay for tariffs. If tariffs go up, for sure, we're paying for it. It doesn't mean prices go up. This is the caveat. So, that's why there's a fight between the administration and the Fed. Inflation has not happened. Everybody was screaming that inflation was going to happen. No, the Fed refuses to do anything to interest rates, right? Even though inflation inflation went down. So tariffs happened and inflation went down. And so this completely broke the minds of every economist. Because, on all of our universities, they teach us this, so I understand why Mojo has this position, right? Because they teach us this. And if taxes go up, prices go up. But it's not happening. It's just not happening because no country's ever had enough leverage to negotiate in a way where a supplier eats the tariff cost. And they're not even truly eating the cost, right? It's like once they do a deal, some of these guys have enough scale in America for the numbers to work out, so their revenue doesn't even go down.
Right. For lack of a better phrase. I was talking about something specific as far as what happened towards the end of COVID, as far as what Walmart's request was of China, which they went ahead and accommodated it for a certain period of time, where the actual companies or the importers are eating it on the front end. And that's the point that I'm making. It doesn't translate always because it might be
he's saying they're eating it on the front end, but they're adding it on the back end is what happens.
No, that...
Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
You're telling me they're adding something next year and we're not next year.
Hold on. I know that this room is capable of being honest. Yes, importers can absolutely absorb if they want to. Very seldom will they absorb the entire thing. Almost always they pass at least some of the cost onto the consumers. And the idea that inflation hasn't gone up is just incorrect. It went from in June of 2024 it was 2.4%, and in June of 2025 it's 2.7%. It's gone up 0.3%. So I mean, if we're going to talk about facts, we should put the facts on the table. And again, in this case, and as is in every case, the majority of the cost goes to the consumers. Even if you have importers that are, even if importers, if you have some importers that are willing to absorb that, the majority of it goes to the consumers. It's happening now, and as it's happened every single fucking time in U.S. history. So I get that there's people that want to support tariffs, probably because of the person that they support that's in the presidency. I would guess that Samoa probably supports Donald Trump. This is why he supports tariffs. And all I can say is that I have far more disdain for the right-wing anti-capitalists than I will ever have for the left-wing anti-capitalists. At least you fucking know where they were coming from. These fucking maggots, they don't understand how economics work. They don't understand how politics works. What they do is they take their fucking orders from their Lord and Savior Donald Trump, and then they try to build arguments to defend it. They're fucking mentally retarded.
Are you mad at me right now?
I'm literally calling you a retard. That's what I'm calling.
Do you think I support tariffs?
Well, you think tariffs are anti-capitalist?
Wait.
Tariffs are absolutely anti-capitalist.
Wait, hold on. Wait, come on. Roger, do you think I am pro-tariff?
You're certainly defending them.
No, you fucking weirdo. I'm explaining them. That's not defending them, dumbass. I'm explaining it.
Wait, hold on. How is someone like yourself that's never studied economics going to explain tariffs to me, you fucking retard?
You just walked it fucking back. I'm the retard? You just walked it back. You are a retard, dummy. You're a complete
Donald Trump's plan.
My whole statement was the importer can eat.
Can everybody be quiet and let Smo and Mojo go?
He don't want this. Bro, this dude know what time it is. This dude got caught. You don't know what the fuck my politics are. You made an assumption.
Oh, really? You don't support Trump? You don't support Trump?
Shut the fuck up. Come on, everybody. Relax, man. Relax.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not gonna let some fucking dime store fucking economist fucking tell me to shut the fuck up. Go back to chillism where you belong, where the 75 IQ is gonna fucking serve you well. You're fucking...
Jimmy, no idea how much I enjoyed that, Roger.
Jimmy, can you talk about
that's quick. Wait, very quick. I had a question. Where you were describing inflation, and like I'm not a student of economics scholarly or academically. I look at economics and finance to the extent that it impacts my life. And Milton Friedman, actually even have it on my. Milton Friedman pointed out how inflation works and how it's Congress that does it. It's Congress and the presidency that somewhat impact. It comes from Washington D.C. But you were saying that the inflation went from what you said it was from 2.4% to 2.7.
Yeah.
Year over year, and that's what I said. Year over year. June of 2024, it was 2.4%, and in June of 2025, it's 2.7. Now, if you can't do the fucking math, that's an in.
Yeah, but you got the 3.6, I think.
Yeah, no, and also, we're also not factoring in, I don't think that's directly tied to tariffs.
It wasn't.
Right? I don't think. Go ahead, Jimmy.
It wasn't.
Exactly. Yeah. That inflation influx, or however it moved from that 0.3% has nothing to do with tariffs, especially because we're really not going to see the impact of tariffs on inflation for at least 1 to 2 years. We're not going to see it because even right now they've not been fully implemented. These tariffs have not been fully implemented. And at the end of the day, if we're gonna, like, in all honesty, being a pro-capitalist, I'm a pro-cap. I like to believe I'm a capitalist, and I want my country, yes, to impose particular tariffs on countries bringing their goods here, so that I can enjoy the fruits of the labor of the manufacturing sector here. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the idea of these tariffs are coming from, right? Is to promote, is to bring back America being the pioneers in technology, whether it be cars, refrigerators, televisions, all these other items that we import now. So if we're making it more expensive for other countries to bring them in, it means we're gonna have to do them, right? And and when you even bring in the idea of inflation, I think that's also gonna impact the standard of living, right? Because now we're gonna have to, implement, a higher, so to speak, a minimum wage. You know what I'm saying? The minimum wage question is now going to be brought back to the forefront. How can the minimum wage be this, especially when you're factoring in inflation, right? How is $7 in $7.25 as the federal minimum wage from the 1990s? How does that help any human being have an acceptable standard of living?
Lord, the proper minimum wage at the federal level should be zero.
I agree with that. I somewhat agree with that. I somewhat agree with that. But the thing is, for me, on my end with the minimum wage, there's a minimum wage, but there's no maximum wage.
Why do you want a maximum wage?
Fuck no, there should never be no. If you have a maximum wage, then you're not living in a capitalist.
Why do you want a minimum or a maximum wage?
No, a minimum wage is to ensure everybody has a level playing field. And you're also mitigating.
No.
Hold on. And you're wrong.
You're wrong. No, don't just say things. Defend what you just said. Defend what you said.
I'm telling you.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Listen. I've listened to this long enough. Listen.
My apologies.
If you're going to say that minimum wage, first of all, minimum wage, the idea, you just used the word living wage. I don't know what the fuck that means. The problem here is not, we shouldn't be looking to artificially set wages. Wage controls are fucking a terrible idea, because when you raise these wages artificially, what you're going to do, what you're going to see, and I'm happy to post a study that will prove this, because a lot of you motherfuckers don't actually read, but I will post the link so you can do that. The bottom line is when you institute these, employers have a couple of options here. They can raise the cost of goods and services. That's usually not what they do, because they don't want to fuck off their consumers.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Wait for the punchline, Lord. Wait to hear what they do.
These fucking guys, they're all talk, no listen. The bottom line is,
that's the worst option for them to go and pass a minimum wage hike onto their consumers. What they tend to do is they either let go of staff or they reduce the staff's hours that they work. They're going to reduce the labor cost, and what ends up happening is you thought you were helping the employees. They end up making less money when you institute a raise in the minimum wage. And this is not for all people, if you're lucky enough to maintain your 40-hour a week job. But the bottom line is, and we see this over and over every time they aggressively try to increase the minimum wage, is that employers then cut labor costs. This happens all the fucking time, and the people that are calling for a raise in minimum wage, they don't even look at the fucking results of these studies. I will post it in the fucking chat if you guys will read it. I doubt it, because the people that talk about lifting minimum wage, they're not exactly the reading type.
Okay, so my point, hold on. So my point with the minimum wage thing, right, was for it to mirror the effects of inflation. Okay? $7.25 in 1992 is not $7, cannot do what $7 does today. Okay, so that's my point.
Okay, then Lord, explain to me how you're going to set wages in a central planned way without understanding, not having the knowledge of the cost of operating each business. How can you, well, hold on. If you're going to defend doing that, don't you ever call yourself a fucking capitalist.
Whoa, no, listen, I'm speaking to the extent of, look at what happened in 2020 during the COVID bullshit that was happening, right? Where there was the, the paycheck protection plans, et cetera, and as much as there was not that much commerce, right? But there was so much money being brought. And I actually think a lot of the inflation we're seeing today is a reverberation of that. It's a reverberation of, all these stimuluses that we had during the COVID crisis, so to speak. That pandemic that we had, so to speak. So, and look, like I said, for me, minimum wage, whatever, for me what matters is that there's no maximum wage. Because when you have a maximum wage, now then that's where socialism does come in. That's where communism comes in. The minimum wage is intended to ensure that a society or a community is not living in goddamn fucking squalor.
Hold on, Lord, pause.
Go ahead.
Pause. Here's the fucking facts, and I'm gonna post it so you can read it, so you can quit saying dumb shit that don't make any fucking sense. I'm gonna post this so you can. I want you to read the link that I just posted above that talks about what actually happens when you raise the minimum wage.
Okay, so
go ahead. I want you to go read that. Listen, I can read it to you if reading is not your strong suit. It doesn't sound like it is. Listen, I want to illustrate something. All right, I'm fucking done with you. Listen, I don't know if it's the fucking, what the fuck's happening tonight? These fucking people, they just literally just say words. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I just got done explaining to this fucking retarded faggot that when he's talking about that the minimum wage is somehow going to help people, if he would read these studies, he would understand that it actually lowers the income of the people that it was designed to help. Go fucking study this shit, you fucking
Right, I mean, on a basic level, it's go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I want to push back on this the whole idea that tariffs are anti-free market. I think it's an extremely problematic idea.
That's very serendipitous of you, Jimmy. That's exactly what I was going to ask. Roger said that the tariff agenda is anti-capitalist. I heard you say that's not true, but I was just curious your point on that.
Well, anybody that believes that gets stuck in the contradiction, because if you don't believe in open borders, which I presume Mojo doesn't believe in open borders, I'm presuming that, but I've heard Mojo sort of speak, on all kinds of subjects, and I think that he you would agree that it was completely outrageous under Biden that a bunch of illegals were able to storm into this country and essentially live as parasites on the American system, whether it's leveraging Medicaid, housing, getting hotels, and all of that. Well, I think Mojo would agree that that's absolutely disgusting. It would be equally as disgusting if a Chinaman is able to access the American markets as if it's their right to. No, it's a privilege to be able to access the American market. If you're a foreigner, it is an absolute privilege to be able to do business here, and you can make a lot of money here, but you must pay for the right to do so, because at the end of the day, when you make money, you're extracting the money and you're sending it back home. You're essentially a parasite, and so you must pay for the right to do that. You're a fucking foreigner. That's my position on this.
Yeah, so Jimmy, here's the problem, right? So here's how it's anti-capitalist, very simple. Free market capitalism is owning the means of production, making sure that the businesses are in control of the decisions that they make around prices and around wages. And when you have the government intervening in the economy, when they're putting their hand on the scale, you are, by very definition, destroying any semblance of having a capitalist system. You're now infusing the government into the market and letting them make the decisions that are going to impact the levers that impact prices. That is, like, you want to support tariffs, you're free to do that, but you can't support tariffs and call yourself a free market capitalist. It's just an oxymoron.
Yes, you can, because most of what is being brought from abroad was made here. It used to be made here, no problem. Everybody could afford everything. Wages were high. You didn't need a college degree. You can graduate from high school, buy a house, have 3 kids, a wife, buy multiple vehicles. All of this happened already. I don't know why we buy into this idea that, it has to come from India, it has to come from China, or it's not capitalism. That is the furthest from the truth.
So,
I don't know where you're getting this from, Mojo.
So, Jimmy, within a free market, you can import these goods from wherever you like. Instead of having the government put their hand on the scale, if we think that China is taking advantage of this market and we think that we can get a better deal working with manufacturers in other places, why don't we just import from other places? We don't need the government to do that. By the way, we can import from wherever we like, right? The other thing that we could do is we could, as consumers, we could revolt. I would much rather have a boycott at the consumer level of Chinese goods and services than to have the government put their hand on the scale. First of all, it would be far more impactful, because if we did that, they would have to get to the bottom of, like, why are they not buying Chinese shit? And then China would have to ask themselves the question, what would it take for us to buy their shit? Because we are the biggest consumer economy, and I agree that China wants to sell here. They want to be able to exploit this market. I just think that there's better levers to pull to control this. I think educating people on when you buy Chinese shit, if you square that with your thoughts around human rights, when you square that on your thoughts of where that money might go to and the regime that might be building a war machine that you're going to have to fight at some point, which I would take the under on. I don't think they'll ever want this fucking smoke. The fucking ships they have are not built for for deep water, and I don't think they ever will be. But at the end of the day, there are just better mechanisms for us to be able to deal with not buying Chinese cheap shit. I don't think, this is the difference between a capitalist and a statist, is you guys are always looking for a way to have the government solve these problems. I'm looking for the market to solve the problem, and you can have the importers and the buyers solve this problem far more effectively than Donald Trump.
I would just like to say I'm a free market capitalist. I disagree with the tariffs. I think that the corporations should take care of it. But if I should have prefaced by saying that if they actually worked it the way these people think they work, then I might be a little more inclined to agree with them. But they don't, and it gets passed on to the consumer, and that's all.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that the government putting their finger on the scales is why all the factories were offshored in the first place. The government is the entity that created all the incentives to offshore factories. Like, it wasn't the free market that did that. I really need to point this out, that when everything was left normal, all manufacturing was done here. This is very important to point out, because I feel like we're going through a process of gaslighting now. That, this is being done because the government is overreaching, or no, the government is simply reverting to back how it used to behave for a very, very long time before all of this Chinese and Indian goods started flooding into our market.
I'm not in support of government intervention, putting their hand on the scale in either direction. My preference would be to look back at American history, look back at when did we expand the economy to the greatest extent. There's a 30-year period that you can go study. Again, for those that like to read, you could go read about it. 1870, 1900. The biggest expansion in human fucking history, and the thing that allowed that to take place was deregulation. When the government gets out of the way, it's amazing with the free market.
You know, there were tariffs then. There were tariffs in that. Exactly.
Look, but the thing is this, at the end of the day, if you want to access America's market, you pay. It's super, like, that's not anti-free market. There is demand all around the world to access the most active consumer in the world. Companies all
If you have to pay, how is that a free market?
Listen, that's literally, look, okay, I repeat, there is the demand. Like, so imagine a mall, right? A mall where a lot of customers shop. There's a demand as a business owner to lease space in that mall. It's going to be more expensive because it's a...
Yo, Jimmy, real fast, I just had a question for Roger. Did you bring Florida up, Roger, or no? I didn't bring him up. I know you moved him to audience.
He could get up here if he fucking misbehaves.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if you wanted him or not.
So yeah, this mall has a lot of foot traffic. You can make a lot of money. A lot of companies are willing to pay to access those customers. That's what this is. If you're going to ship your goods over here, pay to access our consumers. That is a free market activity. For people to believe otherwise is crazy talk to me, because this is how every single country on this planet behaves. It's a part of the free market. And so the free market in companies, not just you and us as individuals, but companies and governments. Governments are also a part of the free market. Governments are also buyers and sellers. Both governments are consumers. So them charging companies to access their citizens is a free market activity. And thinking that it's otherwise is sort of weird.
Wait, so definitionally it's not a free market if you're doing that. And just because all the governments do it doesn't then mean, oh, well, this must be the free market. That was the point that Roger was trying.
Okay, I repeat, a government is a participant in the free market. They are also buyers and sellers.
They're not supposed to be.
What do you mean they're not supposed to be? Of course they are. We sell weapons to the world, the government.
The government doesn't make the weapons. The private.
They sell weapons to the world.
Yeah, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, they can't sell. They can't sell. Hold on. Raytheon cannot sell.
Jesus Christ, Jimmy, listen. It's quite obvious you don't know how money moves.
Oh my God, Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's quite obvious that you don't understand how money moves.
No idea.
Well, it's very clear. You're illustrating it. You said that the government makes weapons. They don't. Private companies do. Now, if you talk about how foreign funding works, like, for example, our friends in Israel, what we do is the government will give them a voucher, and then they spend those vouchers with the contractors. So the government is still putting their hand on the scale, which I don't like. I don't like them putting their hand on the scale, period, end of story. You seem to be comfortable with it because you're not really a capitalist, and that's fine. You don't have to be a capitalist. Just don't parade to be one. the point is, you were incorrect when you said that the government sells weapons. They do not. What they do is they do a wealth transfer of taking taxpayers' dollars to create a voucher that goes to a foreign entity, and those foreign countries then cash in that voucher with the American companies. Look, the fact that I have to explain this stuff to you is crazy to me. I know that you're smarter than the average person on Clubhouse, but what's very interesting is that you don't know the very basics of how money
It's not
moves.
gaslighting, it's steel manning. You just steel man.
He doesn't feel like.
Oh my god.
Well, dude, I wouldn't have even had to say that if you would have explained that you knew how money moves.
The United States government sells weapons.
No, they don't.
Around the world.
No, they don't.
Oh my God.
No, they don't. No, you're incorrect. You're factually incorrect. You're proving again that you don't know how money moves. What the federal government will do is they will take taxpayer dollars, they will allocate a voucher to a foreign government, and then that foreign government will then purchase weapons from those private companies. If you don't know that, you can go read about it. You can go educate yourself, or you can come to the School of Clubhouse and you can learn from Professor Mojo.
Jimmy, what is the duty and obligation of the federal government?
Anybody there with a phone and ChatGPT?
Yeah, Jimmy, what is the duty and the obligation of the federal government? What are they supposed to do?
You guys won't let me speak, right? So if you won't take it from me, I just read it off. Yes, the United States government does sell weapons. It's through the Foreign Military Sales and Direct Commercial Sales Act, right? Foreign military sales. In the process, the U.S. government manages the sale of weapons, equipment, and services to foreign governments. The U.S. State Department and Department of Defense, through the Defense Security Corporation Agency, are involved in reviewing and approving these sales. Gaslight.
Have them break that down. Why don't you break that down what that actually says?
Hold on. I can read ChatGPT too. The U.S. government does not. Hold on. Everyone mute up. The U.S. government does not manufacture weapons or sell weapons directly to anyone. I'm reading right from ChatGPT. This is the source that you like. It says weapon manufacturing, private defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics design and manufacture the vast majority of U.S. military weapons and equipment. When sold to foreign entities, typically the government will issue a voucher in which the foreign entity will then go to these defense contractors and pay for it using U.S. taxpayer vouchers. Now,
same as a taxpayer.
I agree. I agree. If you have a phone at home, and you want to go on ChatGPT and you want to fact check all this stuff, you can go look this stuff up. Jimmy, I don't know why you it's like you're insisting on own goaling yourself. You could just admit that this is something that you don't understand, and then you can just do what most people do, which is listen to the things that they don't understand so they can learn. This is a good time for.
All right, so I already put a link in the chat to the State Department website, which explains exactly the U.S. government's activity in sales. But let's just pretend that Mojo is correct, so we can move on.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this to Abby. Abby, when the U.S. government sells weapons to Israel, right? Because Jimmy says that the U.S. government sells them to them. Let me describe my understanding of it, and I know that you have a lot of expertise in this area. My understanding is that the U.S. gives a voucher to Israel, and Israel then uses those vouchers to purchase weapons from companies like Raytheon and others. Is that, or is that not how?
I think that's how it works. I mean, I know with the Iron Dome, that was a joint venture, Raytheon. I put this in the chat of Raphael Industries, but it's produced by Raytheon. The most of the purchases, whether it's, if we talk about the airplanes and who's producing the airplanes, the U.S. government isn't making the plane. The plane is being manufactured by airplane manufacturing companies.
By private contractors and
yeah, they're all private contractors. Same things with the.
Yeah, that's how you get on SoundCloud. You petition. Watch the movie. What was it? War Dogs. If you watch the movie War Dogs, about how they were trying to get it, it's quite accurate.
Jesus Christ! No. Listen. You're not going to dumb down this conversation by talking about Jonah Hill.
No, we're taking it to the Constitution.
Okay, you're going back down. What if is that guy from Chillism too?
No,
what the fuck
he's
is happening?
not that I know of. He might be doing it.
Roger, is chillism just like a slur?
Yes.
Like, I've been hearing about this the last couple days.
Chillism is a place where I visited the other day, and these two guys argued for 45 minutes about Hegel. They were arguing about who had the better understanding. Yeah. And after 45 minutes of arguing, it was very clear that neither of them had read Hegel. So I went on the stage, I started asking them a few questions, got them to both admit that neither of them had read Hegel. That was Concrete and Ike. So if you ever run into those guys, if you think the people in this room are stupid, you should go to Chillism because, by the way, if you tired of getting shit on by somebody that understands more than you, you can go to Chillism and you'll be the smartest person in the room.
You think if I went over there and started talking about Hegel,
Bubby, you've been there before. You just didn't realize it's Nathan Arts and Knowledge.
I'm in white belt in Chillism.
I have to tell you, it is the collection of the fucking misfits of Clubhouse. It is
You're gonna say misfits.
It's the stupidest people that this app has ever fucking onboarded. And then there's a mixture of people. No, Monica, hold on. Then there's a mixture of people that like to go and it's like going to the zoo, right? That's how I think of it. So sometimes Monica likes to go to the zoo and she likes to go and see the giraffes and the zebras and the monkeys and whatnot. But you're not going there for a conversation. I mean, maybe you do talk to the monkeys at the monkey exhibit, but that's about what it's like. Like when I go in there, it's a destination. I'm gonna decompress and just kind of watch wild animals.
For you.
Roger, that is the way Monica thinks about it because it's mostly black people. She just likes to go in and tell them how great white people are. Bubby's laughing because he doesn't.
Is that a female laughing like that? Is that a girl laughing like that?
I don't know. Do I hear a geriatric bitch yelling at me? I don't know.
Oh, it's Bubby.
Yeah, it's like that big bitch. Fuck you, cunt.
Oh, really? Seems like we have equal power here. You sure you want to call me a cunt?
Yeah.
Don't lot abuse Monica. It's not cool.
So, Monica, you've sounded very defensive of Chillism. Let me ask you this. Average IQ of that room, what do you think it is?
I don't know. I have friends there, so when you say them that, and by the way, I moved Bubby down.
I know you did. I brought him up.
You guys stop moving people. Fuck.
He called me a cunt, Roger.
Okay, hey, hold on.
And told me to suck his penis.
Monica, stop.
Okay, hold on.
Suck it from the back while you're at it.
No. Alright, now I'm moving. Yeah, you fucking dickhead. Listen, don't do that. Fucking Monica is a fucking all-star in this app. We love Monica. Don't treat Monica that way. It's fucking crazy. No, so Monica, what do you think the average IQ is on that app?
Well, I mean, Tally's there. And
I like Tally, but Tally's not enough in a room of 10 people to raise the IQ level too high.
Okay, so when I we're talking about a group IQ.
Let me ask it a different way, so you'll feel less defensible.
Okay.
When you walk into that room, typically, don't you believe that you are the highest IQ person?
No, actually, I don't.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wait, hold on. I take that back.
She's in there.
Hold on. No, well, come on. Just because you speak posh doesn't mean you're smart. I do think Io's intelligent.
Io.
Io's probably one of the. Io brings it up. So I was gonna say it's a 75.
Mike is strong too. Incredible. The Hulk, Mike.
You mean Psych? No, that guy's a fucking retarded. No.
Well, don't count him out.
No, I did. I just did. He's a fucking retarded.
No, listen, I'm telling you, I'm looking across this stage right now. Hakima might, dude, Hakima's a flat earther, and I would say that Hakima is at least 10 points higher than the average person that spends their time in shows.
Well, I mean, that's what you can think. I don't think so. There's some really cool people there. But then again,
there's good people on both sides.
Yeah. And Roger, you know, I think sometimes our society, we focus on smarts, and I don't know if intelligence makes a great person. In fact,
I'm not making that argument. Why are you? Listen.
Well, it does hurt my feelings to hear my friends being called dumb.
Well, all right. What about? Can you agree on this? Concrete, lowest IQ of the entire.
I want to say yes so bad, but that wouldn't be honest. I can tell you.
The only the person running.
Loki, have you met Loki?
Look, I've seen a lot of these people. They're all fucking retarded. Nathan's a fucking retard. They're all fucking retarded.
And you know, if I have to pick between a nice retarded person and rich, guess which one I'm picking?
Okay, so you don't like Rich, but I would guarantee this. Rich, who doesn't shut the fuck up about it, has an IQ of 141. Well, I don't know. Oh, hold on. But I would bet that, with the exception of Io, Rich has a higher IQ than anybody that's ever stepped foot in that room.
We've actually went through this. Io and I are the highest IQ people.
You're not in there anymore.
There, don't you think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Concrete's the dumbest when we went through Sarah for I don't know how long?
Oh, well, hold on. Sarah, it's not about Sarah being the dumbest, but Sarah is, she's full of shit. She's bigoted. She's got the most annoying voice.
What about the guy that you said was the fake Stanford graduate?
Kumu, you know what he is? He's just dishonest. I don't think he's as dumb as he is dishonest. I think he just likes to lie about it.
Wait, there's a guy on here named Kubu?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, dude, Kubu's, I don't know if he took it from, but it's from a space opera called Galaxy Outlaws. It's actually a dog in the character. I would say the highest IQ individual that I've ever met on this app would be Ethan Muse. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Ethan's great.
Religious room.
Highest IQ individual I remember meeting. You know who I'm gonna say, Mojo, Austin. Like, there's nobody that I've met that breaks shit down better, has better understandings or grasp of things in multiple, like, I don't even know how to fucking explain it. Kid's just fucking insane.
Have you been in the rooms when Eric Weinstein came in?
Yeah, he used to come to Healthy Debate. Healthy Debates is where he spent most of his time.
Very bright guy.
Hey, Bubby, are you familiar with Ethan Muse from Andrew R's room?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, he's... Yeah, I would put him in the 180 range. Like,
yeah, he's real good.
And you know what's the coolest thing about Ethan is he doesn't.
This isn't the opportunity to say who we like. This is a time to shit on the people that we think are stupid.
I'm not gonna.
Like,
yeah.
Beaver's probably one of the dumbest people on here.
Who?
Beaver.
He is not.
Well, hold on. No, Beaver is dumb. But what Beaver did do is he accurately predicted the election, exact pick on the electoral count. So
I was almost saying that because he's down in the audience.
He's very bright. He's very bright, and he's better sports better than anyone on here.
See, I can't say too much on people.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. Intelligent people don't bet on sports. There are much wiser ways to spend your fucking money. The high IQ people would never place a sport.
Well, Roger, did you ever see they had a convention? It was supposed to be in like Maryland for a bunch of like world-renowned physicists, and they got it moved to Las Vegas due to like a hurricane or something. And they went to hurricane, and then they went to Vegas, and then the next day they put out a article in the news on the front page, and it says, "Physicists, please never come back," because they didn't spend any fucking money.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that I'd have a difficulty on with like throwing the shots at the ones I think are dumb is that a lot of them I don't think they're actually that dumb. I just think that they're either grifting or I think that they genuinely dupe themselves into believing what they're saying.
Like high on their own supply.
If you had to say the IQ of Dr. Copeland,
that was the COVID dude, right?
Yeah, the COVID guy, the guy that would talk about COVID, but he's a chiropractor.
He told me once that a human fetus wasn't a human, and I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in too many of the COVID rooms during that time. I think that's the only matter of fact. Thank you for bringing that up, because that was the only time I actually found Norm to be decent enough to be in a room with. That was crazy.
Well, listen, if you don't like Norm, that says more about you than it does.
Norm's
That's
incredibly
fair.
bright.
That's fair.
He's
That's fair.
incredibly
That's say what it
bright.
wants about me, but still, fucking hell.
You know what? He's incredibly bright and incredibly well-read and well-educated.
And he's a two-time
I didn't say that he wasn't. I just said I don't fucking like the dude. That's all.
You don't have to like him, but we're talking about smart versus dumb. And he's an incredibly intelligent and well-educated person. One of the problems is also, like, some of the people that, what did we just have someone who said they were political scientists but didn't understand politics? You know, there's people you could tell they have formal education, or you could tell that they just really know a subject. Norm has both. He's formally educated, but he's in the weeds on subjects. Like, he's very bright.
Yeah, I think if Norm could learn to do two things, not eat while he's on Clubhouse and not speak out of turn. If he were to do those two things, he would be the perfect human.
he would be more welcome, for sure.
Do you guys know that I literally voted for him? I had my kid vote for him. I had my mom vote for him. Yeah, I voted for him.
Does it show up on the register, the voters? Like he got 3?
It doesn't officially count because he wasn't somebody that qualified. He didn't pay his filing fee and all that kind of jazz. But and by the way, I put in El Normo. I didn't put his Christian name. I guess I shouldn't call it a Christian name if I'm referring to a Jew. But yeah.
I've heard you say that, but I never really took it seriously. That's kind of funny.
No, I legit voted for Norm. And by the way, he's my leading candidate going into 2020.
Jesus Christ, what a shit show.
He can kind of parlay on almost any subject, and he knows it.
Well,
I mean, that's the other thing.
You know what's cool about him too is that's the thing, Abby, is I have more fun talking to Norm about pop culture than I do talking about politics. You know, music, movies, shit like that. He's very he's so knowledgeable on so many subjects. It's pretty impressive.
Speaking of pop culture, not to derail, but I saw Superman and Fantastic Four, and I loved them. It was so nice not to be preached at, and I thought they were really well done.
Superman movie was preaching. Oh, maybe you didn't realize that Superman is like a pussy, and he can't actually like defend himself, and he has to like rely on
Pro-natalist. It was pro-baby.
Do you know the story behind Superman at all?
Yes.
What do you think of the new Superman?
Thought they chose well. I had no problem with the acting and the actors in either of the movies.
Who do you think should be the next James Bond?
Male.
Well,
have high standards for James Bond.
Well, hold on. You guys gotta get this straight, right? If they want to make a spy thriller in that universe, they've talked about women, they've talked about black men. You could do that, and you could even call them 007 if you want, because that's a title. But James Bond is a white British male. Period. End of story. If you start fucking with that formula, you're not doing the right thing.
I mean, but honestly, if they made a movie like when they were talking about Idris Elba, if they would have called him James Bond, I would have had a major problem with it. But if they would have called him Agent 007, I would have been fine. You just have to name him something different. It's all about the way that you frame that. And I again, I'm okay. Probably be lame, but if they wanted to make a movie with a woman as 007, you can do that too. You just can't have James Bond be something other than the tradition.
I mean, if you were to say who I would cast the next 007, if you're going non-British, I don't think Gabriel Macht would be like a bad choice. The dude who plays Harvey on Suits, Harvey Specter, I don't think he'd be a bad choice for him. And I think maybe if you want to go with the other option, the European option, go with like Cillian Murphy or something.
No. Yeah. This is so great.
Murphy could do it. He pulled off Peaky Blinders.
Here's some. If you wanted to make a 007 film, and 007 is going to, you could create all kinds of new characteristics. They don't even have to drink, drinks that are shaken, not stirred. You can have you can have an Agent 007 that doesn't drink at all. You can switch that up, but you can't have a James Bond that doesn't drink. This is the rules that they should abide by. They won't do it because they don't fucking care. If they think they can make some money, they'll mix it up and do something. I will say, when Spider-Man became a Hispanic, that was a problem for me. And it's not that I don't like Hispanics. I eat Mexican food probably every other day. But no, Spider-Man is fucking Peter Parker, and that's not negotiable.
There's multiverse of different Spider-Mans.
Yeah, I don't like this multiverse crap either.
Oh,
This
really?
is like, so then nothing fucking matters.
Well, that was the original complaint with Endgame.
Go. Yeah, exactly. Go look at Rippaverse. It's a whole new. It's a whole new comic book series. Like Esom is the first one that they released. The entire idea of Rippaverse is to cover the fact that comic book writing has gotten out of hand where a death doesn't mean anything. There's nothing of consequence, because then you can go, oh, well, that happened in that universe over there, so we can make anything happen. You should have consequence. If fucking Robin dies, he should stay dead. There shouldn't be another Robin.
I didn't mind. Was pretty. I think there's one back that was pretty fucking terrible. That we all just kind of glanced over for a second. Then we were asking questions. Then we kept glancing over it. Glancing over it. It's not even the comic book, but it was fucking Han and Fast and Furious. How the fuck did he come back?
Yeah, well, why would anybody watch Fast and Furious? That's another fucking problem.
See, I didn't have a problem with Miles Morales if they wouldn't have made him so woke. If he didn't do the whole, I'm a young black man, and the oppression of blacks and Hispanics and the way they marginalize us, all that shit.
What about the dude that was playing Falcon that they decided to fucking turn into Captain America, and then he gets interviewed and he said that he didn't think that the character needed to represent America?
Yeah, that was bullshit. But the idea of him becoming Captain America does exist within the comic book.
No, I get that. I'm saying when the actor said that, I'm telling you, if I was in Hollywood and there was a fucking blacklist, he would be on it. He would never act again. He would never be in any film ever. He would have to go make films in fucking communist China after that comment.
Oh, you know who you would actually enjoy from chillism in this conversation is Knowledge. He's a fucking huge MCU fan.
I'm a DC guy.
I'm okay with DC. I've just always been a Marvel guy before the movies.
Well, did you see the new, not X-Men, but the woman, she plays Silver Surfer, so they changed that gender, and she serves Galactus, the destroyer of worlds.
DC's far superior. Galactus, Marvel. Fun fact about Superman, I forget the writers, the names are escaping me. Superman brought their story, pitched their story, in the 50s, of course, to multiple publishers. They were laughed out the door, because they said no one's going to believe a man can fly.
Moose, what do you think Superman was? Do you think Superman's a libertarian, a fiscal conservative, a liberal socialist? What do you think Superman's political and economic position is?
I don't know. He lived pretty frugally, you know. I mean, as Clark Kent, he reported the news. Now, was Clark Kent reporting fake news to Jimmy Olsen, Lawrence Lane? What about more importantly, what about Lois Lane?
Well, you would know. You distribute fake news.
Dig deeper, because you know how to do this. Who created Superman? Who were the two guys that created him in what year?
I'm gonna see if my
Google it. Two teenagers, actually.
You might call them entrepreneurs.
I know they were both Jewish, right?
Yeah, they were both Jewish.
Christ.
And what year was it?
Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster, pre-World War II, 1938.
No, and what was the whole point of what were they trying to say with Superman? Do you guys know the whole story with this?
I mean, I've heard he's like the savior of the world, and I've also heard that he's like Jesus incarnate and all that.
Jewish. They were legit.
Yeah, I know.
Mashiach now.
What was happening as the rise of anti-Semitism? Yeah, I mean it's pretty wild. We would never have thought that, but it was in the 30s.
What, you don't think Superman is a metaphor for the Messiah, Monica? How stupid can you be?
He's empowered by the sun, you know, all that. He comes from a different planet. He comes down from the heavens to save the earth.
And
what greater sacrifice?
He was fighting Nazis a lot in the comic books that they were writing.
Oh, that's right.
And then Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, who else? Someone else fought. Was Bugs
Daffy
Bunny?
Daffy Duck. There's a famous cartoon with Daffy Duck dodging the draft guy with the notice. And he's perennial. Your kid has no idea what's going on because of the draft guy and his little bicycle trying to deliver his Daffy Duck's draft notice. And he would say things like, "Is this trip really necessary?" Which no child would have absolutely no meaning attached to it. But of course, during the war, resources were limited, so there were like dark times for responsible Americans to turn their lights off, drive limited. So he'd say, "Is this trip really necessary?" And he's dodging going to war, but every child is laughing because Daffy Duck is just doing crazy stuff. That's all.
I see.
Right, well, let me give you.
If he fought the Red Baron too.
I'm going to give you another parallel. So there's a Moses connection to this. Superman's, remember, is a baby sent away from a doomed world, and he's sent in a small vessel. He's adopted by a childless couple. There are parallels to the story of Moses.
Also Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is technically fighting the New Age liberal Nazis.
Oh, come on, let me just stay with Superman for a second. Like, we're going with this. Look at the parallels on this. He had Samson's strength, right? I don't know, there's like all kinds of stuff written on it.
Yeah, it's definitely scripturally based, I would say.
It's funny that Marvel gets all this credit for like the MCU, and it made a lot of money, commercially, successful. But if we're going to talk about what the best superhero movies were, the Donner Superman movies, the 1 and 2, and I know Donner was unhappy with the second one, but those two, amazing. Christopher Nolan's Batman universe, the third film sucked, but the universe that he created, that's amazing. And then Watchmen is amazing. There's nothing that Marvel's done film-wise that has touched any of that stuff. Yes, they've made a fucking shitload of money, and that's a measurement that I don't completely discount. But if we're just talking about what the best movies are, the three best universes that they've created on film have all been DC.
Well, don't forget.
Roger, isn't the fact that it makes so much money indicate that maybe most of the general public may have a different opinion than yours?
This is true that the general public can do that, but the general public doesn't decide what is good. The general public determines what is popular. This is why if Britney Spears
sells a bunch of records, we don't say that that Britney Spears is a better singer than, let's say, Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, but you know what? People have different opinions of these things, and you always sometimes think that your opinion is the absolute God's own truth.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Listen, and I'm not like that. I actually think I look at markets, and so I actually say, you know what? In the eyes of most people, this is better. It doesn't matter what I think. So we have a very different view about that.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so Gone with the Wind was the big money maker back in the day, right? And if you adjust for inflation, it's still the big money maker, right? You agree with that?
I would have done the numbers to adjust it to inflation, so I don't know if that's right or not.
Yeah, okay. And if it's wrong, there might be one or two films that have passed it up since, what year was that? 39, something like that?
Mostly you have to adjust for population.
Oh, no, you don't. Listen, they did so well comparing to, I don't even want to get into it. That was the commercial hit. No fucking critic on the planet is going to say that Gone with the Wind is a better film than Citizen Kane. You could say that it was a commercially more successful, and that is true. But commercial success and better art, they're not the fucking same thing. And I think that's crazy that people assume that.
Well, I guess you could look at it like that's why Harvey Weinstein won all those Academy Awards with these artsy films that didn't necessarily do that well at the box office, but somehow they won Oscars. Whatever. Everyone's got their thing.
Can Britney Spears or Otis Redding or B.B. King? Better artists.
Well, no, okay. We could probably all agree that Britney Spears is not a great singer. I'm going to defend her on a couple of things here, okay?
She got some good dance moves.
Besides that, okay? Do you know? I think most people would actually say, and I would say, that Celine Dion is a better singer than Britney Spears. But guess what? Britney Spears has vastly more top 20 hits than Celine Dion, okay? And when they pitched her residency, her guy pitched her residency that she had in Vegas, the pitch for Britney was that she's got a catalog. She had over 20 top 40 hits. And that's not nothing. Even if she couldn't necessarily, maybe I'll answer the question this way. I remember an interview with Barry Manilow, who's not a great singer, and acknowledges that he's not a great singer, even though he's been incredibly commercially successful. He's the first one to tell you, because I remember the interview, he's no Luther Vandross, okay? And then they asked him about Britney Spears, and he had a really interesting answer, a good answer. He said, she has a lot of good music, but how well she could sing if she had to sit on a stool and just sing, I don't know because I've never seen it. Okay, and that's a fair assessment, because there are certain of these pop stars like Christina Aguilera who have a tremendous voice that can sing a cappella, and that's actually kind of actually how you can tell someone who's really a good singer when they can how well they can sing a cappella. Okay, but I don't disregard the the commercial, because
I'm not asking you to disregard it, but Ken, I just want you to acknowledge that there is a difference. Because if there wasn't, what we would do is every time a film is the highest box office film for that year, we would nominate it for Best Picture. And that doesn't happen every year. And it's very rare that when it is nominated. I'll tell you what, I predicted, I wish I could fucking bring my friend Mike on here. We watched the Oscars together, and I told him The Hurt Locker is going to win Best Picture. He thought I was fucking crazy. He said, dude, Avatar, they're going to win all the awards. They got all the money. I said, they don't need the award. This is a fucking trade show for film. Avatar's already done what it needs to do. It's already made all the money. The whole point of the Oscars is to bring actors together, filmmakers, songwriters, or the people that do the music. It's to
honor the screenplay, to get people excited about going to the movies. And what they want to do is they want to get people excited about different types of movies, which is why they've expanded it back to, nominating like 10 films rather than 5 films. Because what they want you to do is to get excited. This is their trade show every year, right? And now you can argue the validity of the award itself, but I would argue that what you're supposed to be measuring is what is the best film that was made, not the most successful one. And if you were going to be measuring the most successful one, you don't need to have a ballot. All you have to do is count the tickets that were sold, and then you just go and present the award to them.
Fine. Even with that, though, they're going to have different opinions because when they do the vote, not everybody votes for the same thing. So let me ask you this question, Roger. We'll stick with the singers. We're thinking about Britney Spears. And I don't even necessarily have an opinion on this, not even sure. Okay? Who's a better singer, Celine Dion or Barbara Streisand at their prime? Obviously, there's some age difference.
Oh my God, that's like the question of the century.
Wait, I don't know why it is.
At their prime.
Hold on, that's not a hard one at all. Barbara Streisand wins all day. I can't even believe somebody's asked that question. Like, honestly, if somebody gave me tickets to a Celine Dion concert in her prime, I would immediately sell them.
Her show was great, by the way. The residency in Vegas was great, but Streisand in her prime had the voice.
Of course. And Aretha Franklin's 10 times Streisand. What are we talking about?
Okay, and now I'm gonna, because this is coming from a place of more detailed knowledge than most people are gonna have because I was involved with it. So, but just to prove a point that, like, people's opinions. Okay, David Foster, who obviously has worked with Streisand, worked with Celine. People think people know who he is. He had his own show at Mandalay Bay some years ago, like 10 years ago. Did a couple of things.
I just saw him last year in concert.
Oh, okay. No, I don't. He's doing the smaller thing. He had a much bigger show at Mandalay. He brought in all this big stars,
Sorry,
right?
can you give me I've never heard of him. What is he, a singer or is he a producer?
No, he's a producer and composer.
Like Neil Diamond kind of thing?
No.
No.
He's
right, Neil Diamond is written prolifically.
He produced all these stars, but he also wrote like a lot of famous songs.
A lot of the.
God, that's what I was asking. A singer, producer, what a guy. Okay, so I just wanted context.
All three.
He's a producer, composer. Okay, mostly. He doesn't. I mean, he sings, but he's not a great singer. Okay. Anyway, his wife actually is. His wife is Catherine. Okay, but David Foster got up at Mandalay Bay. No one's gonna know this name except for the fact I booked her into my house, so I know who she is. Okay, and this singer, her name is Lara Fabian. She's considered like the Celine Dion of Europe, okay? Most Americans have no idea who she is, though she sold at Carnegie Hall. He introduces her, and he says, with all the great voices I've worked with, and he mentioned Celine, he mentioned Barbara Streisand, he says, Lara Fabian is the top of the heap. That's his opinion, and some other people's opinion. You can't possibly opine on that because you don't even know who she is. So it's like, this is why this thing about like opinions being absolute, I just don't accept, you know? And he might be right.
I hear you there. I'm going to say real quick, I hear you there, Ken. Mojo's extreme, my opinion, is what, my taste is the art. I speak for art or music or whatever. Sure, it's one extreme, but...
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. Of course my opinion's the most important to me. Look, of course, I'll say this. My favorite movie is the best movie to me. And I will argue these things till the day I die. But then there's some things that are just objectively true. Like, The Godfather is better than the John Travolta Gotti, right? I think we can agree on some of those things. Yeah. Some of these things are easy to build a consensus around. Some things are a little more difficult. All my point is that there is a difference, and it sounds like we all agree now, that there's a difference between quality of art and the commercial success of the art.
Hey, well, that's exactly where I was heading. Exactly. I got to push back on Ken saying success at the box office automatically equates and correlates to genius or absolute talented or gifted, which is not like people's thing, right? What is the famous expression? You can't account for people's taste.
I think in superhero movies, though, the box office matters more than comparing Citizen Kane to Gone with the Wind. I think it's a different type of comparison.
Wait, hold on. In a superhero movie, in an era where the only movies that are released into theaters have IP that already exists, and you have huge budgets, huge stars, you're putting all kinds of money behind the marketing. Can you imagine what would happen if you put the money behind the marketing of some other films? Like you're not going to argue that these superhero movies are better than Shawshank Redemption. People didn't go see that in the theater because they thought the name of the movie was fucking stupid. They did not go see it. Go look at the box office results for Shawshank Redemption. Not only was it nominated for Best Picture, if you go look on IMDb, it's one of the highest ranked films of all fucking time. I actually don't like it as much as everybody else does, but I can recognize that this is something that commercially was a fucking disaster before it hit video. Right? Before it hit the secondary market. In the theater, Shawshank Redemption was dead on arrival, fucking did horribly. That's not an indication of whether the film was good or not.
Right, like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I don't think it was a box office smash, especially the year of the competition that came out. I think it was around the same time as Rocky.
What's the same as Rocky? Same year?
Cuckoo's Nest was late 60s or early 70s?
70s.
Yeah.
But you mean the
anyway,
Nicholson one?
Exactly, masterpiece. Nurse Ratched. I think she won Best Supporting. Masterpiece. As far especially
75.
75.
Cloris Leachman you're talking about?
Was it Cloris Leachman?
No, it was Louise Fletcher,
Louise Fletcher, thank you. But I think 75 was Jaws, and that was like the epitome of a box office smash.
Rocky was the stunner that one.
Rocky was the underdog.
I mean, really. And when you now talk about how they filmed that and what little budget they had, and he went running, that famous scene where he's running through the Italian market, like, they didn't script that. He went running through that was all natural reactions that the people that were there, like, who is this guy? Why is he running here? That was great.
Hey, I want to read this to Moose, because I didn't know this, but you brought it up. So, Cuckoo's Nest had a budget of $3 million. The domestic gross was 109. The worldwide gross was 163. It's one of the most profitable films of the 70s with a return of 50x its budget. And it was the second highest grossing film in 75 behind Jaws.
No kidding. Wow, I stand corrected. Well, I mean, it's safe to say that's a unicorn. For a character-driven film with no special effects, that's incredible. I did not know that. Wow, I thought it was
What do you mean there were special effects when that Native American busted through the wall and they they escaped?
I saw it on Off-Broadway, Moose.
Do you remember the actors?
Danny DeVito.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, there were like a lot of famous people that I didn't know who they were, but they ultimately, it was like at the beginning of a lot of careers. It was definitely Off-Broadway.
What do you think about the predictive programming of Avengers Infinity War and Thanos and Dr. Fauci and the Plague?
I don't think I want to have a discussion of anything of the kind.
I mean, isn't there, some Jewish influence in Infinity Wars with the Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones? Isn't that like the Kabbalah and the Sephiroth?
Don't know, I just know that's Superman.
Andy, you should everything you need to consider with the Donner Supermans and what later came with Marvel, because of just like where we were in calendars, different time periods. Marvel was a pretty dead company, but at the time when the Donner Supermans came out, there's a whole story behind how Marvel got revived. So Marvel wasn't even in a position to do anything of that caliber when the Donner Supermans came
No,
out.
that's fine. I'm just talking about which were better movies. The Donner Superman it's a better movie than anything the Marvel's done. If you want to talk about the good characters within Marvel that eventually they'll get right, you have to look at who's got a good rogue gallery. Like Batman's got the best villains, right? Everybody knows that, and that's DC. But in Marvel, the best villains are in Spider-Man. So Spider-Man is always potentially going to be the hit. And the reason why Spider-Man was so successful as a comic book is they finally realized that like the majority of the people that were buying comic books were kids. And so they finally said, well, why don't we have one of these fucking heroes be a kid? So Spider-Man was brilliantly done. But the crown jewel of Marvel, and eventually this will get done well in the theaters, is X-Men. The examination of social issues in this country is covered in X-Men. The Professor Xavier character, that is supposed to be the Malcolm X character, and Magneto is Malcolm X. And the whole mutant thing is a metaphor for Black America. And so you have these two different ways, these two different approaches. One is saying, hey, we need to work with these humans, right? And the other was saying, no, we need to fucking fight these humans. And so, like, X-Men runs really deep if you actually go and read the comic books. The films have never really done this in a good way. This is going to sound crazy, but I think the perfect person to do an X-Men film is Spike Lee.
Alright, I know I'm going to catch a lot of flack for this. I fucking hate Batman.
You can hate Batman, but the villains are the best villains in any comic books.
No, I agree with that.
Joker is the best villain, period, across any comic book.
I hate the idea. I guess because I'm too much of a literalist. Like, I'm still like thinking about this shit. Like, he's a regular fucking dude in a suit. Like, if Bane punched him one time, he would be dead. Like, just one punch to the chest.
But that's what makes him so badass. But Bane did fight him. Bane broke his back. And this is my grievance with comic books and the multiverse and all this bullshit, is that once his back was broken by Bane, he should have always walked with a cane, or they should have explained that, yes, now I have a bad back. I hate the fact that you could die in a fucking comic book, and then they just snap the fucking fingers and boom, we're in a different universe. It's terrible, terrible storytelling.
I'm just saying, like, if Bane punched him, he'd like liquefy his fucking internal organs. Like, that's the only problem I have. Like, he gets thrown off a 30-story building and he slams into the ground and he gets up and he crawls back to his feet. You know, like, it's just sorry.
There's my favorite Superman comic book is when Superman goes to this underground wrestling spot in Oakland called Hood Slam. Hood Slam's like a real thing. If you guys are ever in Oakland, it's the craziest thing. Like, the champion was named Drugged Bunny. He just dressed up like a bunny, and he would come out with a bunch of powder, and he would just like get all like coked up, and the characters were fucking crazy. They'd have people like dressed up as like Street Fighter characters. It's the best experience in terms of performance art that I've ever seen, and it got noticed by the comic book writers in DC, and they had Superman go and face off at Hood Slam.
Brad, are you aware also, by the way, with Spider-Man, and I don't recall all of it anymore, but there's been like litigation or whatever you want to call it between Sony and Marvel for years over who has the rights to produce and distribute Spider-Man movies, and even getting the first Spider-Man movie out was difficult because of that issue. So, I mean, and sometimes what you might see on the screen, particularly with Spider-Man, might be compromised by, you know, those types of issues. You know, I mean, and it happens with James Bond too, because of it used to happen with James Bond because of the Broccoli family and MGM. That's been cleaned up just recently, but for most of our lives, you know, I mean, other things go on too.
Well, who's going to get the rights to the Clubhouse movie?
John, you get over.
Yeah, whoever owns the content, and you're the only one that has a repository of this, besides Clubhouse.
John, can we just get a Robo annoying?
Yeah, Rabbono Shalom. Many people don't know what that means, but in Hebrew that means master of the universe, and it's extremely useful to repeat that saying, Rabbono Shalom.
Oh, Roger, you'll love this.
Wait, hold on. Before you do, can we just address the autism that appeared in the chat, where Eric Nautilus said Superman wasn't part of any political party?
John, would you mind breaking down Skeletor for Roger? It's really good too. You probably enjoy it because I know you're from that area.
Yeah, so that movie Skeletor, He-Man Masters of the Universe, that's all about Skeletor is, this wizard who takes Grayskull, opens up a portal to the universe and becomes God. He literally becomes God, and everybody's like, oh shit, Skeletor became God. But Skeletor had an anger management problem, and he couldn't let it go. And even though he was God and he already won, he couldn't let it go, and so he fucked it all up.
That was the worst take you've ever given on it.
No, but it's true. Just watch that movie and you'll realize Skeletor wins, but he's still unhappy. He's still angry, and thus it destroys him in the end.
What's the chick that always guides him around? What's his chick?
Fuck, what was that girl's name? Evelyn.
Tila?
No, Evelyn. Like evil. Her name was Evelyn, basically.
What's your take on her, John?
She was his concubine or lover, but it was kind of funny when he takes Grayskull. She says, Grayskull is finally ours. And he goes, no! Mine! I mean, technically, that movie is not about He-Man. It's actually all about Skeletor.
What's the underlying message of the story?
It's about self-actualization or personal development. Skeletor, again, he suffered from anger management problems. He was a road rager. He uncovered the secrets of the universe, but he was still angry.
Ken, I was just looking up. So David Foster's married to Catherine McPhee?
Yeah.
35-year age gap?
Yeah, he's been married many times, as you know, right?
I'm just looking at dude, Catherine McPhee is like a smoke show. This is wild.
Yeah, a friend of mine, here's a story. A friend of mine who used to do weddings, he's in event production, doesn't do weddings anymore. Just does corporate events. He actually he was in charge of the music and everything for Catherine McPhee's first wedding to her, before David Foster. But they were already friends because they had known each other through American Idol or something. She won one of those talent shows, or she was on one of those talent shows. So David Foster got invited to the wedding. Okay, and so David Foster, got up, and even though he wasn't, engaged to play there, right? I mean, my friend had his own piano player, but for David Foster, you step aside if David wants to do something. Because David's got 20 Grammys or something. So David Foster's playing this song or doing this song, and a lot of people don't know who he is. I will admit that, okay? Because he's not a singer, right? He's better, actually, interestingly enough, he's better known in Japan because the Japanese actually read the liner notes of CDs. That's a whole different issue. But so David Foster's doing this song, and one of the attendees who doesn't know who he is, but is impressed with his musical abilities, actually goes up to him and says, you should think about doing this as a career. But yeah, no, I know. Yeah, they've known each other a long time, but now they are married. They have a kid. By the way, the kid, this kid's I saw the kid when he was maybe he was only 3, maybe he was 6. I don't know, but he was a tot, and he was playing the drums. And God, he's good. Okay, I mean, it just runs in the family,
And so, Roger, there's this requesting his audience, or?
Yeah, bring him up. I tried bringing him up, but yeah, I don't know how he got down there. We got Water in here. Water is one of these guys that hangs out with Democrats and has weird takes on things. Water, what kind of weird take do you have tonight?
Andy hangs out with the mirror. Don't do that. I hang out with all you weirdos.
So don't you hang out with the mirror?
No, hold on. Rich, there's no need to interrupt here. Water's got this. Water, give us your best take. What's your best take
on Superman, Batman?
Yeah, title of the room. I've heard you speak in other rooms, and you're in that bottom third of dumb people, and so I just want to hear you.
Why don't you elaborate on the label you're trying to label me?
Stupid. I said dumb people. You're one of the dummies. You're one of the low IQs. One of the midwits.
But yet you're eager to hear my take. Make that make sense.
I'm easily amused. Please continue.
Your math isn't mathing, my friend.
Okay. Is that the best you got?
Well, I just saw Superman. It felt kind of rushed. Full discretion, but yeah, no spoilers. Yeah, it felt very rushed. Did anybody else see it?
I haven't seen it, but Roger, I'll put in my 2 cents. It's actually get back to the room. I think he changed the title. I'll argue that Batman could have been a Republican, not just because Bruce Wayne was a billionaire, but the whole reason Batman was created, as we know from the comic books, Dark Knight, because his parents were killed. So he's when he was a young boy, so he dedicates his life to avenging their deaths in the name of justice. And what president, fun fact, wrongly went into Iraq because Saddam Hussein put a hit on George Bush Sr. Now, he never succeeded, but, it's along those similar lines.
Interesting. Here's what I will say about Batman. As much as I like the villains in Batman, I do think that he's the biggest underachiever. I mean, he's got a billionaire. He's got all the toys at his disposal. Yet he can't even control the crime in Gotham. It's fucking crazy. You have other superheroes, like for example in Marvel, and again, I'm not a big fan of the Marvel movies, but if you look at Iron Man, that's overachieving. They're essentially the same guy. One's got the bat suit, the other's got the Iron Man suit. They're billionaires. They got all the toys. They got all the shit. But the scope of what Iron Man is able to do is so much. If Iron Man went to Gotham, he'd clean that shit up in a fucking second. Batman fucking struggled to deal with underboss criminals like fucking the Penguin.
I think one thing all superheroes have in common, Marvel or DC, including Wonder Woman, male and female superheroes, none of them really got any action. None of them really got laid. Batman was always getting hit on left and right. Catwoman, Batgirl, usually the villains, the femme fatales, all loved Batman, but he always turned him down.
Do you guys ever see the film adaptation of Watchmen?
The film adaptation of Watchmen, the movie?
Yeah, like 4 hours.
Nah, it's not 4 hours. It's almost 3 hours. It's very good. The only thing they really changed was at the end in the graphic novel. It's an octopus, and they didn't know how they'd be able to film that with the budget they had, so they ended up, saying that it was a nuclear exchange that they were worried about, and so I think it actually plays pretty well. But the love scene set to Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah, best love scene in any superhero movie outside of Howard the Duck.
Yeah, The Watchmen was an instant classic. That was well done as an adaptation.
And Dr. Jordan in the background, in the back channel, asked me if the scientist is still on the stage. If you guys remember, the scientist was the pretty girl. She wasn't very bright, but I guess I'm going to tell him that she is.
Jinx. Not the one who's in the Situation Room multiple times. Right. I don't think she absorbed a lot of the information that we shared. She just didn't seem to sink in.
I think the only thing that woman absorbs is penis.
No injection.
Well, this has been a long day. You've been here a long time. All day. Yeah. Did I tell you guys that I started my day with a 32-ounce energy drink of Rev Up?
300 milligrams of caffeine?
No, that's what I normally do. I normally start my day with a Black Rifle coffee that's but this was a 32-ounce, it's called Rev Up. Its flavor was blue raspberry.
Oh, that's right. You couldn't feel anything.
No, it didn't hit me, but it's steady state. It's like I didn't get like the highs that I would normally get, but but now this is hours later, and I'm just like, I'm not going to bed anytime soon. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That all makes sense now.
Got me all wound up. American Party, are you a caffeine junkie?
Yeah, I have an espresso machine, and to get 6 or 8 of those little pods, it's now about $15. But I love my Nespresso maker. It's one of the best kitchen appliances or items I've bought. I love coffee, and having an immediate Nespresso available is fantastic.
So I don't do fancy, but I've got a Keurig, and I buy this inexpensive local thing called Seattle's Best, and I can get 60 of these little Keurig. It's not the best coffee, I'll be honest. It's a medium roast breakfast blend, and but for 60 of these things, I only pay $10.99.
Well, I don't know if you read the news about Starbucks, but they're really de-escalating their stores, and they're removing even a lot of the in-app purchase abilities in stores because they found it's not as a pleasant experience for the customer. There's no human interaction as opposed to just making people into robots. So Starbucks and their new CEO is supposedly revamping the experience, not only in the store but in the app as well.
Yeah, the previous CEO didn't do him any favors.
I had stopped going to Starbucks when they stopped carrying the chocolate-covered espresso beans. As soon as that was unavailable, I checked out.
I'm not a big fan of those Ryan Reynolds movies where he plays Deadpool. I mean, I like the movies, but the witty, like the way he talks, the wittiness, the comedy, the snide little remarks. You know, it's like, let me just see an action movie. I know it's like action plus comedy, but I don't know. I'm just, to me, like, watching him in one movie is enough, and then the continuation of that type of personality, it's like, I have no desire whatsoever to give money or time to a movie theater, really, for the rest of my life, unless perhaps I have a wife and a child who I need to pacify with stupidity to waste their time so I can get some peace and quiet. I mean, that's the only reason I could possibly see wanting to go into a movie theater to watch more regurgitated shit over and over again. There's nothing new underneath the movie theater, dome. And, it's alpha brainwave state. It's the same thing opening up Gmail, Netflix, Hulu, even this app. You get an immediate dopamine response. It puts you into a slumber and a brainwave state, and it's basically hypnosis.
To build on that, John, it is kind of wild when you open up Netflix and all these apps and shit, and you look through and you're like, I've seen almost everything here. And then you start looking at it and you're like, these are like an hour and a half long, and I've seen probably 30,000 movies on this fucking. And I'm like, how much time have we wasted? I mean, granted, it's entertainment, but a lot of the shit that we watch is dumb. And I also that's my biggest pushback on the DC shit. Is say fucking shit to the characters. It's like, oh, Superman fights a bad guy and he wins. That's different.
The only Ryan Reynolds movie that I've watched more than once is one that he has a small role in, and it's Adventureland. It's becoming one of my favorite films.
Notebook.
Dude.
I love that movie.
You would.
I'm a hopeless romantic.
You got the first part right.
Bro, I was the only kid, like middle school or high school, when everybody's like, man, I don't ever have fun kids. I'm like, oh, kids.
I saw them filming that movie in Charleston when I was in college, and I don't know why you think it's such a great movie. Like, it's again, I would never want to spend time watching these movies again. To me, actually being on Clown House, recording my ugly bald head on YouTube, is like me doing what they do and me not wasting my time, even though I know it's a wasted time. I'm just saying that movies, if you calculate the total number of hours that you have spent consuming movies and that opportunity cost lost, it's unbelievable how much time, it's unquantifiable what could have been achieved if it wasn't for the mass hypnosis and commercialization of pictures.
Yeah, but it's art, and I would recommend, and this is probably what I'll do for the rest of my life, is I don't want to watch any more than maybe 5 movies a year, new movies, but I want to go back and watch the classics that I might have missed, which there's not a lot of them, because I'm pretty big into film, and there's a lot of shit that I've seen. When it comes to the AFI Top 100, there's like 4 or 5 left that I haven't seen. Eventually I'll get around to that. Some of the Kurosawa films are things that I'll probably visit at some point, because people, say that you gotta watch them. So I'll go check them out. But there's movies that I watch over and over again. Like every year I'll go to the theater and I'll say It's a Wonderful Life. There's just different times of the year when I'm watching movies. My very favorite film of all time is Night of the Hunter with Robert Mitchum. I think that's one of the best movies ever made. Tom Browning's Freaks.
Wait, I gotta ask you a question about that movie. When that old lady shoots at him and he runs off hooting and hollering, is he just being like crazy, and funny? Like, he's demented. He's so demented. It's like, I don't know. It's a terrifying and strange movie.
Yeah, I think it's must watch. And Robert Mitchum's Cape Fear. If anybody's ever seen Scorsese's directed Cape Fear with De Niro and Nick Nolte, if you thought that was good at all, you should go see the original Cape Fear with Robert Mitchum. It's Gregory Peck, I think. Much better film. Robert Mitchum plays crazy better than anybody's ever played crazy.
I don't know. Do you ever like dislike the fact that everything you've watched is just a clone of a former version of it, and the original does seem to be, better or if not as good as the new one, like Cape Fear, for example? Like, do you ever think like, how could this be that there's nothing like new or original? I mean, it's business. It's a business formula. It's obvious that you just want to copy what's already been successful because you got historical data and you can, this is a good bet. So
There are some exceptions to that, though, right? Like, Wizard of Oz has been adapted a bunch of times. A lot of people think that the 1939 Judy Garland version of Wizard of Oz is the first one to ever make it to film, and it's not. And so, but that was far superior to the earlier ones. So I do think that Batman's another one that I would say, Christopher Nolan's interpretation of Batman is better than what, like, let's say Tim Burton did, in my opinion. But no, I take the point. I will say this, and people hate when I say it. You guys are going to hate when I say it, but I think that the movie is usually better than the book. I know people like to say that the book is always better than the movie, but if you've ever read Mario Puzo and then you've watched The Godfather, or if you were to have read Wise Guy by Nicholas Pileggi and then watch Goodfellas, specifically in the gangster genre, the books, like, they're boring. They're boring books, but then they make these great films.
really, I like Puzo's Godfather. I thought that book was a lot of fun, because it really gave you a deeper insight into mafia or the extent of the power of the Godfather. I thought it was a fun book.
I think the only value that I really took out of it was the character that they build up, that they don't build up properly in the films, which is Al Neri. I think that he's probably the most underappreciated character from any of the films, and he was consistently fucking loyal. He was a good, anyways, Al Neri.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think, I mean, you're born penniless and you die penniless. So, with regards to human behavior and the advent of the picture business, humans have been obsessed with recording themselves and publishing their pictures, their videos, their creativity. So, what I'm trying to say is the economy, careers, business, life in general, as they like to say here on Clownhouse, at the end of the day, everybody's literally just an actor, and it's a question of, if every man and every woman is a star, it's a question of your picture business in a way. I'm just trying to say that humans seem to be obsessed with creating videos and watching videos.
This is true, but here's something that I've given thought to, and I'd love to get your guys' opinion, is you said that people are essentially actors. I think the people that go through life where it's kind of scripted for them, whether they live in a family where, they're forced to go to church and then they go to work for doing a job they don't like to do. I think those type of people are actors, and then there's that smaller group of people that actually are authoring the activities that happen in their life, and they're proactively writing the script of their life and directing it. And so my advice to people would be the writer and director of your life and not the actor that's just reciting lines.
I just want to add one more thought, is that technically prior to the internet and databases and digital storage, movies and pictures, people, because all those things are now digitized now, everybody in the 20s, 30s, and 40s technically uploaded themselves to the internet in the 20s and 30s, without knowing that there would be this internet. So I'm just saying that storage of memories or memory storage through pictures and videos, it seems like that's what's lasting. And the fact that we are now rehashing or redescribing all of our memories and all the movies we've ever seen and our critique of it, it does seem that like pictures and movies are always going to be the thing for human behavior, activity, and consumption.
It's because stories tell, but videos sell. Do you think it's possible? I like that saying. I'm gonna write that one down. It's true. Do you think it's possible though that the future conversations down the road on social audio, when people gather in the future to talk about things, that reparations will be discussed for people's likenesses that had been exposed and exploited, and that you have a whole new generation that are fighting for reparations because of the exploitation and the unpaid labor of actors that that didn't get to profit properly from these moving pictures. I think it's possible that reparations will cover some of these stars that didn't get paid for the fame that they're going to achieve in the future. Specifically, people like Orson Welles. As long as people continue to say that Citizen Kane is like the best movie, which it's not. It's not even his best movie. Touch of Evil is. But yeah, I think there's a reparations conversation coming for these actors.
Oh, okay, though. Orson Welles doing War of the Worlds.
Yeah, he's a fat guy reading to a dumb public,
Which it was amazing what happened with that. They didn't announce anything before or after, and they created an actual panic just by his voice telling them that reading this actual comic book, War of the Worlds.
But that was unintentional. I think what we lived through in 2020 and beyond, where it was intentional.
No, that was
the intentional panic. The pandemic was really War of the Worlds, but with intentionality.
I didn't look at it that way, but well spoken.
Let me ask one more theory. Do you think America's decline or economic output or industrial productivity declined as a result of like an increase in a media creation and consumption curve? Because our mass distribution and our greatest export really has to be probably considered Hollywood, the movies and the music. And that influence and huge revenue driver for Los Angeles, Hollywood, New York City, etc. What I'm trying to say is now that everybody has a cell phone to create their own movies and consume their own creations or consume all the shit that gets pushed onto you by the algorithms, what I'm saying is America will never, ever come back to a state of manufacturing, expansion again, because the desire to consume digital information is so powerful that distraction requires everybody to be constantly looking at their cell phone. No one will ever start making shit in this country again because the addiction to cell phone usage is that strong.
It is very strong, but we have an AI revolution coming, and we have a robotics revolution coming in less than 3 to 5 years. So that is going to be a wave that will make us more productive, but maybe not more employment, for sure. So there's a huge sea change coming there that people really are going to have to digest. And we'll see about production. I think you guys are mentioning some really interesting shit. I'll show you a dumb theory that I came up with. You guys probably know I'm a wrestling fan. And I was thinking about the decline of Western civilization, and more specifically the U.S. After the fall of the Soviet Union, right? Between World War II and the collapse of the Soviet Union, there became this era where there was no competition. There was no other superpower. And if you go and look at pro wrestling, the best times to watch pro wrestling was when there was competing interests. For example, in the 70s, they had a territory system, and they weren't necessarily competing, but they all had their own products, and it was thriving locally. There was massive matches going on all the time. And, like in some markets, like in Dallas, Texas, they were doing wrestling every day, and then the big show was on a Friday night. And if you go into the 90s, which was the last big boom era of pro wrestling, WCW, owned by Ted Turner at the time, had put a lot of money into it. And they, for 83 weeks in a row, they beat WWE in the ratings. 83 weeks in a row, they were the winner. WWE was on the ropes. And then what happened was, after getting their ass kicked for 83 weeks in a row, that competition fueled them. And that's when they came out of that 83-week slump with people like The Rock and Stone Cold and the whole Attitude Era, and it became the biggest boom era that WWE, bigger than when Hulk Hogan was there. And so the money that they made, Stone Cold Steve Austin 316 shirts, that merchandise, it sold more than all the other stars combined. No, like Rock, Hogan, all those guys combined don't touch the money that was made by Stone Cold. And so I think the decline of Western civilization is the fact that we don't have a true competitor, and so we make these things up like, oh, well, we're competing with China. China doesn't have they're building a navy, but those ships can't even fucking cross the ocean. I think that what we need is a real competitor, and I'm hoping it's not China, because I don't want to fight them. I'm actually hoping that India gets off their ass, and because they've got a big population and they've got a lot of good engineers and whatnot, I'm hoping that India can have the aspirations to say, we're going to be the country that's going to push us into the next century. And that might be the spark that we need to get competitive again. I think the lack of real competition, like having somebody that truly is an equal to us in some way, shape, or form, would motivate. The Soviets would, that whole space race shit, that was fucking great for everybody involved. It made us innovate. We need, I think, I'm hoping it goes down, is that China, India, a few other countries make some advancements in AI that freak us out, and that we fucking just turn it into like, this is our fucking mission, this is our ride or die, we must fucking win at all costs, and then we win the AI race. And then when we do that, then boom, land of milk and honey again.
Would be nice. I mean, in drone and in solar, China's ahead. We're not doing the right things to put us in the position that you're hoping for, but we'll see.
See, now this, you may call this philosophical, but I do believe that the now is all important. And so if you think that there's this moment in the future of winning something called the AI race, it's still in the now. And so what I'm saying is that there's a 99.9% chance that the status quo right now is gonna be the status quo in what we call the theoretical future. It's my opinion.
But is the now like actually now? Because if it's actually now, then it's a few seconds.
There's only, literally, if there's no past, there's no future, there's no now.
I think there should be a spectrum of now, like maybe like a range from 5 minutes ago to 5 minutes in the future. I think we define that as now. I think that would be a better definition of now.
The point is, when you search the experience of what now means, it really means that the real can only be now. Therefore, you are living in a compression of the past and the future. And that's why I say the status quo in the future will probably be what it is right now.
I'm gonna kind of agree with the whole 5 minute past, 5 minute future, a little bit of time. You're actually alleviating the quality of time in everything you're saying. Your quality of time may be negated but there are moments in time that are suspending in our memory. There is just those moments that can be forever and always, but can be something we don't think about again. I think you're maybe discounting that aspect.
Plato said everything between birth and death is now. Actually, I just made that up.
I think that should be the new move. Try every room, try to like make up a quote of your own and attribute it to somebody and see if anybody can call you out on it. Just once a day, just
absolutely.
People already do that all day.
Oh, me though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm
It's just kind of like Concrete and Ike, Roger.
Solid delivery.
I don't know. The real quotes are pretty crazy. Like Ben Franklin, beer makes everybody happy.
There's some truth to the real quotes. Like one of my favorite, which is very apropos for Clubhouse, is all I know is I know nothing. Socrates, but I mean, get the philosophical message there. It's like you can't possibly.
So great.
Yeah, like you know no one can know everything, but is it really possible that you know
Oh,
nothing?
but you have to know the concept of it was a big fuck you, by the way.
Can you know nothing though?
Moose, I have that Socrates quote tattooed on my left arm. It says, "I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing."
That is the correct.
However, you got to realize
You asked if somebody could know nothing.
in that statement,
Water probably does that pretty
in that statement, Socrates says, "I know the no thing, which is the nothing." So, what is the nothing? That is technically God.
Hey Roger, have you ever asked Water about his PTR? What it means? How he can't fucking explain what it means?
No, I don't ask him any questions. All I know is like if you show up in like rooms with like people like Patty and other lefty retards, he's like in there and he's like there's people in this room that we just tolerate because they've been around for a while. That's the way they put up with him. Like I just sit in the audience and I'm saying, oh, he's their group retard.
So wait, PFC Ekron, why are you standing like that with your left arm jutted out? And why is there a black strip over your eyes that says Afrikaans Nazi? Like, can you explain this incredibly stupid PTR of you? I assume that's not actually you. That you wouldn't be that
it's
stupid.
a guy from the Oklahoma National Guard who immigrated to the United States from South Africa.
And he joined the army or the National Guard. I mean, so wait, Water, explain yourself.
Citizenship, John.
Water, why don't you just give us a quick little brief bio about yourself? Or not. Never mind. Thank you very little. Please proceed.
Well, I guess if he's asleep, Roger, you should probably move him down to the audience.
I'm charging my phone.
Well, wisdom comes from above. So, I mean, go ahead, give us a little bit of a bio about yourself, Dr. Water.
What's going on? We want to know what your PTR or why you say.
No, we don't want to know. No, we don't.
We don't care about any of
That's not what we want to know. Hold on. If we're gonna get Water,
speak for yourself.
If we're gonna get Water to contribute in any way, I just want to know, Water. Like, did you vote for Kamala Harris and why?
No, I did not. I don't subscribe. No.
Who'd you vote for?
I don't subscribe for the past two elections. No.
What do you mean you don't subscribe?
It's not a Twitter account or something you subscribe to, Dr. Water.
That's what it feels like, to be honest. The Electoral College. I mean,
Water,
now
do you live in West Virginia?
Yeah, I do.
Has anybody in your immediate family fucked their sister?
No, not to my knowledge.
Water, if we were to make you king of America or king of the world, what would you do for we the people? Thank you, Dr. Water.
I would abolish the crown altogether. I would represent 51% of this population, which are women, in our administration, in Congress and Senate, in the House of Representatives. I would do a lot of basic need shit. I would give us our universal basic income. And when I say I mean I would usher in the inevitable. Ramp up automation all the fucking way.
I have a question for you.
I could go.
Noting the United States government currently is spending $7 trillion, which is $2.5 trillion worth of taking in taxes. You're asking for the FBI, how in the world are you going to pay for that?
Oh, it's simple. Just like you said, where's all that fucking money going? All you have to do is manage those funds correctly, and we'll be able to budget it in easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Where the federal government sticks money, the biggest expenditure is social welfare programming. It is Social Security, it is disability insurance, it is Medicare.
Yeah.
It chews up 2.5 to 2.75, approaching $3 trillion. The second expenditure in the federal budget is interest on our $37 trillion debt. The third line item in our budget is our military, which ranges anywhere from $750 to $950 billion a year. The fourth expenditure is everything else. That's Pell Grants, that's farm subsidies, that's the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, that's everything else. So if we already currently spend...
Are you including APAC?
Wait till I'm done with the question.
Okay.
If we currently spend...
Marshall, pause. Sometimes the retards bring up something that we should consider. He said, "What about APAC?" So, Water, go ahead. What about APAC? No, hold on, Water. Make your point. What's your grievance with APAC?
No, I don't have any grievance with what Marshall's listing, unless.
No, we're not talking about what Marshall just said. No,
it's all related. I just want to know why he's excluding APAC in the government assistance programs.
Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna organize this conversation a little bit. Water, what is your position about APAC? You like them? You hate them? You're indifferent to them? Talk to us.
Oh, it's fine as long as they don't cut the American benefits. I believe that the American benefits should come first before anything. So if we're going to cut anybody's benefits, APAC should be cut first and foremost, should we not?
Wait, you're complaining about the money.
Hold on, Marshall. Hold on. I've got a thread to tell you. So, Water, I just want to take this bit by bit. What made you, when Marshall was listing all of these expenditures, what caused you to think about a lobbying group? Like, what was it that made you mention that?
Well, he's going to bitch and moan about everything. Might as well include APAC, right?
Right. So hold on. What is your grievance with APAC?
I'm not. He's the one bitching and moaning. I'm just saying, you got to be fair.
Literally not funded by the federal government.
Stop, Marshall. Hold on. We're gonna get somewhere. Water. So he listed all these expenditures, and then you, like a retard with Tourette's, just shouted out, "What about APAC?" And I'm just curious, what inspired you to
AK, otherwise known
of this?
It's the Roger
because we're cutting domestic aid. We're cutting our own. Birthright social services. And if we're going to go one step further, I think now is the time more than ever to consider owning our money, just like West Africa is doing by cutting the billable portion.
Okay, so pretend I've never heard of APAC, and pretend and you know what? Some of the people in the audience have maybe never heard of it. So, in your opinion, what is APAC and what do they do?
It's foreign aid to Israel. It's basically creating social services for Israel, which is completely fine. I have no issue supporting any nation that is asking for help, as long as they don't commit genocide and war crimes around the rest of the world, I'm completely fine if they're a good neighbor.
Interesting. So hold on. So my question then would be: so Marshall is going to Medicare, Social Security, interest on the debt, military spending, and then so you then said, what about APAC? And now what we're learning.
First I said before that was the budget.
Hold on. And then I asked you, okay, well, what is APAC? And so the thing, when we're talking about the holistic budget, the thing that you zeroed in on was a lobbying group called APAC. And so then I asked, I think, a fair question, hey, what's APAC? What are they all about? And then your response was, oh, it's a lobbying group that protects the interests of Israel, which, by the way, that's not what it is. In fact, it's not a foreign lobbying group at all. It's an American lobbying group. And so my question is, why did you mention that? Is it because it's Jews? Does that have anything to do with why you mentioned it?
No, it has everything to do with our social
because
services.
you also mentioned genocide, which isn't true in the same sentence. Yeah, so why? That? You mentioned genocide.
Didn't you see Superman? I'm not the only one talking about it.
So, look, some of these people are fucking retarded. It's good that we get them to talk out loud every once in a while, but this is the way their brain works. You're in a normal conversation talking about government spending, and then his mind just radically drifts off into like, those fucking Jews! And this is the way the left thinks about things. Not to say that there's not anti-Semites on the right, so those of you that are from the tribe, I know, the haters are everywhere, but the lefty Jew haters are a particularly weird bunch. They isolate their criticism about some very funky things. They make up lies. They talk about words they don't understand. I'll bring this retard back up. I'd love to get his definition of what genocide is. I don't think he'll have a very clear... Oh, he doesn't want to come up. Maybe we'll send the invite and see what happens. But if anybody else that thinks that there's a genocide going on anywhere in the world, because I would imagine that you guys are so knowledgeable about the conflict there, you probably know about other conflicts as well. It's amazing, though, just how obsessed people are with this.
He also said that
What's the weirdest? You know what the weirdest thing to me is? We don't even fund APAC. The United States government doesn't give any money.
Well, he called it social services, which technically is not, totally inaccurate.
What? No, it's utterly and completely inaccurate. The United States government does not give any money and a line item.
Dude, we're talking about Israel here. They are the lobbyist organization on behalf of American Jewry for Israel.
Water went off on a tangent about it. He went off on a tangent.
He's an idiot, but we reverse engineered his stupidity.
Spent money on APAC.
We get it, Marshall. We know he's a schmuck.
What we do every year is fund foreign aid. And the Israelis get about $3.5 billion a year. Water, just so you know, that makes up less than 1% of overall federal spending. My point to the original conversation in sketching out how much money we spent was we already spend the majority of money on ourselves. This idea that we can somehow have a universal basic income is just utter...
Marshall, let me ask you a question, Marshall.
It only makes sense if you believe in modern monetary theory and you believe in the idea that money grows on trees and it never has to do anything. Because if you rearrange the federal government to do any of what you're talking about...
Marshall, do we have to have the most boring version of this conversation? Why can't we invite this guy back up that hates Jews, get him to describe to us what genocide is, and then make fun of him for what an idiot he is? Like, isn't that what this app is really for?
Yeah, Roger, one thing I was going to mention with Water, so what Water likes to do is he likes to jump down in the chat after you kick him, and then just blast the fucking chat. And the only way that you can get him back...
No, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give you permission to do something here, Rich. everything that he types into chat, just quickly delete it, and then his only choice will be to come back up here and face the fucking.
Well, actually, Roger, I have an easier way, so I don't have to like wear out my fingers. You just threaten that he has 10 seconds to get off stage, or he can be kicked from the room, and then all his chat's done.
We don't need to do that. All I got to say is that this guy, like, you know how stupid those lefty rooms are? This guy is the dumbest guy in those rooms. The dumbest guy in those rooms. Like, it's fucking crazy. I mean, I don't even know how we would have an equal for him to have a debate with. Like, I'm trying to think who's stupid. Maybe we can get a debate between him and Victoria, which, by the way, I don't think Victoria is stupid. I think Victoria is just a liar. She's
Dr. Mojo, I got a question for you. Is it hypocritical to want to...
Wait, you hold on. Can you ask me one? I'd
like to ask you a question, Mojo.
Go right ahead, fire away.
So is it hypocritical to want to drastically cut federal spending in Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the national interest on the debt, and the NDAA and defense, but also still want to even increase funding to Israel?
Because we get money back that way.
No, I'm saying, what I'm trying to point out is if there's one country in the world that I think America should support and should give even more support, is the state of Israel. Is that hypocritical to think that way?
Hypocritical, no, because we should be allowed to determine our priorities. I personally don't like federal aid, foreign aid at all. I don't like corporate welfare. I don't like social programs like Medicare or Social Security. I want to cut all of that stuff. But I would have a pecking order for it. What I would start with is foreign aid. But I would start with the enemies of America. Cut off their aid. Like giving $6 billion to the IRGC, for example. That should never happen. We should cut off foreign aid to our enemies, then cut off the aid to people that we're neutral with, and then draw down the spending gradually all the way down to zero, even with our allies, because a rich nation like Israel, they can buy these weapons. And I have to tell you, many of my friends that are in the tribe, many of my friends that are in Israel, they totally agree with me. But here's the reason why, the fundamental reason why I don't think the U.S. should give the funding. And the way that we give the funding is in a voucher. They use the voucher for